Although I don't know why recently there has been a trend for bird legs and chopstick legs, but mature men know that Nozomi Tojo's figure is the best. This isn't what we call fat or chubby, but rather plump. Ahem, we've gotten a bit off topic. Before today, Nozomi Tojo had never doubted her own charm. But today, she began to doubt her own attractiveness as a woman. She had heard those words from the beginning of this chapter no less than 5 times during her time at work. But not a single word was spoken to himself. Instead, "I'm sorry, I'm at work right now." With a formulaic smile on his face, Luo Xia spoke calmly. "Although I was a little uncomfortable at first, I can now calmly accept people asking for my contact information. As expected of me." Rorschach thought so. There wasn't the slightest bit of embarrassment or feeling that something was wrong. "What's next? How about we grab a drink after get off work?" "Excuse me, I'm not an adult yet, uncle." "Don't say that, it's just some coffee. I am allergic to coffee." "What about milk tea? Do you like milk tea? Drinking it will make you fat. How about we go get something to eat?" "No, I'm not hungry." "Will you still come to work part-time tomorrow?" "It depends." The answers gradually became perfunctory. "Does this sound like the way you text a girl when you're pursuing her?" "Ah, that might be a bit conservative." To be precise, there was a series of green messages, but only 1 or 2 white messages, totaling less than 5 words. LOL. Seriously, won't the author get attacked for doing this? Why is this happening? Slapping herself in the face, Nozomi Tojo felt that the confidence she had built up over the past decade as a woman was in serious crisis. She was a real girl with a man dressed as a shrine maiden. Those men were actually more interested in that other man? Why is this happening? Don't be discouraged, sisters. Taking advantage of a lull in customers, Luo Xia gently patted Tojo Nozomi on the shoulder and said, "Let's not even talk about how much more beautiful I am than you. In fact, men understand men best, only men know what a man needs. Can I take this as you trying to comfort me? But it doesn't quite seem like a form of comfort. Something feels off. What do you mean by beauty that far surpasses mine? Are you sure you're serious?" To be honest, before taking a part-time job at this shrine, Nozomi Tojo saw herself as a mature and intellectual older sister. Not only did she think this way, but the people around her did too. But ever since she met this guy named Rorschach, Nozomi Tojo has felt like she's been racing down the road of no return as a comedian. "No, this won't do. If it continues like this, it'll break." "Shut up." She covered Luo Xia's mouth to stop him from reading aloud, and Tojo Nozomi felt something surging in her chest. "At Yuan. At percent. At Yuan." With his mouth covered, Luo Xia asked indistinctly. Despite not uttering a single normal word, Tojo Nozomi subtly understood what the other person meant. "Is it love? That's so embarrassing." "No, it's murderous intent." Staring with dead fish eyes, Tojo Nozomi said expressionlessly. In all of Tojo Nozomi's experiences over the past decade, this was the first time she had ever felt such a clear murderous intent towards something. "The last time I felt murderous intent was probably when she was still a tadpole. The man before her successfully aroused her murderous intent. Maybe we should just smother this guy to death." Nozomi Tojo thought very calmly. At this moment, she felt much calmer than if she had accidentally crushed a small insect. "That's an outrageous statement." Rorschach gently slapped Tojo Nozomi's hand away and said with dissatisfaction, "I am, after all, the future ruler of the demon realm. Such a statement is extremely rude. You need to apologize to me? Like, expose your belly." Looking at Luo Xia, who stood with his hands on his hips and a self-righteous expression, Tojo Nozomi blushed slightly. "Not good? This guy is so cute?" Her slightly pouting lips seemed to express her dissatisfaction, and her misty eyes stared straight at me. For some reason, a honey-red blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks. "Is this guy really a man? Your reaction is even cuter than that of a delicate girl?" Covering her nose, Nozomi Tojo felt that she might get a nosebleed any second. This guy is in pretty bad shape. At this point, Nozomi Tojo was beginning to believe that this guy was transgender. No boy could be this cute. This is so cute, it must be a girl. It's definitely a girl. However, the Lord of the Demon Realm and all that. So that's it. I think I understand now. Looking at Rorschach with eyes full of pity, Nozomi Tojo seemed to understand something. So this kid has a case of Chuyunibua, middle school syndrome. Without realizing it, Nozomi Tojo started calling Rorschach that guy instead of this kid. It seems that Rorschach has indeed gained Tojo Nozomi's approval, in some subtle ways. "What's that look in your face?" Feeling the look in Hina Tojo's eyes that seemed to say, this child is actually lost in her own fantasies, how pitiful, a vein popped out on Rorschach's forehead. He didn't care about anything else, but he was very serious about this one thing. Down with Satan's tyranny. Freedom belongs to the demon realm? Satan? How am I a tyrant? The elderly man, who had already adopted a health-conscious lifestyle, claimed that he was completely innocent. "It's nothing, I just wanted to say something." With her hands on Rorschach's shoulders, Nozomi Tojo said very seriously, "Don't run away from reality. There are still people in reality who care about you. Are you confessing your feelings?" Tilting his head, Luo Xia suddenly spoke. "No, you are overthinking." "Oh, woman." With a slight smirk, Luo Xia's eyes revealed a mixture of indifference, disdain, wicked charm, and sorrow. Please refer to the author's profile picture for more details. LOL. All right, let's get back to work. She clapped her hands and turned back to continue preparing for her work. Unlike Rorschach, who was a self-taught priestess, she was a part-time priestess with a very high level of professional ethics. Isn't that still a part-time job? You are the only one who talks a lot. Chapter 49. You're just jealous of my charm. Time slipped away little by little as the two of them busied themselves. Some say that happy times are always fleeting. In fact, time always seems to pass faster when you are focused on doing something. For example, when chatting with a girl. Before I knew it, I had sent out hundreds of messages. It's almost time to wrap this up. Wiping non-existent sweat from her forehead, Nozomi Tojo turned around and said with a smile. If this were an old shrine, she would probably be exhausted by now. Not only do they have to receive guests who come to make wishes and offer incense, but they also have to deal with all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. However, this shrine was quite clean, with little trash or dust. There don't seem to be many customers. The shrine is in a pretty good location. Okay, sister. Don't call me that. Hearing Luoxia's voice, Tojo Nozomi sighed helplessly. Although I've tried to correct it many times, it hasn't worked at all. It's really a headache. But looking at the beautiful girl with long flowing hair in front of her, Tojo Nozomi surprisingly couldn't get angry. This guy is clearly a boy, but seeing the other person's cute face made my anger disappear. Strangely enough, Nozomi Tojo was certain the moment she saw that face. This is a good man. I'm not the type to judge people by their appearance. Alright, it's time to change and go back. With a clap of her hands, Nozomi Tojo was the first to enter the dressing room and change into her shrine maiden outfit. There's something odd about the facilities at this shrine. In many places, there's a sense of perfunctory work. Although she had worked part-time at a shrine before, she had not systematically studied this area, so Nozomi Tojo did not know what was wrong. When Nozomi Tojo came out after changing her clothes, Rorschach had also changed out of his shrine maiden outfit. How on earth did you do that? Looking at Luoxia, who had turned back into a short-haired boy, Tojo Nozomi felt countless doubts in her heart. Putting aside her hair, she only changed her clothes and didn't put on any makeup. Why is there such a big difference between the two? If the current Rorschach is obviously a boy, then the Rorschach with long hair before was obviously a cute girl. The most important is, the previous long-haired Luoxia was quite pleasing to the eye, making it impossible to be angry with her. And now, Rorschach. Thinking this, Nozomi Tojo's gaze fell on Rorschach's face. Whispering sound. Hey, do you have a problem with my face? Pointing to his face, Luoxia said with great dissatisfaction. He had just noticed Tojo Nozomi staring at his face and assumed she was just another naive girl captivated by his charm. Just as he was about to pull out his prepared but never used lines for rejecting girls, he heard Tojo Nozomi scoff in annoyance. In that instant, Luoxia felt that his heart had been greatly hurt. No, I just don't know why I feel inexplicably angry. Tojo Nozomi explained with a somewhat unfocused look in her eyes. She didn't know why she suddenly felt inexplicably angry just now. Then, he subconsciously clicked his tongue. I'm not usually like this. I get it, you're just jealous of my charm. No. Before Rorschach could finish speaking, Tojo Nozomi interrupted him. Although he had a smile on his face, there was something strangely scary about him. But you are clearly Luoxia, classmate. Once again interrupting Luoxia's speech, which was about to be delivered in a reasoned manner, Tojo Nozomi looked at Luoxia with a smile and said. The smile on his face darkened for some reason. Those big eyes were empty. Let's go, it's time to go home. Oh. Nodding obediently, Luoxia followed obediently behind Tojo Nozomi. This woman is terrifying. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he saw Tojo Nozomi, who was walking ahead, suddenly turn around and give Rorschach a friendly smile. Luoxia, are you thinking about something very rude? No, you hesitated. It's an illusion. Really, real. I believe you. Nodding and smiling, Nozomi Tojo continued forward. Speaking of Luoxia, classmate. Seemingly remembering something, Tojo Nozomi looked at Rorschach beside her and said, it seems we haven't formally introduced ourselves yet. Let's start with me. Although Luoxia seems to be a little mentally unstable, but he is indeed a good person. Nozomi Tojo has now acknowledged Rorschach's friendship. Despite her seemingly ordinary appearance, Nozomi Tojo doesn't make friends casually. In the past, there were also some girls my age at the places where I worked part-time. However, Nozomi Tojo did not make friends with many people. On the one hand, there was little contact, and on the other hand, Tojo Nozomi could always sense a subtle malice and rejection from those people. They're all here for part-time jobs, but they still form cliques. Nozomi Tojo said she couldn't understand it. My name is Nozomi Tojo, a 17-year-old second-year student at Otonakazaka Private Academy. My interests are taking afternoon naps and fortune-telling. After Nozomi Tojo finished her self-introduction, she didn't say anything but just smiled and looked at Rorschach. It was as if they were waiting for him to introduce himself. My name is Luoxia, a first-year student at Tianmu High School, 16 years old. Interests are, what were they again? How would I know about something like that? When Rorschach introduced himself and got to his hobbies, he suddenly stopped talking. He doesn't have any particular hobbies or interests. If I had to say, would watching the scumbag angel get his comeuppance count? However, this is a hobby that's not easy to talk about. It will ruin the good image I have in other people's eyes. Luo Xia.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Thought to himself, completely oblivious to the fact that I never imagined that I had no image left to maintain. I look forward to your guidance from now on, Junior Luo Xia. With a slight bow, Tojo Nozomi deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words junior. Rorschach followed suit, bowing and saying, "Please take good care of me, Fei 11 senpai. It is good." Huh? What does Feishi mean? Just as she was about to respond, Nozomi Tojo belatedly realized the problem. What is Feishi? Are you talking about me? Feishi is indeed Feishi. Stop right there. At the far end of the alley, a figure leaning on a cane silently watched the two disappear at the end of the road. An uncertain light flickered in his pupils, which were like violet gemstones. Let's go back. A crisp sound rang out, and something in the darkness responded softly. Chapter 50, The number of strange rivals increases. Luo Xia, what's your favorite food? I prefer to eat sweet foods. Where is Luo Xia? By the way, Luo Xia, you've been at school for so long, do you have a girl you like? After all, he's a teenage boy, so it's understandable. What kind of person do you like? Early in the morning, Luo Xia walked to school as usual, but the difference is that he now has a chattering guy by his side. Objectively speaking, this girl is indeed a beautiful girl. Her long, light purple hair cascaded down her back, as smooth as the finest silk. His golden pupils always seemed to carry a faint smile. She always had a faint smile on her face, and looked very gentle. Under the light, her fair skin even had a warm, jade-like luster. Even in a school uniform, it's easy to see that she has a beautiful figure. The black stockings and her fair skin with a hint of pink created a subtle yet striking contrast. The first impression it gives is, this is such a gentle girl. And they must be the type with a great personality and a love of learning. Even just glancing at it a couple of times makes me feel guilty for desecrating something beautiful. Even Rorschach couldn't deny that this guy was very handsome and pleasing to the eye. But that's the problem. This guy is an angel. No matter how good the prerequisites are, everything changes when you add the phrase this guy is an angel. That includes the guy in front of me, Shiraha Raphael Ainsworth. Students of Class B, Year 1, Tianmu Academy. In the class next to Rorschach's. She has a very good reputation in class. Everyone says she is gentle, kind, and often helps small animals. But in fact, this guy is an angel. He graduated second in his class from the Angel Academy in the heavens, second only to Gabrielle. She appears gentle and kind on the outside, but is actually a complete sadist. The really bad kind. They find pleasure in teasing others. My favorite toy is Satania, crossed out. I like you to be a little far away from me. After a moment of silence, Luo Xia spoke expressionlessly. To be honest, Rorschach had absolutely no liking for this guy. I just want to get as far away from this guy as possible. The moment Rorschach saw Raphael, he knew one thing for sure. He's a nasty guy. Rorschach had absolutely no desire to get involved with this kind of guy. After all, he was just a naive and innocent little devil. Such an evil angel was still too terrifying for him. Oh my, I didn't expect Luo Xia to like me. Covering her mouth, Raphael said with an incredulous look. As soon as Raphael saw Rorschach, an idea popped into her head. This guy is like me. For some reason, Raphael was very certain of this. It might be the same principle as how stand users are attracted to each other. Even among sadists, there can be resonance. But when two sadists meet, one of them will always be tamed into a masochist. Raphael's goal is to take the lead and become the sadist who has the last laugh. Should I say she truly deserves to be called an angel? This thought process is truly incomprehensible to normal people. Like Rorschach, although he didn't realize that the two were somewhat similar, he still instinctively wanted to stay away from this guy. Are you just ignoring the last few words? As for this sadistic angel who only heard I like you and ignored the rest of the words, Luo Xia said he didn't want to say anything more. Talking too much feels like a waste of time. And, if that's what you're saying, then it's not impossible. Stroking his chin, Rorschach said thoughtfully. You think I'd blush and stammer like those innocent young boys, saying I don't have such thoughts? I'm very sorry. So you can continue teasing me? Too naive? I'm a man who studied under a yin? Raphael's expression froze. Did I just hear something strange? Did I hear something wrong? Looking closely, you really are quite good looking. Although she has a terrible personality, she has a pretty face and a great figure. If I like you, I think I can accept it. His gaze swept across the room as Luo Xia calmly read aloud. Just like I said before, Raphael is really beautiful. Incidentally, according to the official settings, Raphael's bust size is already an F, and it's still increasing. To be honest, such unscientific things only happen in the world of anime and manga. Such a beautiful girl wouldn't exist in the real world. That was a very bad comment. If this recording were released, Luo Xia's reputation would probably collapse instantly. With her smile returning, Raphael held up her phone and spoke. Although not everything was recorded, it was enough. That's what Raphael thought. It's alright, I know memory erasure magic anyway. With his hands on his hips, Rorschach said this. Doesn't the demon realm restrict you demons from using magic when you come to the human world? There are restrictions, but do you think I even bother with those guys? I'm a demon, you know. What you said makes so much sense, I'm speechless. Raphael pursed her lips, her gaze towards Rorschach somewhat subtle. This guy is unlike any demon I've ever seen before. The notebook in the celestial realm, crossed out. In some literary works set in the celestial realm, demons are always portrayed as weak and vulnerable. In short, if you don't work hard, you'll become a plaything for a bunch of angel sisters. But this guy in front of me is very different. Unlike those kind and innocent demons. Raphael watched Rorschach with great interest. Besides Satania, I think I've found a really interesting toy. No, they're rivals. Looking at Rorschach, Raphael's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. This guy? It's well worth conquering. Raphael thought so. Why is this guy glaring at me? Rorschach, who didn't get Raphael's point, looked at her with some confusion. Is it possible? This guy is provoking me? Like a bolt of lightning ripped through the night sky, Luoxia felt as if he had understood something. Since that's the case, I can't admit defeat. With his eyes wide open, Luoxia glared back without flinching. There seemed to be lightning flashing between the two of them. It ended with Raphael conceding defeat. Doesn't this guy's eyes ever get dry? Rubbing her eyes, Raphael thought resentfully. We won. Rorschach clenched his fist and revealed a victor's expression. Chapter 51, What Hellish Death Jokes. Despite the formidable rivals, I still have to keep studying. These two, one a demon and the other an angel, were so focused on not being late that they didn't even have the energy to argue on the way. Indeed, the most terrifying thing in this world is neither a demon nor a monster. It is humans. Because the darkness hidden within the human heart is enough to devour all monsters. Cough cough. That's a bit far. Although he wasn't quite sure what this sadistic angel in front of him was thinking, Rorschach wasn't worried at all. After all, no matter how bad her personality is, those all have to follow the rules of the game. Angels and demons who come to the human world must, under normal circumstances, abide by the rules jointly established by both parties. This applies to both Gabrielle and Raphael. But Rorschach is different. This guy will deliberately break the rules. You think you have a great hand and are fearless, but the next second your opponent flips the table. It's really a pity, though. As if she had thought of something, Raphael said with some regret. What's the regret? Here. Raphael showed the photos on her phone and said with a regretful expression. I thought I could use this to blackmail Luoxia. Could you please not say such things with such a calm expression? Honestly, you're clearly an angel. Sometimes Luoxia really wondered if the demon realm was called the demon realm because the people there were all honest people. Should honest people be held at gunpoint? Enraged. A photo is displayed on the phone. Judging from the environment, it must have been taken at dusk. In the photo, the girl dressed as a shrine maiden looks sadly into the distance, as if she is reminiscing about something. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the girl's shoulders. The girl's body looked as if it were coated with a thin layer of gold. The girl standing in front of the shrine's torii gate exuded a sense of sacredness that seemed out of step with the times. She was like a priestess who had traveled from the Warring States period. Ah, that's a good shot. This photography technique deserves praise. Stroking his chin, Rorschach said this. The gentle and lovely-looking girl in the photo is him. To be precise, it's a work photo of him wearing a shrine maiden outfit. That's right, that's how Rorschach understands it. Isn't this just a work photo? There is something. Seeing Rorschach's expression, Raphael completely extinguished any lingering thoughts she might have had. Obviously, this photo of him in women's clothing will not become a weapon for the other party. Pity. Raphael thought with some regret. Speaking of which, it's surprising that Luoxia works part-time at a shrine. What a surprise. Putting away her phone, Raphael's gentle smile returned to her face. To be fair, if you disregard this sadistic angel's nature, this guy is quite pleasing to the eye. At least she's much more pleasing to the eye than that Gabrielle. Tisk. Gabrielle, who was catching up on sleep while lying on her desk, suddenly raised her head and clicked her tongue in annoyance. What's wrong, Xiaojia? Just now, I suddenly felt like someone was talking badly about me. No, it might not be a person either. As she said this, Gabrielle's gaze subtly drifted toward Rorschach's table. Gabrielle's angelic intuition told her that it must have been this idiotic demon who was behind it. It doesn't matter if it isn't. That idiotic demon talks about himself behind his back at least 10 times a day. Even if that feeling just now wasn't because of him, Gabrielle felt perfectly justified in throwing mud at him. As a model citizen of the new era, I have an obligation to do something to give back to society. With his chest out, Luoxia spoke righteously. His face seemed to be shining with holy light. So, may I ask, did Luoxia receive his salary? This is not a salary, but a reward that deserves for good deeds. Since it's a voluntary act of giving back, has Luoxia ever thought about helping this poor little angel? With her hands clasped together, Wynette looked at Rorschach with pitiful eyes and said, if it were a typical innocent boy, he would probably be blushing right now. But Rorschach, sorry, I will only help those young ladies who can't even afford clothes and are standing in the cold wind. You might as well just perish on the spot. Raphael's eyes twitched, and her previously pitiful demeanor instantly crumbled. This guy really doesn't seem embarrassed at all. Despite the repeated setbacks, Raphael did not give up. On the contrary, her fighting spirit soared even higher. This is the opponent she's truly determined to face. Raphael felt her fighting spirit had been completely ignited. She's sure to win this guy over. What's wrong with this guy? Seeing Raphael's spirited appearance, Rorschach subtly moved 2 steps to the side. Although it's uncertain whether idiocy is contagious, but it's still better to be careful. Judging from this guy's current condition, this disease is probably incurable. Speaking of which, why did Luo Xia choose to work part-time at a shrine? Given the friendly relationship between our heavenly realm and the demon realm, you could easily choose to work part-time at the church. I believe that this will definitely further promote our relationship. With her hands folded in front of her abdomen, Raphael asked with some curiosity. Finally, he couldn't resist teasing Rorschach a little. He himself is a pure theoretical master, but not even a master. But there's this inexplicable persistence about it. Moreover, they have a friendly relationship. Haha, just listen to these kinds of things and don't take them seriously. Actually, I initially wanted to find a part-time job at a church, but there are so few churches here in Japan. It's either too far or the pay is too low. Luo Xia spread his hands, looking somewhat troubled. In fact, he did consider the church at first, but finally gave up. The distance to work is actually secondary. The main issue is the low salary. Yes, there aren't many Christians here in Japan. There are very few churches, I don't know why, Raphael said with some emotion. This was indeed a genuine expression of her feelings. Although he's a sadist at heart, he still has feelings for the celestial realm. Naturally, they also hope to see the celestial realm get better and better. However, in Japan, the number of people who practice Catholicism is relatively small. Needless to say, churches and the like are also included. I think I know why. As if struck by a sudden thought, Luo Xia revealed a wicked smile, which he quickly suppressed. Why? Raphael looked at Rorschach with some curiosity and asked. Because priests like little boys, but Japanese people don't. What the hellish death joke is this? Are you serious about saying this in front of angels in Japan? Chapter 52 This is Youth. Gabrielle, who was lying on the table, let out a long yawn. Last night, as usual, she was engrossed in the game until dawn before remembering to go to sleep. However, after going to bed, I felt very energetic and even had a slight urge to go for a run. I tossed and turned in bed all night, unable to fall asleep. This is probably what it means to have eyes wide open like copper bells. Squinting, Gabrielle scanned the classroom. 2 familiar figures flashed past the window. Okay. Raising an eyebrow, Gabrielle looked out the window with some curiosity. It's those 2 guys. In the corridor, Rorschach and Raphael were talking about something. Gabrielle scratched her head, looking a little puzzled. How did these 2 get involved? Do not understand. These 2 hadn't been in contact at all before today. Lowering her head, Gabrielle decided to sleep a little longer. Nothing is more important than getting a good night's sleep right now. I'm sorry, Luo Xia, I can't accept your previous confession. It seems I've heard some very exciting news. Gabrielle suddenly raised her head, her pink ears twitching as she tried to eavesdrop on the 2 people's conversation. What do you mean by sleeping or not sleeping? This can happen anytime. But this kind of gossip will only happen once. Sometimes, some things are more important than anything else. Apparently, now is that moment. But I can't hear anything at all. The noise around her made Gabrielle show an annoyed expression. The students in the classroom were chatting casually, and the noise completely drowned out the 2 people's conversation. Only fragmented words could be faintly heard. For example, I'm sorry, actually, I have feelings for you, like me, admire you, it's okay. Although these words don't prove anything, Gabrielle has already secretly imagined millions of words of romance drama in her mind. Furthermore, because of his own dislike for Luo Xia, he imagined Luo Xia as a desperate, unrequited lover. Thinking about it this way has made me feel much better. But in fact, are you out of your mind? Looking at Raphael with disdain, Rorschach said unhappily. When did I confess my feelings to this guy? Is there something wrong with your brain? Wasn't it a confession? He clearly said he liked me. Gently covering her mouth, Raphael deliberately feigned surprise as she spoke. Then, feigning sudden realization, he said with a hint of apology. Oh, I'm sorry, Luo Xia. I shouldn't have said this at school. After all, you're a strong-willed boy. You'd be upset if people found out about this. If it weren't for the smile in this guy's eyes, Rorschach might have actually believed that this guy was apologizing. Sure enough, angels are all wicked creatures. In fact, I only feel disgust towards you. Waving his hand dismissively, Rorschach said as if shooing away a fly. Besides, it's not that I can't understand why you would have such fantasies. After all, I am indeed very charming. It's normal for someone like you, whose mind is full of love and romance, to imagine that I like you because of some small things. After all, a girl like you really needs someone to admire. It's okay, you can be more confident in telling me things next time. With his hands braced against the wall, Luo Xia spoke with a playful smile. Their current pose looks like a wall slam, but actually, okay, it does have a bit of a wall slamming feel to it. Wow, look, how dare you? This is youth. Pink bubbles filled the air as the 2 gazed at each other tenderly. This is from the perspective of a passerby, but from the actual perspective. You're so shameless. Same here. Sparks seemed to flicker in the void. As a high-level player, Raphael has always been able to easily manipulate someone in her past life, especially when facing a simple-minded demon like Satania. While these silly demons are quite amusing, sometimes the sense of accomplishment isn't that high. After all, Satania is quite easy to manipulate with just a little guidance. Xiaojia is the same way. But today, Raphael has found an enemy that can ignite her fighting spirit? This is a powerful enemy? Looking at Rorschach, who was less than a fist's distance away, Raphael revealed a smile full of fighting spirit. I will definitely be the one to win in the end. The winner takes all, the loser warms the bed. I, Raphael, am the emperor? As for Luo Xia, he didn't quite understand what this guy was thinking. But Rorschach clearly sensed the fighting spirit and determination emanating from Raphael. As the future ruler of the demon realm, he will accept any challenge and defeat it honorably, even if the opponent is an angel. Although he hasn't found a track yet, Rorschach has already started sprinting. Probably that's it. For a moment, the two were once again locked in an awkward stare-down situation. Why isn't this guy blinking? Fine, I won't blink either. Let's see who can hold out longer. So this is a challenge for me? Then I can't lose. To be honest, both of them have some kind of mental issues. It's truly incredible that the celestial realm and the demon realm haven't been destroyed yet. Given the nature of these angels and demons, they could destroy themselves even without external enemies. Wow, I've discovered something incredible. Looking out the classroom window through the glass, Gabrielle had an expression of great interest. She is not sleepy at all now, full of energy. I never imagined that Rorschach, that idiot devil, would like someone like Raphael. That's unbelievable. Gabrielle originally thought Rorschach would like a more timid type. For example, that girl from the next class whose name is Yatsuya something. Or perhaps it's a simpler type of girl, like Vivi. Even at worst, it's something like Satania. Forget it, let's not talk about Satania. Having sex with someone who is mentally challenged is illegal. With so many options available, why did you choose the worst one? Gabrielle, being an angel, mercilessly criticizes Raphael, who is also an angel. I didn't feel embarrassed at all. Class is about to start, I need to go to the classroom, Rorschach. Raphael moved to the other side of Rorschach and said with a smile like that of a Japanese Nadeshiko. Oh, then goodbye. Luo Xia waved his hand dismissively. After entering the classroom, Luo Xia noticed that the way people around him were looking at him seemed a little strange. I never expected this, you idiot devil. Resting her chin on her hand, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach with a subtle expression. Chapter 53, Borrowing Your Chest. Feeling the subtle look in Gabrielle's eyes, Rorschach felt somewhat confused. What's wrong with this guy? Are all angels like this? Thinking this, Luo Xia's dislike for the celestial realm deepened even further. Sure enough, the angels in heaven are all a bunch of lunatics. It's nothing, just a little sentimental. Shaking her head, Gabrielle put on a wistful expression. Because of preconceived notions, Gabrielle had already concluded that Rorschach had been rejected after confessing his feelings and was only pretending to be proud. Tisk tisk. He's definitely a teenage boy, so inexperienced. Thinking this, Gabrielle's lips curled up into a wild, unrestrained smile. Just seeing this idiotic devil get his comeuppance makes me feel good. What are you lamenting about? Tilting his head, Luo Xia looked slightly puzzled. Did this guy forget to take his medicine before he went out today? Or did he take the wrong medicine? It's okay. If you're sad, just cry it out. I understand. Patting Rorschach on the shoulder, Gabrielle looked at him with a loving gaze. There was a hint of kindness, a hint of pity, and mostly schadenfreude in those eyes. Joke? Would I pity this idiotic demon? I'll only laugh at him hysterically when he's sad, and I'll record it on video. Ha 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 ha. The smile gradually becomes wicked.jpg. In Gabrielle's mind, a chibi version of Gabrielle wields a scarlet trident, topped with a pair of devil horns, laughing maniacally. She couldn't wait to see this idiotic devil cry his heart out. Although she herself has no dating experience, but based on her understanding, guys who get rejected after confessing their feelings usually feel very disappointed. Some girls who get dumped even resort to self-harm. Gabrielle doesn't understand this. So what if we break up? And then again, why even bother with dating? Are games no longer fun, or comics no longer interesting? How many couples at this age can stay together? In the end, it just makes things harder for yourself. He glanced at Gabrielle's suppressed laughter, then at the pat Gabrielle had on his shoulder. Luo Zhen thought for a moment and then said, "Would you lend me a warm embrace so I can cry my heart out? Or you could say the shoulder. Go to hell." As if electrocuted, Gabrielle withdrew her hand and looked at Rorschach with the eyes of someone looking at trash. This guy must be out of his mind, right? Sure enough, this kind of guy deserved to be rejected. If anyone agreed to this guy's request, then something really fishy would happen. Don't look at me like that, it makes me sad. Oh, that's really sad. I can't tell at all that you're sad. What I mean is, it's sad that you're still alive. That's a really hurtful thing to say. Thank you for the compliment. Rorschach was used to Gabrielle's disdainful look. I get looked at like that several times a day. If I didn't have immunity, I would have been so ashamed that I would have committed suicide long ago. Seriously, what's going on between you and that Raphael guy? Gabrielle asked in a low, mysterious voice. She is still very curious about this matter. Perhaps gossiping is just a girl's nature. Just like how giving advice on dating has become a common skill for men. If that's the case, could the guys in a dorm use this mutual guidance method to help everyone find a partner? This idea seems very feasible. I don't know, I was eating bread and singing this morning. This guy suddenly came looking for me. Then he said a bunch of strange and incomprehensible things. Rorschach said he didn't know what had happened either. This guy suddenly showed up. Even now, Rorschach still doesn't understand what this sadistic angel is thinking. Oh ho, so Raphael found you first. I really didn't expect that. Gabrielle's face showed a look of shock. It seemed as if they hadn't expected Raphael to be so open and bold. After all, that guy usually appears gentle and kind. Although it's all a disguise. As an angel herself, Gabrielle knew that guy's true nature very well. That guy was as wicked as an idiot demon. Yes, I'm quite troubled by it too. This is clearly the first time we've met, even though it's not the first time she's met me. With a sigh, Luo Xia expressed his helplessness. Perhaps this is the inevitable path that the future ruler of the demon realm must take. There will always be some strange enemies coming your way, but he will not back down? Have you met before? Gabrielle asked with some curiosity. She thought the two were meeting for the first time today. It seems the two had no contact at all before. It doesn't count. After carefully considering his words, Rorschach said, that guy went to the place where I was working part-time and secretly took pictures of me. What the hell? Secret photo. Gabrielle looked at Rorschach in shock. I originally thought that Raphael was just having his usual fit and wanted to tease this idiotic demon. But I never expected it to be for real. And they even sneak into other people's part-time jobs to take photos and such. Isn't this perverted behavior? Yes, but the filming is actually quite good. The photography skills are commendable. Nodding, Rorschach, whose photography skills were practically non-existent, gave Raphael's photos high praise. These are photos I couldn't take. After hearing this, Gabrielle's expression became even more subtle. This is truly incredible. And if you look closely, this idiotic demon is actually quite good-looking. Her skin is very fair and she doesn't have any pimples or acne. Its scarlet pupils shimmered like jewels in the sunlight. Long eyelashes even for women. Even the child, Gabrielle, was a little jealous. It's the face of someone who lives off a woman. Gabrielle thought to herself with malice. Xiaojia, Luo Xia, what are you doing? Vinette, who was carrying homework, looked at the two of them with some curiosity. What's wrong with these two today? Luo Xia looked on with a sigh, while Xiaojia looked at Luo Xia with a very subtle expression. Vina, I have something to tell you. Gabrielle grabbed Vignette and whispered something in her ear. And so on. Now there were two people looking at Rorschach with subtle glances. Seriously, what's wrong with you guys? It's nothing, it's nothing. Asterisk 2. Chapter 54. Gabrielle also wants a part-time job. Speaking of which, Luo Xia, you actually have a part-time job. Vinette looked at Rorschach with some surprise. Based on her understanding of Luo Xia's living expenses were the highest among them. Her and Satanese combined living expenses probably don't even amount to as much as Rorschach's alone. So why did Luo Xia take a part-time job? Luo Xia is clearly the type of person with low material desires, and he always manages to save a lot of his allowance each month. As she was thinking this, Wynette inadvertently caught sight of Gabrielle, whose eyes were shining. Mom. Now I understand why Luo Xia wanted to take a part-time job. Yes, that part-time job is pretty good. The working hours are quite flexible, and all the other employees are lovely girls except for me, plus the salary is high. Luo Xia counted the benefits of this part-time job on his fingers. In fact, putting aside the fact that this job is dangerous, the benefits are actually quite good. Where can I find a part-time job? Count me in. Raising her hand, Gabrielle said impatiently. She's been spending quite a bit of money on in-game purchases lately. The money I just swindled from Rorschach is almost all gone. Whenever Gabrielle has money, she sets aside a portion for her living expenses and uses the rest to spend on in-game purchases. Normally, Gabrielle wouldn't use this living expense for anything else. That's what she thought at the very beginning. But later, for various reasons, I can't help but spend that money on in-game purchases. This resulted in Gabrielle's living expenses always being insufficient. But after Picorine came to Gabrielle's house, Gabrielle came up with a brilliant idea. The situation at the time was as follows. Pecora. With a snap, Gabrielle pressed down on Pecора's shoulder and looked at her seriously, saying, I need your help. Pecora blinked her big, innocent eyes, looking somewhat puzzled. What help can a useless angel like myself, who has lost my angelic halo and all my power and can do nothing, possibly offer? She can't buy groceries or cook, and she's always bad at housework. Last time I went out to buy something, I was robbed by a small white dog carrying a pineapple bun. As expected, a useless angel like me should just find a place to commit suicide sooner rather than later. Just as Picorine was feeling down, Gabrielle placed a stack of money in her hand. Pecora, I'm entrusting my living expenses to you. Could you please keep an eye on it for me? Please? I believe in you? Patting Peppa's shoulder, Gabrielle looked at her with trusting eyes. The trust in her eyes was like a ray of light in the darkness, warming Pecorine's wounded heart. Pecora felt warm and full of energy. I will. Trust me. Holding the living expenses handed to her by Gabrielle, Pecora said with tears in her eyes. In her view, what she held in her hands was no longer money. This is Gabrielle trusting herself? I absolutely cannot let Gabrielle down. Seeing Pecora's moved expression, Gabrielle felt a wave of relief wash over her. This should reduce living expenses significantly. That's what Gabrielle thought. Unfortunately, she overestimated her desires. In the days that followed, whenever Gabrielle ran out of money to spend on in-game purchases, she would always try to trick Picorine into giving her money after a period of internal struggle. Pekara, trusting Gabrielle, didn't think much of it and readily gave the money to Gabrielle. Gabrielle, who spends the money on in-game purchases, quickly falls into deep regret after a brief period of pleasure. Every time I think about my actions, I feel deep regret and distress, and I am determined not to continue like this. But afterwards, I still can't help but spend money on in-game purchases. Just like you in front of the screen. I'm not referring to spending real money on in-game purchases. This is one of the reasons why Gabrielle is always so persistent in trying to swindle money from Rorschach. After all, I felt really bad for Pekara if things continued like this, since that girl trusted me so much. But if it comes to swindling money from this idiotic demon, Gabrielle says she feels no guilt whatsoever. Want me to take you to a part-time job? After hearing Gabrielle's words, Rorschach turned around and looked at Gabrielle, that worthless angel. With messy hair and tired eyes, it was obvious that he had stayed up all night and hadn't had time to catch up on sleep. She exuded a decadent aura, not at all like a beautiful young woman. He's more like a middle-aged man who's been working in society for many years. Gabrielle is just one step away from those middle-aged men who feel a sense of despair, where no matter how hard they work, they see no hope. No, don't even think about it, it's impossible. Under Gabrielle's expectant gaze, Rorschach spoke without any mercy. Gabrielle's eyes instantly went from expectant to utterly empty. A hint of despair shone through his empty pupils. Great, this perfectly matches the vibe of those middle-aged men. Why, you can get a part-time job? Why can't I? Gabrielle slammed her hand on the table and said indignantly. Clearly, this guy is very dissatisfied. Why can this idiot devil get a part-time job but I can't? In what way am I inferior to this guy? I work part-time at the shrine. Look at yourself, is this how a shrine maiden should behave? Pointing to Gabrielle's severe dark circles, Rorschach said with obvious disdain. Other shrine maidens, when they stand there, are either youthful and beautiful or exude a transcendent aura. And Gabrielle, when others see this, wow, good grief, has he not slept for days? He looks ready to return to God's embrace at any moment, so it wouldn't be surprising if he closed his eyes and left this beautiful world the next second. Besides, priestesses always speak softly. If Gabrielle were to go, the scene was too beautiful for me to imagine. I am a dignified angel? What's wrong with being a witch? It is an honor for that shrine. I'm an angel, you bastard. Gabrielle slammed her hand on the table and argued her case forcefully. HP-1-1-1-1-1. The force was so immense that even the boys on the side were terrified. Gabrielle is so strong. Yeah, with that kind of power, 2 punches would be enough to knock me down, right? You're overestimating yourself. 1 punch, no more. While Rorschach and Gabrielle were arguing their points, Wynette discovered a blind spot. Why is Rorschach's premise that she's a part-time shrine maiden? Something feels off. Although it's hard to pinpoint exactly what's wrong, there's definitely something wrong with Wynette. Chapter 55 The Demon Princess and the Shrine. After some debate, Gabrielle. They still couldn't convince Rorschach. Tisk, what an idiotic devil. Ha, fallen angel. These two are still the same. Seeing Rorschach and Gabrielle locked in a fierce confrontation, Wynette gave an awkward but polite smile. Honestly, she's almost gotten used to the two of them. These two seem uncomfortable if they don't argue every day. What are those two doing now? With her head tilted, Satania, who had just entered the classroom, looked at Rorschach and Gabrielle with some confusion. She couldn't quite grasp what had just happened. Besides, Satania had no intention of investigating something that happened 2 or 3 times a day. Just as the two were at loggerheads, Takashi Natsume arrived. Luoxia. After exchanging a few quiet words, Luoxia and Natsume Takashi left the classroom. Behind them, Gabrielle stared speechlessly at the two people's backs. Does he think I can't hear him? To be honest, whispering at such close range is no different from normal conversation for Gabrielle. There was absolutely no need for you to whisper like that. Haha. With an awkward yet polite smile on her face, Wynette said she didn't want to say anything. On the rooftop, the cat teacher, with a serious expression, looked at Luoxia. The person and the cat stared at each other for a long time, and then, Rorschach, I'm out of alcohol. Oh, at a time like this, please get down to business, Nyanko-sensei. Natsume Takashi said irritably. I punched Nyanko-sensei on the head. It was clearly Nyanko-sensei who said he had something important to discuss with Rorschach. So this is what you meant by important? Well, don't get excited, Natsume. Wave your front paws, the cat teacher said calmly. I had a feeling that a very powerful person had come here. It seems to be a monster princess or something. Although she is a princess of monsters, Nyanko-sensei did not show any sense of awe in her words. It's as if you're talking about an ordinary person. A monster princess. Before Luoxia could speak, Natsume Takashi behind him raised a question. In fact, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a claim. Do monsters have princesses? Well, but there's no need to worry about it too much. The cat teacher yawned and said nonchalantly. Although she is said to be a princess of monsters, this only applies to monsters of average strength and those who are relatively weak. Essentially, they were just chosen by some weaker monsters for self-preservation. The great demons all had rather ambiguous attitudes toward this demon princess. They either ignore it or they observe. There are also a few who harbor malicious intent. When talking about certain monsters, Nyanko-sensei's words were full of disdain and contempt. It had no objection to weak monsters, but it looked down on these monsters. They actually need a human little girl to protect them. These guys probably took advantage of the fact that humans have short lifespans and that so-called monster princesses are replaced in less than 100 years. It's ridiculous. After settling into a more comfortable position, the cat teacher continued. These things originally had nothing to do with you, but yesterday that monster princess seemed to have gone to the shrine you asked me to inquire about. At this point, Nyanko-sensei gave Rorschach a meaningful look. You devilish boy, you know what I mean, right? I understand. 3 bottles? My treat, 5 bottles. Okay, it's a deal. The two exchanged glances in midair. After that, Nyanko-sensei had a better impression of Rorschach. Sure enough, this child is definitely a devil. What a kind child. That's what Nyanko-sensei remarked. If it were those unscrupulous angels, they would already be trying to squeeze it dry. Luoxia, classmate. Takashi Natsume looked at Rorschach with some concern. I have a feeling that things are getting complicated. And then a monster princess I'd never heard of before appeared. Takashi Natsume couldn't help but think of himself, or more precisely, his book of friends. What is the attitude of that monster princess towards the book of friends? Takashi Natsume didn't know. I have a very worrying feeling about the future. However, he will not back down on the matter of the book of friends. Because this was something left by Raiko's grandmother, he wouldn't give it to anyone casually. Even the so-called monster princess is the same. Furthermore, he had already made an agreement with Nyanko-sensei that the book of friends would be given to Nyanko-sensei after his death. Thinking of this, Takashi Natsume's eyes softened. With the book of friends, Nyanko-sensei won't be too lonely after I die. Well, after all, Nyanko-sensei is just naturally a lively person. Relax, Natsume, this is nothing to me. Give me 2 thumbs up, Luoxia said confidently. He wasn't worried about crashing. When others crash and burn, they're finished. When he crashes, he's sent back to the underworld. The problem is not big. Consider it a trip home. It doesn't matter at all. Okay. Seeing Luoxia's nonchalant attitude, Natsume Takashi had no choice but to trust him. Based on what we've seen so far, Luoxia seems pretty reliable, right? Thinking of Luoxia's usual appearance, Natsume Takashi suddenly became a little uncertain. It should be fairly reliable, right? Takashi Natsume could not confirm this. The other side. Going to the shrine. Yurikawa looked at Yatsuya Maiko with some surprise. I saw that Zi had indeed been paying attention to things related to exorcism and spirit removal for a while. But I've gradually stopped paying attention to it lately, so why is it being brought up again today? Yurikawa said she didn't understand. Yes, the kid next door told me before that he wanted to go see it and asked me to come along. Nodding, Maiko Yatsuya said. In fact, going to the shrine was not her own idea, but the idea of the neighbor's child. The child had a good relationship with him and knew that he was interested in exorcism. After accidentally learning about a shrine that seemed to grant wishes very well, I decided to invite others to go with me. The child herself didn't really believe in these things, but she would go in and make a wish whenever she passed by a temple or shrine. It seems to have been made for the older sister. Then I'll go with you. With a clap of his hands, Yurikawa Kaname said this. As Maiko's good friend, Yurikawa Hana said that she felt obligated to accompany Maiko. Moreover, she has been struggling with her studies recently, so she decided to make a wish. As expected of me, Yurikawa thought to herself with a touch of smug satisfaction. I'm such a little genius. Chapter 56. Gabrielle felt insulted. Kotoko Iwanaga, 17 years old, is the daughter of a wealthy family. She was just an ordinary girl, but one day she was kidnapped from her home by a group of monsters who claimed to be kind monsters while she was asleep at night. When Kotoko Iwanaga woke up, she found herself in a forest. A group of monsters capable of easily killing humans put on a pitiful act and told an 11-year-old girl who was powerless that their situation was very bad and they were often threatened. I hope that Kotoko Iwanaga, this ordinary 11-year-old human girl, can become the princess of the monsters and protect them. At that time, the innocent and kind-hearted Kotoko Iwanaga agreed without much thought. Then, the group of monsters took one of Kotoko Iwanaga's legs and one of her eyes, claiming that her appearance was closer to that of the monster princess. Then they placed Kotoko Iwanaga on a park bench and waited for her to be found by humans. These guys are so kind. Although Kotoko Iwanaga later became the so-called monster princess, she did not gain any real benefits. Although physical fitness has improved somewhat, the improvement is actually quite limited. In addition, it has the ability to communicate with monsters and get some monsters to help it. Although she is said to be a princess of monsters, many monsters completely ignore Kotoko Iwanaga. This includes many powerful monsters who have lived for many years. They might give Kotoko Iwanaga some face because of her reputation, but that doesn't mean they're actually willing to listen to her. Unless Kotoko Iwanaga can gain their approval, this monster princess is in a rather awkward position. To control monsters, you need their approval, so most of the time you're just doing work for nothing. This identity is not as useful as the Book of Friends left by Raiko Natsume. Rather than becoming a princess of a monster, it's more accurate to say she gained the opportunity to talk to a monster face to face. A young lady from a wealthy family was transformed into a monster princess who travels the world doing unpaid work for a group of monsters. It sounds great, but if this hadn't happened, Kotoko Iwanaga would probably be healthy and enjoying her youth right now. Is this the shrine? Inside a hotel, Kotoko Iwanaga sat cross-legged on a large bed, fiddling with the computer in front of her. The computer screen displayed information about the shrine where Rorschach worked. This shrine is said to be very special, with a very high success rate for making a wish. The shrine maidens in it are also very pretty, especially the one with black hair. Just kidding. Two small, adorable monsters lay quietly beside Kotoko Iwanaga's hand. Most of the monsters around Kotoko Iwanaga are of the harmless type. A small number of them have some fighting ability, but it's quite limited. If they encounter a stronger Iwanaga Koto, they'll have a headache for quite a while. Yes, Your Highness. A white fox dressed in a cherry blossom kimono stood upright beside Kotoko Iwanaga. Its name is June, and it is one of the few yokai that genuinely cares about Kotoko Iwanaga, the yokai princess. In its eyes, Kotoko Iwanaga's so-called identity as a monster princess was not important. What it cares about is that such a young child is being asked to shoulder this mission. This pained it greatly. Kotoko Iwanaga casually put her laptop aside and started teasing the little monster next to her. These little monsters haven't fully developed their intelligence yet, and are similar to some pets. Are there angels and demons here? After thinking for a while, Kotoko Iwanaga said, if possible, she would like to have some contact with those angels and demons. Consider it an insurance policy. Yes, Your Highness. Nodding, June quickly understood Kotoko Iwanaga's idea. I suggest you make contact with the demon first. Why? Kotoko Iwanaga was somewhat puzzled. Logically, shouldn't we first make contact with the angels? Isn't it dangerous to come into contact with demons? Because demons are all kind, but angels are not necessarily so. Kotoko Iwanaga felt a little lost. Demons can be kind, but angels may not. What does this mean? Shouldn't it normally be demons and evil? Could it be that evil demons are the exception? On the other side, Rorschach, who was arguing with Satania about whether pineapple buns or takoyaki were tastier, suddenly sneezed. Satania? Are you insulting me? After sneezing, Rorschach looked at Satania with a displeased expression. Are you kidding me? If I'm going to insult you, I'll do it to your face, okay? With her hands on her hips, Satania said matter-of-factly. Honest kids like Satania never speak ill of others behind their backs. Normally, it's said face-to-face. Rorschach glanced at Satania suspiciously and then temporarily dropped the subject. Give up, Satania. How could a pineapple bun possibly taste better than takoyaki? You're the one who's wrong? How could takoyaki possibly taste better than a pineapple bun? You talk as if you've ever eaten a pineapple bun. Crack. In that instant, Rorschach seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. That was Satania's fragile heart. Only after this was mentioned did Satania belatedly realize that although she often bought pineapple buns, but it seems I've never eaten it. Every time, that damn dog steals it. Thinking of that dog, Satania wanted nothing more than to kill the guy right then and there. I don't really understand what you're arguing about. These two things are clearly not the same kind. Okay, Gabrielle said helplessly, staring with dead fish eyes. Sometimes she wondered if she really needed to go head-to-head with these two idiots. It feels so cheap and low-class. Why did I end up having a conflict with these two idiots? Gabrielle fell into deep thought. Maybe we shouldn't have too much contact with those two idiots in the future. It would be terrible if this disease of being an idiot were contagious. Judging from their current symptoms, it seems that this idiot condition is incurable. You idiot Gabrielle, takoyaki and pineapple buns are clearly the same thing. Yeah, Gabrielle, you idiot. Before Gabrielle could figure it out, Rorschach and Satania joined forces to condemn her. Puff. Veins bulged on her forehead as Gabrielle looked at the two men with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Two mere idiot demons dare to call me an idiot. Gabrielle felt insulted. You two idiots, just die. Bang bang. 2 punches later, the world was quiet. Whoa, that's scary. Shrinking his neck, Rorschach released Satania, whom he had dragged over as a shield. Seeing the bright red fist mark on Satania's face, Rorschach decided to temporarily refrain from provoking this seemingly menopausal angel. Chapter 57, The Times Have Not Changed. Ugh. Satania opened her eyes somewhat blankly, staring listlessly at the classroom ceiling. What just happened? Satania felt as if there were gaps in her memory. She remembered that she seemed to have mocked Gabrielle along with Rorschach. However, Gabrielle, in a fit of rage, took action. And then, defense is coming. Luo Xia shouted and pulled himself in front of him to shield him. Then Gabrielle punched him twice in the face. Having gradually come to understand everything, Satania suddenly jumped up from the ground. Rorschach? You actually used me as a shield. That's really too much. With a face full of anger, Satania denounced Rorschach's atrocities. The whole person looks like a giant penguin waving its arms and legs. No, penguins are much cuter than Satania, and they're also much smarter. Is it too much? Tilting his head, Luo Xia put on an innocent expression and said, This guy clearly doesn't think he has anything wrong with himself. What a nasty fellow. Gabrielle, sitting in her seat, silently watched Rorschach and Satania. For some reason, Gabrielle was very certain that Satania would soon be fooled by Rorschach. This is not only because I know these two people very well, but also because past experience has taught Gabrielle this. That's outrageous. Satania slammed her hand on the table and shouted. But isn't this all your fault, Satania? Why is it my fault? Weren't we the ones who made Gabrielle angry because of our argument about takoyaki and pineapple buns? So what? With her hands on the table, Satania stared intently at Rorschach. The world is progressing, and so is Satania. She's no longer the naive devil who would get carried away with the slightest provocation. Thinking this, a smug smile crept onto Satania's lips. In order not to be provoked by Rorschach, she searched for a lot of information online and even humbly asked her apprentice Raphael for tips on this subject. That's right, Raphael is now Satania's apprentice. Everyone probably knows the real reason behind this identity. How could that sadistic angel easily give up after discovering such a perfect toy? Gabrielle got angry because we argued about takoyaki and pineapple buns. And isn't it because you, Satania, started this argument that we're arguing? Rorschach said, raising one finger. Satania blinked, feeling that something was amiss. But for a moment I didn't know what was wrong. That seems to be the case. It seems that it really was because of the argument between myself and Rorschach. I was the one who started it in the first place. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Satania's forehead, but she still forced herself to speak. So what? Didn't you argue with me too? Because you came to argue with me, Satania, I argued with you. I clearly satisfied your desire to argue, and now you're blaming me. With an innocent expression, Rorschach said this. Satania had no idea that their conversation had shifted from why Rorschach used her as a shield to the fact that she was the one who had angered Gabrielle. This guy has already fallen into a pit. Gabrielle, who was watching from the sidelines, thought with certainty. Although she couldn't find any logical flaws in Rorschach's argument right away, she was certain that Rorschach had no good intentions. Feeling sorry for her, Wynette prepared to step forward and persuade Satania to stop arguing with Rorschach. But she was stopped by Gabrielle as soon as she opened her mouth. Ignore those two idiots, Vinny. Let these two argue if they want to. Adopting a spectator's expression, Gabrielle said this. But in most cases, it's Xiaojia who ends up getting hurt. Vinette wanted to say that, but seeing Gabrielle's excited expression, she ultimately said nothing. There's even a subtle sense of immorality about it. Indeed, I am no longer pure. Thinking this, Wynette lowered her head in embarrassment. Well, let's not talk about Satania, you insist on arguing about this. With a clap of his hands, Rorschach gave Satania no chance to retort and continued. It was Gabrielle who hit you, but Satania, you're blaming me for it. Don't you think this is going too far? Satania, whose mind was still not quite clear, was stuck again. How to do? I think what this guy said makes a lot of sense. That seems to be the case. What did he just say? Why did I get angry in the first place? The repeated changes in topic further exacerbated Satania's already low IQ. Satania's mind is now completely blank. So, the future ruler of the demon realm would abandon the real enemy and attack his own comrades instead. I'll lean close to Satania's ear and say this softly, Rorschach whispered. The moment the words Lord of the Demon Realm were uttered, Satania felt herself suddenly become clear-headed for a moment. Because Satania has often been tricked by Rorschach using this argument, she has developed a certain level of resistance to it. But before Satania could figure it out, Rorschach continued. Well, if you insist on blaming me for Gabrielle hitting you, Satania, there's nothing I can do. After all, it was wrong of me not to stop you when you first angered Gabrielle. The string of words once again threw Satania's mind into a state of confusion. It's like someone who was about to float to the shore being pushed back into the water. Satania's mind was even more confused. What was I trying to say in the first place? However, thanks to Taraja, Satania realized something. It was that bastard Gabrielle who hit her. It's all Gabrielle's fault. How did you come to this conclusion? Gabrielle. Seeing Satania angrily walking towards her, Gabrielle felt like she had been bitten by a dog while walking down the street. Are you out of your mind? Accept the sanction. Sanction you my foot. You idiot. Rorschach gave Satania a friendly smile as he watched Gabrielle pin her to the table in no time. You're not the only one making progress, Satania. You think times have changed, but actually they haven't. While the group was fooling around, a certain flirtatious little girl came over. Chapter 58, The Wrong Impression Deepened. Inside a coffee shop, Rorschach quietly watched the little girl wearing a beret across from him. Natsume Takashi, who was holding Nyanko-sensei, sat next to Ryuma. Besides the three people and the monster, the only other person in the huge coffee shop was the shop manager. No, it's two people, one demon, and two monsters. The owner of this shop is also a yokai, and is considered to be under the protection of Kodoko Iwanaga. If you encounter any problems, you can ask Kodoko Iwanaga for help. Greetings, Mr. Devil. Kodoko Iwanaga said with a slight bow. Judging from her appearance and demeanor alone, this guy does indeed fit the image of a monster princess. But Rorschach didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Natsume Takashi to the side. Previously, Takashi Natsume approached him, saying that someone outside wanted to invite Rorschach. Rorschach came because of Takashi Natsume. Ms. Iwanaga probably doesn't have any bad intentions. Takashi Natsume whispered in Rorschach's ear. Actually, when Kodoko Iwanaga first approached him, Takashi Natsume refused. Compared to the unknown situation regarding Princess Natsume Takashi's change of allegiance, he definitely cares more about his friend Rorschach. However, Natsume Takashi agreed to help Iwanaga Kodoko make the contact because she couldn't resist the other party's repeated requests and Nyanko-sensei genuinely didn't sense any malice. I don't really care about that. Shaking his head, Luo Xia said with a hint of helplessness. In fact, he didn't quite understand why Kotoko Iwanaga would go through such a long and complicated process. We also need to contact him through Takashi Natsume, and then we need to arrange a time to meet. So dealing with such serious people is really troublesome. I'm still waiting to go back and slay those scumbag angels online. With his lifeless eyes wide open, Luo Xia appeared to be observing Iwanaga Kotoko, but he was actually already thinking about which account to log into when he got home. A game that's just about brutally killing that scumbag angel is a bit too boring. Rorschach himself sometimes plays games when he has nothing to do. Is this what a demon is? While Rorschach was observing Kotoko Iwanaga was also observing Rorschach. Judging from his appearance alone, he looks like an ordinary high school student. Although she is quite good looking. For some reason, when Kotoko Iwanaga saw Rorschach's face, she subconsciously used the word good looking rather than handsome to describe it. She herself didn't even realize this. The reason why she went through such a long and complicated process is actually quite simple. She doesn't yet have a clear understanding of what are called demons and angels. In her eyes, those demons and angels must be just as unapproachable as those great monsters. Those great demons who have lived for many years all have some strange tempers that normal people simply cannot stand. According to the fox spirit beside her, these demon angels can kill great monsters. Their strength is only greater than that of a great demon. Subconsciously, Kotoko Iwanaga associated Rorschach with the images of the great monsters she had encountered. They even considered that the other party might be more troublesome than the great demon. The demon you imagine, cunning, capricious, and disregarding human life. The real devil, if you go to school honestly and follow the class rules, you might get killed even if you kill a fish, referring to Satania. What you imagine a demon's daily life to be like, constantly plotting schemes and scheming, full of evil intentions. The real devil's daily life, wearing women's clothing for a part-time job after school. You think the relationship between angels and demons is one of endless conflict, a fight to the death that's practically tearing their brains out? The real relationship between a demon and an angel, they fought from morning till night, until their brains were practically popping out of their heads. That's about all there is. Rorschach and Gabrielle often make a ruckus from morning till night. They started making a ruckus as soon as they met. You mean Satania? This thing is just a bonus, a free item given out in the item race. Due to a gap in information, Kotoko Iwanaga's understanding of demons became slightly skewed. Okay, not just a little. That's a very large deviation. They completely misunderstood Rorschach's character. Although Luo Xia wasn't entirely sure what Iwanaga Kotoko was thinking, he could roughly guess a bit. It seems this child sees him as the kind of person who's difficult to get along with. However, Rorschach has no intention of exposing it for the time being. After all, it's not uncommon for a fool to show such reverence for me. Shouldn't I savor the feeling of being respected? That's what Rorschach thought. So what brings you here? Luo Xia took a small sip of the coffee the shopkeeper handed him, paused slightly, and then casually put the coffee down. So bitter. Sure enough, Rorschach couldn't drink coffee without milk. Even with milk added, he still couldn't get used to the taste. Is such that. Kotoko Iwanaga smiled at the boss standing to the side and explained her purpose for coming. Simply put, the guy behind this shrine has been killing a lot of monsters for some reason lately. The little monsters around were very scared and worried, so they asked Kotoko Iwanaga for help. In fact, Kotoko Iwanaga herself was not sure. Putting aside the fact that the guy in the shrine isn't a yokai at all, but something somewhere between a demon and a yokai, the other party would not recognize her as a so-called monster princess. It's a good thing that they didn't take direct action. Besides, she claims to be a princess of monsters, but in reality, that title is quite exaggerated. Many powerful demons completely ignored her, the princess. Some chaotic and evil monsters are even more so, and some even want to kill her. To be honest, Kotoko Iwanaga sometimes thinks that the boy opposite her is more like a so-called yokai princess than she is. Kotoko Iwanaga glanced at Takashi Natsume without making a sound, and then let out a long sigh. She's no longer that innocent little girl, she's a mature, witty loli, just kidding. She is a woman who is about to come of age. A woman's naturally delicate mind gradually helped her understand many things, but she just didn't say them out loud for the time being. In addition, a bond has already been formed. Just thinking about it gave Kotoko Iwanaga a headache, so she simply gave up on thinking about it. If you don't think about it, then those things don't matter. This ostrich-like mindset saved Kotoko Iwanaga from a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's a good thing, I suppose. That's it. Stroking his chin, Rorschach said meaningfully. I know that shrine you mentioned. I currently work part-time at that shrine. Kotoko Iwanaga's eyes lit up. This made things much easier. As expected, these demons were all scheming. The wrong impression was reinforced in Kotoko Iwanaga's mind. Speaking of which, Mr. Devil, what kind of part-time job do you do there? Kotoko Iwanaga asked with some curiosity. If she remembered correctly, that shrine didn't seem to be hiring male part-time workers recently. Oops, I accidentally let it slip. Chapter 59 Please, Mr. Devil. No, it's nothing. Rorschach took a big gulp of coffee, trying to cover up his slip of the tongue. So bitter. After putting down his coffee, Luo Xia felt as if a bitter melon bomb had exploded on the tip of his tongue. An indescribable bitterness filled my entire mouth. If it weren't for maintaining his outward appearance of composure, Rorschach's face would probably be all scrunched up by now. All right. Nodding, Kotoko Iwanaga clearly didn't believe Rorschach's words. Given that he had previously seen Luo Xia emerge from that shrine, it seemed that this demon did indeed have a part-time job at that shrine. She might really be a shrine maiden. Kotoko Iwanaga didn't find it strange at all. Based on her understanding of demons, these creatures probably didn't place that much importance on gender. It's not surprising that someone would wear women's clothing. You asked her where she got that information? Of course, it's the comics and novels I stayed up all night reading last night. Ahem, this is a necessary means to understand the other party. All I can say is that Kotoko Iwanaga's understanding of demons was wildly wrong from the very beginning. As for angels, it's probably about the same. Although the fox spirit said that angels were not good beings, Kotoko Iwanaga still harbored some fantasies about angels. After all, she's a teenage girl. Hopefully, this little fantasy will last until she meets Gabrielle. LOL. It's decided, he'll come next time Kotoko Iwanaga comes to see Gabrielle. Rorschach was really looking forward to seeing Kotoko Iwanaga's expression of despair. Haha, it's interesting just thinking about it. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Devil. Kotoko Iwanaga took off her hat and said to Rorschach. At the moment, Kotoko Iwanaga hasn't figured out how to deal with the guy at the shrine. But from the current perspective, the best solution is to just eliminate them. It is neither a ghost nor a monster. It is neither under the jurisdiction of monsters nor under the jurisdiction of ghosts. Kotoko Iwanaga didn't have a good attitude towards this kind of guy either. You didn't have many truly obedient and powerful monsters under your command to begin with, and you've already killed off a few of them. Do you really think she's a mascot? She might have been more worried if it were just her alone, but now that this demon is helping her, things are much better. Regarding the issue of payment, Kotoko Iwanaga's current proposal is to pay a deposit first, and then pay the balance after the matter is resolved. The final payment amount will be determined based on the difficulty level that follows, with a minimum limit and no maximum limit. With such great offers, Rorschach had absolutely no reason to refuse. Rorschach even considered whether he should just kick that bastard Gabrielle out of the game. One more person means one more person to share the money. Seemingly sensing Rorschach's thoughts, Kotoko Iwanaga quickly added, "Of course, the money will be calculated separately and will not affect each other." Wow, this is what a young lady from a wealthy family looks like. Furthermore, Kotoko Iwanaga, being a princess of a yokai, wasn't actually spending her own money all the time. Putting aside other things, after helping some yokai solve their problems, many yokai would choose to give Kotoko Iwanaga some gifts. It could be a small gift to express your feelings, or it could be some antique calligraphy or paintings that you collect. These things are useless to monsters, but they are quite valuable to humans. Just call me Rorschach, there's no need to call me Mr. Devil. Wave your hand, Rorschach said. This nickname just feels a bit off. Rorschach sounds much better. Nodding, Kotoko Iwanaga agreed. At this point, Kotoko Iwanaga was finally able to put her mind at ease. Although before coming, June had said that demons were actually quite easy to get along with and were all very kind. But Kotoko Iwanaga was still quite worried. After all, he's a demon. Although the image of demons in comics is gradually moving towards comedy, there's always a difference between reality and comics. It wasn't until now that Kotoko Iwanaga made up her mind. Although the demon in front of me is strange, he is generally a good person. Goodbye. Standing at the entrance of the coffee shop, Luo Xia turned around, greeted Iwanaga Kotoko, and then left the coffee shop with Natsume Takashi. On the way, Takashi Natsume and Rorschach talked about their previous encounter with Kotoko Iwanaga. I remember back then. That day after school, Takashi Natsume was planning to go straight home. But because Nyanko-sensei insisted on drinking, they changed course halfway and went to the yokai izakaya. Then there he ran into Kotoko Iwanaga, who was asking for information. At the time, Takashi Natsume was quite surprised, since he had just mentioned that he had met the yokai princess so quickly. I have this strange feeling that my wishes have come true. Hello, Natsume-kun, and Madara-sama. The girl, leaning on her cane, gently lifted the hem of her skirt, looking like a princess straight out of a medieval film. Kotoko Iwanaga never expected that simply coming to inquire about some information would lead her to encounter the great demon Madara and the holder of the Book of Friends. Kotoko Iwanaga was obviously aware of the Book of Friends matter as well. News of the Book of Friends among yokai is also widely circulated. After all, it's a legendary notebook that supposedly grants the owner the title of King of Yokai, and it contains the names of quite a few powerful yokai. Natsume's colleague, Eiko Materewa, had also heard about it. The information Kotoko Iwanaga received about Madara was quite polarized. Some monsters thought Madara was a fierce and cruel monster. These are generally monsters who are unfamiliar with Nyanko-sensei. The general consensus among cat teachers' drinking buddies is that he's a fat, middle-aged man who loves to drink and whose weight keeps increasing. What's with this long list of names? Hello, Princess of the Monster. Takashi Natsume quickly responded as well. Are you here for the Book of Friends? Takashi Natsume wasn't quite sure, but if the other party was really after the Book of Friends, this conversation probably wouldn't be very pleasant. The surrounding yokai seemed to have sensed Natsume Takashi's thoughts, and the atmosphere gradually became heavy. A yokai princess who fell from the sky, and Natsume Takashi, whom they highly regard. The choice is obvious. Fortunately, Kotoko Iwanaga quickly explained the purpose of her visit. He also stated that he had absolutely no interest in the Book of Friends. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness. After Rorschach and Natsume Takashi left, the coffee shop owner walked up to Iwanaga Kotoko with some resentment. Although Kotoko Iwanaga herself had no particular interest in the Book of Friends, some of the yokai around her felt that as a yokai princess, she should have the right to requisition the Book of Friends. It can only be said that not all the yokai around Kotoko Iwanaga were good yokai. With a wave of her hand, Kotoko Iwanaga also left the coffee shop, leaning on her cane. Before leaving, the white fox spirit appeared from the shadows, gave the boss a warning glare, and then followed Kotoko Iwanaga away. Chapter 60, Innocent Classmate? Who is that? My name is Gabrielle, an angel. I'm currently at this coffee shop, spending money on in-game purchases. Just kidding. He works hard to earn his living expenses. If it were written as a light novel, the title would be My Experience as a Fallen Angel Working at a Coffee Shop to Spend Money on Gamification. Sure enough, as long as you add quotation marks, even a paragraph can be a light novel title. Staring blankly with lifeless eyes, Gabrielle stood behind the bar, quietly watching the entrance of the coffee shop. They seemed to be anticipating the arrival of guests. It's really not easy for Tianzhen. The shop owner, who was wiping the glass, noticed this and couldn't help but sigh. In the boss's eyes, Gabrielle is the kind of transfer student who comes to a foreign country and city alone to study. I don't have any friends, and my Japanese isn't very good either. I have to work part-time to earn my living expenses. The moment the boss saw Gabrielle, for some reason, a whole host of tragic scenarios suddenly popped into his head. Not only did they take Gabrielle as an employee, but they also paid her a much higher salary than a normal part-time job. Gabrielle silently withdrew her magic. Speaking of which, Tianzhen mentioned that a friend might be coming over today. Following Gabrielle's gaze toward the entrance, the shopkeeper suddenly remembered that Gabrielle had mentioned earlier that a few friends would be coming over today. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but when the word friend was mentioned, Tianzhen seemed quite unhappy. It must be an illusion. Although she has fallen, the lingering saintly aura from her days as a good angel still makes people feel good about Gabrielle at first sight. Simply put, it means a fixed plus 10 favorability bonus. That's great. The shop owner put down his cup with a touch of emotion. I also worked part-time at a coffee shop to learn in the same way. But at that time, none of my friends came to visit me. Perhaps this is what friendship in youth is all about. Opening his squinting eyes, the boss's expression was full of nostalgia. Dingling. The coffee shop door was pushed open, and the wind chimes hanging on the door jingled crisply. 3 girls and 1 boy walked in together. Hello guest. Whispering sound. Subconsciously welcoming the guests, the boss suddenly heard Gabrielle next to him scoff, sounding quite annoyed. Is it an illusion? Is it an illusion? Although Tianzhen has been causing quite a few problems these past few days, her attitude has always been good, so she probably wouldn't do something like this. Thinking this, the boss looked at Gabrielle beside him. Oh, it's these idiots. From Gabrielle's gloomy face, the boss seemed to see a sentence. You can't do that, naive. On the surface, everything appeared calm, but inside, the boss was screaming with rage. The red-haired girl among them scanned the room after entering, and her eyes lit up when she saw Gabrielle. She immediately strode over. No problem, trust Tianzhen. Taking a deep breath, the boss put on his signature smile again, and just as he was about to say something, Gabrielle's voice rang out. Sorry, we're closed today. Please go home and close the door when you leave. The boss's mind went blank for a moment. Are you serious? What are you saying, Gabrielle? I came all the way here just to see you. With her hands on her hips, Satania said with a dissatisfied look. She had originally planned to rest at home all day, but Satania reluctantly got out of bed when Vinette knocked on the door saying she was looking for Gabrielle. My precious weekend has been ruined. However, it's acceptable if you're just looking for Gabrielle to play with. I didn't ask you to come, you came of your own accord. Staring with dead fish eyes, Gabrielle said with disdain. It's impossible to get rid of these two no matter where you go. One refers to Satania, and the other, naturally, is Rorschach, who is lost in thought in the background. This guy looks like he just woke up. Last night, Rorschach discovered something very serious, and he couldn't sleep all night. Rorschach tried many methods to fall asleep. Rorschach tried everything from counting goats at the beginning to doing squats and even running, but he couldn't fall asleep. Satania, who had been tossing and turning until noon today, was dragged out of bed by Satania, who was kicked in by the door, and her toes even hit the table leg. Enraged, Rorschach pinned the idiot Satania to the ground and gave him a good beating. It took Vinette a lot of effort to pull Rorschach away. Then, Raphael, that jerk who was watching the show, took indecent photos of him. 2 women and 1 man, their clothes disheveled and their posture indecent. If this photo gets out, it'll definitely cause a huge problem, okay? In the end, Rorschach made Raphael delete the photos on the condition that you can play with Satania for a week. Incidentally, this condition was not agreed to by Satania himself. But Rorschach believed that with Raphael's cunning, she would definitely have a way to make Satania accept the terms happily. Oh, it's a friend? You scared me to death. The boss, who had gradually sorted out his thoughts, let out a long sigh of relief. He was terrified. He thought his order was about to be flooded with negative reviews. Fortunately, these people are Tianzhen's friends. So you're all friends of Tianzhen. After that, I'll leave it to you, Tianzhen. The boss smiled and said something before preparing to leave, giving the space to his friends. However, this idiot isn't my friend, and neither is that guy behind me who looks like a moron. Innocent classmate? Who is that? Do we know her? The first sentence is spoken by Gabrielle, and the second sentence is spoken by Satania. Upon hearing this, the people around looked at Satania with strange eyes, as if they were seeing this kind of idiot for the first time. Okay, take back what I said earlier, there were two guys with idiotic faces. With a slap to her face, Gabrielle suppressed the surging killing intent within her. Sooner or later I'll have to deal with this idiot. Rorschach, has Satania gone mad from what you've done? It's not my business. Behind them, Rorschach and Raphael were whispering to each other. This is definitely because you, Luo Xia, used violence, and using violence is wrong. What are you trying to say? Give me 2 more days to play with Satania. 3 days, let me have some peace and quiet. Make a deal. Are you treating Satania like merchandise? Vinette, who seemed about to speak but hesitated, watched the two complete a dirty deal and opened her mouth. In the end, he said nothing. Chapter 61, The demon was corrupted by the angels. At the owner's arrangement, the group sat down in the best spot in the store. Although Gabrielle often acts a bit unreliably, the boss does have a good impression of her. It wasn't because of Gabrielle's magic, but because of her own thoughts. After all, she was once an angel. So what would you like to drink? Gabrielle slammed the menu on the table with a bang and said irritably. It's clear they don't like these people very much. She originally thought that only Vinny would come, but she didn't expect that the other 3 guys would also come. Yes, not only Rorschach and Satania, but also Raphael, who is also an angel, is disliked by Gabrielle. After all, this guy is a proper angel. It seems quite normal not to be liked by angels. In fact, 70% of Raphael's daily pleasures come from Satania, and the remaining 30% from Gabrielle. But when facing Rorschach, he has a burning desire to win. Although Rorschach still doesn't understand why Raphael is clinging to him. What would you like to drink? As she flipped through the menu, Wynette thought with some distress. Actually, she doesn't drink coffee very often. While Wynette was looking at the menu, Raphael chuckled and looked at Rorschach, asking. It seems like Luo Xia didn't sleep well last night. Yes. Nodding, Luo Xia spoke in silence. Seeing Rorschach's unusually well-behaved demeanor, Raphael's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure. I silently kept this message in my heart. When Luo Xia is sleep-deprived, he becomes very quiet and looks much cuter than usual. Why? Did you have a nightmare? Well, the reasons are actually quite complicated. Rorschach remained silent in the face of Raphael's question. Yes? Why? Could he say he was surprised to find himself, a demon, seemingly corrupted by an angel? Since the start of the daily online Killing Scum Angel event, Luo Xia has been logging on to play on the computer every day, just to wait for that scum angel to kill. But in games, you can't just find someone whenever you want. When he has free time, Luo Xia will wander around and take on some missions. Gradually, Rorschach also developed the habit of playing games, and he would play games for a while even when Gabrielle wasn't online. Last night, after returning home, Luo Xia habitually turned on his computer and sat down at his desk. The moment he touched the mouse, he suddenly realized something. Looking at his hand resting on the mouse, Rorschach fell silent. I didn't play games at all. Why are you suddenly playing games all of a sudden? Looking at the game interface on the computer, Luo Xia fell into deep thought. After careful consideration, Rorschach came to a conclusion. It must be that scumbag angel Gabrielle's fault? That's right. It's all that bastard's fault. That night, Rorschach, who had come to this conclusion, could not sleep and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He, a future ruler of the demon realm, was corrupted by an angel, and after school he didn't do his homework but instead played games. Just like a way. Objectively speaking, this is indeed a good thing for a demon. But he was corrupted by an angel? I had a strange feeling that I was being desecrated and tainted. If it weren't for the fact that it was really inappropriate, Luo Xia would have wanted to cover himself with the blanket and sob. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Looking at Rorschach's face, which suddenly contorted, Raphael slowly typed a question mark. What strange thing have you thought of? Your face looks so pale. Seeing Rorschach's distorted expression, Raphael thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to provoke him further. A qualified sadist needs to master the degree of stimulation and learn to gradually break through the other person's psychological defenses and attack little by little. What would you like to drink? Stop dawdling and hurry up. Gabrielle slammed the menu down in front of Rorschach and said in a harsh tone. She found it hard to feel any goodwill towards this idiotic devil, except when he was ripping her off. At that time, in Gabrielle's eyes, Rorschach was no longer a demon, but a human ATM. Even if this idiotic demon is quiet today, it's still the same. Looking at Gabrielle's face, Rorschach felt a surge of anger. We're all friends. Are there any discounts available? For example, 50% or 60% off. Free service would be great too. Yes, we do. Would you like a 15% discount? Staring with dead fish eyes, Gabrielle said with disdain. Discount? What are you thinking about? I didn't kick you out right away because I'm in a good mood today. He silently took the menu, pretended to flip through it a couple of times, and then said, Give me a geisha, with 2 packets of sugar, and a SpongeBob SquarePants on top. Crack. Before Gabrielle could speak, the shop owner behind the counter couldn't resist crushing the cup in his hand. Many people may not understand what this concept means. It's like when the chef at a state banquet brings out a dish of boiled cabbage, you add 2 spoonfuls of salt, and then ask them to cut it into shreds for you. Honestly, you're lucky you ran fast enough that the chef didn't slice you into shreds. You're here to cause trouble. Gabrielle slammed her hand on the table and shouted. Although she only works part-time, she knows a little about coffee. This guy is obviously here to cause trouble, isn't he? A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and a long, slender watermelon knife appeared in Luo Xia's hand. After twirling the watermelon knife in Rorschach's hand, he grabbed it with a snap and plunged it into Gabrielle's stomach. In an instant, snapped. As soon as he stood up, Rorschach was subdued by Wynette with one hand. Could you please ask Luo Xia not to cause trouble in someone else's shop? Iaojia, you too, can you not cause trouble for the boss? Although she wore a kind smile, Vignette now seemed as terrifying and horrifying as a true demon king from hell. The fake king of the demon realm, he spends his days lounging around and slacking off, getting tricked by God in all sorts of ways. The true king of the demon realm, suppressing other demons with one hand. Okay. Shrinking her neck, Gabrielle said weakly. The current Vignette is a bit too frightening. Her aura is more terrifying than the most terrifying person Gabrielle has ever seen. Didn't you see that Raphael on the side is not saying anything? I'm ready. Satania closed the menu in her hand and said loudly. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Looking up at the scenery before her, Satania, whose brain was already not very sharp, experienced a brief mental lapse. Why was Rorschach pinned to the table by Wynette? Why is Raphael staring at the desktop? Is there anything on the desktop? Gabrielle, why aren't you saying anything? It just goes to show that the saying fools are often blessed is quite true. At least for Satania, there's no need to know too much about the current situation. Chapter 62, Gabrielle discovers the blind spot. In the end, Rorschach still didn't order coffee. This is still a bit too early for him. You asked him when he would become a mature adult who drinks coffee? All I can say is that if coffee were equated with maturity, Rorschach would probably never drink coffee in his life. At Wynette's suggestion, I ordered a glass of hot milk. Honestly, are you all just here to cause trouble? With a stern face, Gabrielle brought over the drinks the group had ordered. To be honest, she really wanted to kick all 3 of them out right now, except for Vinny. As for Raphael, although their relationship was generally good, that didn't stop her from disliking this guy. Back in the Celestial Academy, this guy was always second place, while Gabrielle was always first. That has never changed. Ahem, it's a conspiracy. Because of this, Raphael has a mysterious obsession with Gabrielle. This manifests itself in various forms of tracking. Did this guy actually awaken back in the celestial realm? I feel inexplicably frustrated. Looking at Leffel's smiling face, Gabrielle thought with some displeasure. We're not trying to cause trouble. We're just here to support you. Satania slammed his hand on the table and shouted. She wouldn't have come if it weren't for the fact that the other person was Gabrielle. Why can't we just relax at home this weekend? Really are. You're here to support me? Thank you so much. Now that you've already complimented me, can you leave? Extending her hand, Gabrielle gestured for her to leave. If Gabrielle initially had a somewhat disdainful attitude towards Satania, then now it's all because of a book she stumbled upon. On the possibility of intellectual disability transmitted. The book was simply sitting quietly on Rorschach's desk. Gabrielle happened to be passing by and spotted the book at a glance. It was just an ordinary book, but for some reason it held an inexplicable attraction for Gabrielle. Driven by this impulse, Gabrielle inexplicably picked up the book and opened it. After reading the book, Gabrielle's attitude towards Satania underwent a subtle change. This guy, is he going to pass on his idiocy to me? That's roughly the feeling. Are you saying bad things about me? Satania narrowed her eyes, as if she had sensed something. Just a moment ago, she sensed a feeling of disgust from Gabrielle. Satania was certain that Gabrielle had been talking about her behind her back. There's really no need to doubt it. Given Gabrielle's personality, it would be strange if she didn't make fun of Satania once or twice a day. Unless I didn't see Satania that day. You guy. Looking at Gabrielle's face, Satania felt a fire burning within her. She was filled with rage. He obediently sat down and started drinking his coffee. It wasn't because I was afraid of Gabrielle. Rather, it's because. Stare. Feeling Vinette's kind gaze behind her, Satania silently suppressed all impulsive thoughts. My life is more important. My life is more important. The last guy who angered Vinette is still unconscious. Rorschach remained silent, his head pressed against the table. No. He is currently unable to speak. Hoping everyone was alright, he glanced at Rorschach, who was being suppressed by Vinette with one hand. Gabrielle also silently looked away. I never realized that Vinny could be so violent. That's really scary. It's true that honest people are the scariest when they get angry. After putting down her plate, Gabrielle sat down next to Wynette. The boss previously said that Gabrielle could temporarily ignore the other guests and just chat with her friends. Although there weren't actually any other customers in this shop. The food tastes really good, but surprisingly there aren't many customers. After taking a small sip of coffee, Raphael said with some surprise. From her perspective, this coffee was a pretty good one, but surprisingly, she didn't have many customers. There haven't been any other guests since they arrived. This puzzled Raphael. It tastes pretty good. Indeed, it tastes really good. Vinette agreed somewhat. The owner is clearly a very nice person, and the coffee tastes good too. Why are there no customers? This is something Wynette cannot understand. It's a bit of a pity. What just happened? Luo Xia slowly woke up, staring blankly at the glass of milk in front of her. What is this? What just happened? Perhaps because Wynette accidentally used too much force, Rorschach's memory is still stuck on the time when he was holding a knife and preparing to stage a scene of Hua Qiang splitting a melon. You're awake. You're a lovely girl now. Luo Xia slowly typed out a question mark and said abruptly, I'm cuter than you anyway. This time, Gabrielle slowly typed a question mark. When I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. I have a feeling that your statement is a bit dangerous, young man. Gabrielle's eyes suddenly sharpened. She felt as if she had discovered something. She and Wynette consulted Rorschach briefly about the recent investigation report on the Celestial Realm and the Demon Realm. Wynette, what's the most popular food among boys? Rorschach, peaches and dog food. Gabrielle, what type of clothes do teenage boys like the most? Rorschach, JK uniforms and black stockings, or maybe white stockings. Gabrielle, I meant what I like to wear. Rorschach, that's what I meant. Gabrielle, it's like you've worn that kind of thing. Rorschach, you haven't even seen it. How would you know if I'm wearing it or not? Gabrielle didn't pay much attention at the time. After all, this guy had been making jokes more than once or twice. You can only believe half of what this guy says. You have to carefully discern the truth from falsehood within that half. That's what Gabrielle thought at that time. But now, for some reason, Gabrielle's angelic intuition tells her, there must be a story behind this. Rorschach, that idiot devil, is definitely hiding something. Knowing Rorschach's personality well, Wynette paused for a moment. Based on her understanding of Luo Xia, he might actually do something like that to prank others. Raphael, who knew the truth, wore a smug smile. It's like watching someone else get hooked on a show you've already watched the whole thing. Although I really want to spoil the plot, I have to hold back, but occasionally I still can't help but have the urge to spoil it. Why are you looking at me like that? Scratching his head, Luo Xia, still somewhat confused, asked. Chapter 63, Gabrielle wants to be God. Nothing. Seeing Rorschach's questioning gaze, Raphael gave him a knowing smile. Do you think she'll tell Rorschach what's really going on? This is impossible. There's a technique to spoiling plot points. Spoilers at the right time can cause double the damage. Strange. After muttering a couple of things, Luo Xia shook his head and didn't pay any more attention to it. In Rorschach's eyes, these angels and demons were all abnormal, so it was normal for them to occasionally act strangely. Amidst their bickering, it was time to leave work. Bye-bye, manager. Thanks for the hospitality. The shop manager's cooking skills are excellent. Rorschach, you clearly drank milk. Shut up. Rorschach slapped Satania on the head and said with displeasure, do you think you'll die if you don't sabotage things? Standing in front of them, Raphael, with a gentle smile on her face, clasped her hands together and said softly, even though you don't have many customers here, your cooking skills are really good. Please don't underestimate yourselves, even though we don't have many customers right now. Are you really trying to comfort me? Why did I feel even sadder after listening to it? To be honest, I wasn't feeling uncomfortable at all at first. After hearing your words, I started to feel pain instead. A smile was on his face, but the shop manager's heart was already clenching. Thank you so much for comforting me. All right, you guys should hurry up and leave. Gabrielle, who had changed her clothes, said with a displeased expression. What exactly are these people doing here? Are they here to cause trouble? If she could, Gabrielle would want to kick these guys out right now, except for Vignette. As expected, Vinny is the real little angel. I'm clearly the angel here, so why do you think others are angels? Gabrielle fell into deep thought. Something feels off. Sometimes Gabrielle herself feels that her angelic aura might be more suitable for Vignette. Why don't I just go to the demon realm and become a demon myself? Wrong? I looked at the pure and gentle Vignette and the silly and naive Satania. Gabrielle is definitely better suited to the celestial realm. The demon realm is too simple and uninteresting. As for Rorschach, have you considered developing your career in the celestial realm? What are you crazy about? Seeing Gabrielle suddenly pressed against his face, a cross suddenly appeared on Luo Zhen's forehead. Although I knew this scumbag angel was abnormal, I never expected him to be this abnormal. What would happen if a weak, pitiful, helpless, and handsome little devil accidentally wandered into the heavenly realm? You can guess the consequences even with your backside, right? Given the nature of those evil angels, a handsome and kind demon like him would probably be devoured by those angels with immense evil in no time, and then discarded without a second thought. Even if you fight back with your life on the line, it's useless, and you end up tragically becoming a toy for a group of female angels. They were trapped in that white hell all day long. Such an ending is truly, it seems pretty good. Hiss. Luo gazing sharply, Xia fell into deep thought. If this line of thinking were followed, the position of the so-called Lord of the Demon Realm didn't seem so important after all. After all, the Lord of the Demon Realm can only rule the Demon Realm. But he went straight up to the Heavenly Realm. Ha, a mere Lord of the Demon Realm. You're not serious, are you? Gabrielle was surprised to see Rorschach deep in thought. I just mentioned it casually. This guy is actually starting to think about it seriously? Not right. It's not right. There's definitely something wrong here. Looking at Rorschach suspiciously, Gabrielle had reason to suspect that this guy was definitely thinking something bad. It's possible that they're planning an evil scheme to dismantle the celestial realm from within. Gabrielle knew that this guy had always harbored a great deal of hatred towards the celestial realm. How could ordinary things possibly resolve the other party's evil intentions? In some ways, Gabrielle's thinking wasn't wrong. You must use magic to fight magic. Only a greater evil can resolve evil. Yes, huge. Gabrielle is also helpless about Rorschach's dislike for him. It wasn't us angels who bullied you demons, it was that guy God. Go find him. What's the point of contacting us? We can't control what that guy thinks either. Although we're bullying the devil too, whispering. If I, Gabrielle, were God, I definitely wouldn't. I'm letting you off so easily. You'll all have to work hard and spend money on me, no mercy, and all your wages will have to be handed over to me. They should even thank me for providing them with these jobs. Otherwise, why don't I charge them for the jobs too? They assign a mountain of unfinished work, and then charge overtime pay, electricity and water fees, and damage fees for desks and chairs. As expected of me. Thinking about it this way, Gabrielle suddenly found her target. Indeed, I should continue to strive in the direction of God. However, given the current situation, it's highly unlikely that she will be able to take the place of God. There are too many competitors. We really need to find a way to get rid of those competitors. Thinking this, Gabrielle looked up at Rorschach. Isn't this a natural scapegoat? You're the one. Sacrifice yourself for the sake of spending money on in-game purchases. Just then, Luo Xia also raised his head, and their eyes met in the air. Although I have no idea what this idiot demon, scumbag angel, is thinking, this guy definitely needs my help. It's quite subtle, the two of them understand each other's thoughts. Their goals have subtly shifted. What are those two doing? Are they competing? Count me in. Looking at Rorschach and Gabrielle staring at each other, Satania slowly typed a question mark. She couldn't quite understand what the two of them were thinking. Satania thinks these two are probably having a contest where whoever blinks first loses. This kid is sometimes too naive. Crack. With a smile on her face, Raphael took a picture of the two looking at each other. Looking at the album on my phone, I pondered whether to put it in the Rorschach or Gabrielle album. After some thought, I decided to put it in the Rorschach and Gabrielle art book. Raphael has many more photo collections like this. Raphael put down her phone, a warm smile on her face. Ah, youth is wonderful. And Vinette. Those two are doing something stupid again. With a sigh, Vinette felt utterly exhausted. I was just a simple, good kid at first. How did I start turning into a sarcastic character? Chapter 64, Nonsense Literature. At the entrance of the coffee shop, the two silently gazed at each other. To be precise, it was an angel and a demon silently staring at each other. Their gazes seemed to spark an invisible flame in the air. The three people around them looked at the two as if they were idiots. You know what I mean. Gabrielle gave her a look and said quietly. Standing opposite Gabrielle, Rorschach nodded and said, although I don't understand it very well, I roughly understand it. What are you talking about? At that moment, a sentence suddenly popped into Gabrielle's head. Brute? What do you know? Gabrielle frowned and looked at Rorschach with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. You are the winner of the Contemporary Nonsense Literature Award? That's as good as saying nothing at all. Don't be a riddle maker, you idiot. The Riddler gets out of Gotham? What? I was the one who started the riddle, so it's all right now. Although Gabrielle was very aware after her fall from grace that her thought process was not quite normal, but she also often felt that Rorschach had something wrong with his head. In terms of sheer stupidity, I, Gabrielle, would call you the strongest. Wait, why would I put myself on the same level as this guy? Gabrielle frowned. She noticed something was wrong. Indeed, intellectual disability is contagious. I need to stay away from those two idiotic devils from now on. Gabrielle instinctively took a step back, trying to distance herself from Rorschach and Satania. But as soon as he took a step back, he was pushed forward by the force coming from behind. All right, stop blocking the doorway, let's go. With a clapping hand, Wynette pushed the group away from the doorway with a helpless expression. Although she had gotten used to the daily routine of these people, Wynette still often felt very helpless. I often feel out of place because I'm not weird enough. This is probably what's troubling Vignette the most right now. Don't push me, Vinny, I can walk by myself. Gabrielle, who was being pushed along by Vignette, said with dissatisfaction. At least don't be pushed to be with this idiotic devil. I don't want to get mentally challenged from this. Rorschach, who was also being pushed along, nodded, preparing to say something as well. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, let's hurry up and go back. With a slight smile, Wynette said this. Feeling the faint force coming from behind them, Rorschach and Gabrielle both fell silent. Nodding, the two let Wynette push them along. Behind the three, Satania was shouting, extremely dissatisfied with the two of them not including her in the match. Raphael, with a mysterious smile on her face, comforted Satania. Actually, you're stirring things up, aren't you? Typical Raphael. This scene actually looked somewhat harmonious. They were clearly a group of demons and angels, but at this moment they were just like a group of ordinary friends. The other side. Ah, it's Yatsuya-senpai. Standing at the front door, Nishimiya Yuzuru greeted Yatsuya Maiko. I have a pretty good impression of my neighbor, Yuzuru Nishimiya. The reason was that on a rainy day, Yatsuya Maiko and Yurikawa Hana brought Nishimiya Shoko back home because she didn't have an umbrella. Since then, Nishimiya Yuzuru, who was originally aloof, has become much nicer to the two of them. especially after Yatsuya Maiko started taking care of her older sister. Nishimiya Yuzuru knew that Yatsuya Maiko's family was not doing well either. Because her father, the breadwinner of the family, passed away, she still has a younger brother to support. Mrs. Yatsuya was under a lot of pressure. In comparison, my own family's situation is actually a little better. Although my sister's treatment will cost a lot of money, my mother has a good job with a high salary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bought a camera. Cameras aren't cheap. Ah, it's Yuzuru. Just as she was about to go home, Maiko Yatsuya smiled and waved. She also had a good impression of Yuzuru Nishimiya. Compared to children of the same age, Nishimiya Yuzuru is much more mature, perhaps because she wants to take care of her older sister, so she matured early. He also deliberately dressed himself in a boyish style. Both Yatsuya Maiko and Nishimiya Shoko felt somewhat sorry for this child. The gentle-natured Nishimiya Shoko always feels guilty seeing her younger sister change from her original appearance to her current state. It was clearly not my sister's fault. Even after Yuzuru Nishimiya repeatedly explained, this remained the case. Are you free this weekend, Yatsuya-senpai? This weekend? Subconsciously frowning, Maiko Yatsuya pondered. If nothing unexpected happens, Nishimiya Yuzuru wants to ask her to go to that shrine to make a wish. It's the shrine that's said to have very effective wishes. Yatsuya Maiko had originally planned to go, but she put the idea aside for the time being after receiving a gift from Luoxia. But if Nishimiya Yuzuru asks her to go, it wouldn't be a problem. Let's make a wish for Nishimiya Shoko's recovery. It can only be said that faith does indeed have its significance. When you realize that you can't solve your problems with technology, you can only place your hopes on faith. And these unscientific methods can occasionally bring unexpected joy, but more often than not, faith serves to provide a pillar of support for those on the verge of collapse, giving them the courage to keep going. Therefore, God should be ethereal and elusive, or even non-existent. Only a non-existent God can prevent faith from collapsing. For humankind, the ethereal and intangible God is the best God. Ahem, we've gotten a bit off topic. No problem, just remember to call me when the time comes, Yuzuru. I want to take Zayahua with me. Nodding, Maiko Yatsuya said with a smile. Luoxia had previously mentioned that Yuri Chuanhua's constitution seemed to be quite special. Therefore, it's not impossible that Yatsuya Maiko's bringing Yurikawa Hana along wasn't without a sense of exploration. We need to at least figure out what exactly is wrong with Zayahua. Yurikawa-senpai? Okay. After thinking for a moment, Nishimiya Yuzuru readily agreed. I also have a good impression of the lively and outgoing senior, Yuzuru Nishimiya. Because this kind of vitality is something she and her sister don't have. Ever since her older sister was bullied and transferred schools, the word vitality seems to have disappeared from the Nishimiya family. Although Nishimiya Shoko always smiles gently, she gives off a fragile feeling. Like the epiphyllum in the early morning, it looks beautiful but can disappear at any moment. Yuzuru Nishimiya, on the other hand, became a child covered in thorns. She matured early and wanted to protect her older sister. But I gradually became somewhat gloomy. When she's alone, Yuzuru Nishimiya often thinks, why don't those people who bully my sister just die? If there really is a god, why not punish them? Somewhere, a god, completely drunk, rolled over, scratched his butt, and went back to sleep. Then it's settled. Okay. Chapter 65, Opposing me makes me feel happy. See you tomorrow, Soda. Okay, see you tomorrow, there will be vegetables. A little boy with short, silver-gray hair waved goodbye to a girl and then walked home alone. His name is Hori Soda, and the person he just saw was his childhood friend, Okuyama Arena. The two have always had a good relationship, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will be an enviable childhood sweetheart couple again in 10 years. But for now, the two of them are just kids who don't even understand what liking someone means. What will we eat tonight? Walking happily down the street, Hori Soda was full of anticipation. Because my mother often works overtime, and my father is often away from home. So, the housework and meals were all done by her older sister, Hori Kyoko. Just as Hori Soda was thinking this, a dog carrying a pineapple bun came running from a distance. A red-haired girl was following behind the dog. Stop right there. In a daze, Hori Soda seemed to see a scarlet light flashing in the girl's eyes, like a demon crawling out of hell. Hori Soda instinctively shivered and wanted to hide to the side. However, Wang. The moment it saw Hori Soda, the dog's eyes lit up, and after slightly bending its limbs, it leaped up and stretched its body in the air. Then it flew over Hori Soda's head. Satania, seeing this, let out a series of screams. This dog has no sense of martial ethics. They actually used human infants as a shield? At this rate, she might very well bump into the little child in front of her? With a glint in his eyes, Satania stomped his foot and forcefully twisted his body in midair. This makes Satania look extremely comical, like a large spider with its limbs out of control. Satania has clearly not yet mastered her limbs, so much so that they are currently playing with themselves. After a brief glide in the air, Satania plunged headfirst into the adjacent green belt. Judging from her posture, the deceased passed away in a very uneasy manner. Wow. Startled, Hori Soda fell to the ground, accidentally cutting his nose and causing it to bleed. Covering his nose, Hori Soda's eyes seemed to glisten with tears, but they never fell. Hey, Satania, why did you make her cry? A pair of large hands helped Horisota up from the ground. When he looked up, a boy with ruby-like eyes came into Horisota's view. Turning his head, Luo Xia looked at Satania in the green belt and righteously accused her. He wasn't necessarily feeling sorry for the child or genuinely thinking that Satania's behavior was wrong. He simply wanted to criticize Satania. Even without Horisota, Satania might still be criticized for various reasons. For example, stepping in with your left foot first, or not looking at him when he's in the spotlight. What? How can you blame me for this? With a few green leaves on its head, Satania emerged from the green belt, looking displeased. She had already been very careful to avoid this human cub. Okay, it's obviously your fault. That dog only appears where you are. This is clearly the dog's problem. Okay, if you hadn't bought the pineapple bun, none of this would have happened, right? Are you trying to pick a fight? Suddenly, Satania realized the problem. Rorschach is just looking for trouble, isn't he? Is this just nitpicking? No. When suddenly asked the question, Luo Xia's eyes darted around for a second before he spoke calmly. Look at me, you bastard. Weren't you speaking quite loudly just now? Grabbing Rorschach by the collar, Satania felt as if her meridians had been opened. She got it. She never had any problems, she was always a clever devil. It's all Luo Xia's fault for setting her up? A clever devil won't get tricked to whisper from someone. Kid, what's your name? In the blink of an eye, Rorschach had broken free of Satania's restraints and stood in front of Horisota, asking him kindly. You can't tell at all that he was just making things difficult for Satania. Hey you, look over here. Satania shouted loudly, stomping her feet in anger. Is this the only trick you can pull, you bastard? Keep your voice down, don't scare the children. Rorschach glanced disdainfully at Satania, said something, and then looked back at Horisota. Satania was furious, her teeth grinding together. Horisota. Staring blankly at the stranger in front of him, Horisota honestly responded. Although the person in front of me is strange, I guess he's a good person? Horisota thought to himself. Horisota, that's a good name, isn't it? As they talked, Rorschach realized something was amiss. You said your name is Horisota. Don't you have an older sister named Hori Kyoko, who goes to Tenbu High School? Do you know my sister? Horisota asked with some confusion. After staring at Horisota's face for a long time, Luo Zhen silently helped Horisota up and put him on the ground. Then he turned around, grabbed Satania by the collar, and said, Let's go, Satania. Huh? Why? Why are you leaving already? Stop talking nonsense and come with me. No way. Why should I leave just because you say so? The two struggled, neither willing to give in. Rorschach wanted to leave, but Satania wouldn't allow it. Although she had wanted to leave before, now that Luo Xia wanted to leave, she wasn't in a hurry to go. Don't ask why, the answer is simply to go against Rorschach. Making Rorschach upset made her feel good. What are you two doing? A familiar voice sounded from behind, and Rorschach and Satania froze, looking back awkwardly. With a face full of anger, Wynette was helping Horisota up from the ground. Wait a moment, sister. Can you two explain the current situation to me? After speaking to Horisota with a gentle smile, Wynette turned around and her expression became blank. He exuded an indescribable and terrifying aura, like the deepest darkness of the abyss, capable of swallowing everything. Wait, let me explain. No, I mean, Vinny. Yes, we can explain. Luo Xia and Satania said in a panic. Say it, I'm listening. As she said this, Wynette silently clenched her fists and approached the two of them. The way they looked at the two of them was as cold and indifferent as if they were looking at dead people. Chapter 66, Forget it, I'm tired. Hey, your name is Soda. Holding Horisota's hand, Miyamura Izumi spoke in a coaxing tone towards a child. In fact, Horisota was just a little boy. Nodding, Horisota looked at the handsome older brother with some curiosity. Her slightly long hair was tied up at the back of her head. There are 8 earrings in total on both ears, and there seems to be a lip piercing on her lips. He seems a bit like a delinquent. But surprisingly, she's a very gentle person. Although it was their first meeting, Horisota was surprised to find himself quite fond of Miyamura Izumi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so foolish as to let the other person take her home. Not far behind the two, Luo Xia and his 3 dogs were furtively hiding behind a green belt. That's right, it's 4 people. Gabrielle followed later. Originally, it was Wynette who asked her to go shopping today. Not long after they left, Wynette suddenly started running, with a terrifying expression on her face. Gabrielle was stunned. I feel like Vinny has been really irritable lately, her temper has gotten much worse. Is it because relatives came? But it wasn't like this before. Gabrielle felt somewhat unable to understand. It can't be because of a man, can it? Gabrielle fell silent as she thought of Mr. Rorschach, who wished to remain anonymous. In some respects, it seems there's no problem. Is this your reason? Looking at the 2 people in front of her, Wynette asked with some suspicion. When Rorschach first said that he actually had a very important reason, Wynette was a little confused. I watched you push a child to the ground with my own eyes. What important reason do you have? Could it be that you discovered that this child actually harbors an evil power within him, so you intend to exorcise it or make him a human Jinchuriki? Putting aside why you would discover this kind of thing, strictly speaking, aren't we demons the evil forces? After all, they are creatures from the demon realm, and are often portrayed as villains in various works. What could be more evil than us demons? An angel? Yes. With his hands on his hips, Luo Xia said confidently. Idiot? You've shown yourself. Come back here right now. Gabrielle, stop pulling my hair. Shall I pull your tail? You might as well pull my hair. After a while of commotion, Rorschach explained. I once observed the celestial phenomena at night, divining the past and the future. Speak English. Izumi Miyamura and Kyoko Hori will get married. Hori Soda was the catalyst. Under Wynette's threatening gaze, Rorschach said this. Wynette reluctantly believed this explanation. But the problem is, where did you learn divination? If I remember correctly, the Demon Realm Academy didn't teach this kind of thing. Where did Rorschach learn that from? It can't be that they learned it all on their own. Because I am a genius, I learned without a teacher. How dare you say that? With her lifeless eyes wide open, Wynette simply stared at Rorschach, whose face was full of pride. Should I praise you for being great, pat you on the head, and give you a reward at this point? Sometimes I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Speaking of which, didn't you say before that you were going to break up couples? As if she had thought of something, Satania looked at Rorschach with a strange expression. You swore before that as a member of the FFF group, breaking up couples was your inescapable responsibility. Why are they now acting as matchmakers? Oh wait, this guy is a man. So it's the god of love? Our FFF group doesn't burn true love. Giving a thumbs up, Luo Xia said calmly. As a principled member of the FFF group, Rorschach is very tolerant of couples who are truly in love. However, in recent years, the FFF group has not only slowly changed its flavor, but has also been gradually forgotten. It can only be said that as times progress, some things will eventually be forgotten. Just like our history books today, the page we casually turn while laughing and joking is actually someone's magnificent life. The yellowed illustrations and cold words are a testament to his once vibrant and passionate youth. What kind of expression is that? It's disgusting. Seeing the sorrowful yet nostalgic look on Luo Xia's face, Gabrielle said with a look of disgust. Are you looking for trouble? No, I'm just stating a fact. Your silly face really doesn't suit such complicated expressions. You're definitely looking for trouble, aren't you? There's nothing I can do if that's how you think. Gabrielle shrugged and said nonchalantly. Since learning to play games, Gabrielle's landing ability has become stronger and stronger. Regardless of how those people are in real life, their fighting power online is absolutely top-notch. One wrong move and your whole family could be wiped out. Stop arguing, they're at Hori-san's house. Turning back to glare at the two noisy people, Wynette said with some displeasure. Okay. *2. Seeing the two sitting obediently, Satania seemed to understand something. Rorschach, who talks nonsense, and Gabrielle, who looks intimidating, are actually nothing special. Vignette is the one at the top of the food chain? A glint of wisdom flashed in Satania's eyes, and a smile curved her lips. I will prove myself through my actions. I am Satania. I'm not an idiot. In fact, it's quite telling when you start trying to prove you're not an idiot. Under the watchful eyes of the four, Miyamura Izumi pressed the Hori family's doorbell. Then he was talking to Hori Kyoko, who obviously didn't recognize Miyamura Izumi. Click, click. Holding a bucket of popcorn that they had somehow gotten their hands on, the group ate it with great relish. Anything else? Are sunflower seeds okay? Can. Do you have anything to drink? There's Coke. I want something that lasts a lifetime, not something that's just for eating. Raise your hand, Gabrielle said. Sorry, we only have the Coca-Cola version. Who in their right mind would drink Beishi? Shaking the cola in his hand, Rorschach looked at Gabrielle with disdain and said. What? Gabrielle frowned and turned to look at Rorschach. His lips moved a few times, as if he was gathering strength. Just as the two were about to start arguing, Wynette glanced at them, and they immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Satania became even more certain of her idea. Okay, I'll go first. After handing Hori Soda over to Hori Kyoko, Miyamura Izumi prepared to leave. However, Hori Soda gently tugged at the hem of Miyamura Izumi's clothes, as if he didn't want him to leave. Wow, he did it. As expected of my brother-in-law. Seeing Rorschach and Gabrielle watching like they were in a movie, Wynette opened her mouth, but said nothing. Forget it, I'm tired. Chapter 67, So it was all about stealing a man. For Izumi Miyamura, today is an unusual day. It's not because he went to Hori-kun's house yesterday. Well, that's part of the reason, but more importantly, when he got to class today, he suddenly noticed that a few people were looking at him strangely. Stare. In a corner of the classroom, Rorschach, Gabrielle, Satani, and Wynette huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. If it were just that, it would be fine. Luo Xia and his classmates are usually like that too. Although the individuals themselves were unaware of this, the class had already tacitly accepted that they were a small group. The characteristic of a small group is that a fixed group of people always gather together, making it difficult for others to integrate. Luo Xia and his group didn't exclude the others, but the others couldn't fit in either. I can't keep up with these people's topics or thought processes at all. Over time, the classmates began to assume that they were a small clique. But today, the topic of their discussion seems to have turned to themselves. This puzzled Miyamura Izumi greatly. I'm practically invisible in class, so why are they talking about me? Despite his seemingly shut-in appearance, Izumi Miyamura is actually quite sensitive to how others perceive him. By the way, is there any connection between the two? It felt strange that those people were staring at me the whole time. The gaze is different from that of ordinary people. There was no aversion or alienation, but rather a sense of, going to the theater? What's so interesting about me? Suddenly, Izumi Miyamura thought of a possibility. Could it be because of Hori-kun? It seems there's nothing else for them to watch. Thinking this, Miyamura Izumi silently turned her head to look at the group, and her eyes met Luo Xia's. Keep it up, young man. I believe in you. For some reason, Izumi Miyamura seemed to see a certain message in Rorschach's eyes. It's confirmed, they really saw what happened yesterday. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the current situation. Luo Xia, come out with me for a moment. What are you doing, Miyamura? Isn't it inappropriate for the two of us to be pulling and tugging at each other in broad daylight? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Luo Xia was pulled out of the classroom by Miyamura Izumi. This class naturally included Hori Kyoko, whose face looked like she was constipated. What's wrong, Hori? You look terrible. Noticing this, Yoshikawa Yuki asked with some concern. No, it's nothing. Kyoko Hori shook her head and said nothing. It can't be that the contrast between Miyamura's life inside and outside the school is too great, so it's still hard to accept, right? However, when Miyamura pulled Luo Xia away just now, there were some similarities to yesterday, and, thinking of Luo Xia's feigned shyness, Hori Kyoko's expression darkened even further. What happened? This feels so strange. It's as awkward as seeing a disgusting frog perched on your favorite toy. Outside the classroom, Miyamura Izumi pulled Luo Xia aside and whispered, Luo Xia, what were you doing just now? Do not worry. Before Miyamura Izumi could finish speaking, Luo Xia placed his hands on her shoulders and said in a deep voice, we all agreed to the marriage. Go ahead with confidence, we are all your strong support. Who told you that? Miyamura Izumi said angrily, slapping Luo Xia's hand away. Why did you agree to this marriage? They're not officially dating yet, okay. No, he and Hori-kun have nothing between them? Miyamura Izumi was roaring inside. However, it seems that Luo Xia and the others know that he went to Hori's house. With a long exhale, Miyamura Izumi's expression calmed down. I probably won't go there again. Although this is a pessimistic view, it is Miyamura Izumi's truest thought. After all, someone like him always seems so distant from Hori-kun. Miyamura Izumi exemplifies the most typical case of inferiority complex. Despite having good personal qualities, I feel inexplicably inferior. If you ask him to name his strengths, he can't name a single one. I could point out quite a few shortcomings. If you ask him why he is so insecure, he can't give a clear answer, he just feels insecure. Don't worry, young man, you will definitely succeed. Patting Miyamura Izumi on the shoulder, Luo Xia said casually. Luo Xia, you really have a lot of confidence in me. I don't even have that much confidence in myself. Let Luo Xia take pictures, Miyamura Izumi said with a wry smile. I am clearly just a person without any merits. I have confidence not only in you, but also in those guys. Rorschach pointed to Gabrielle and her two companions whispering in the corner of the classroom and said, under my earnest guidance, these people have all joined the Miyamura and Hori faction. So you can rest assured in this regard, no strange people will approach Hori. I'm so damn grateful to you. Staring at Luo Xia with dead fish eyes, Miyamura Izumi felt like she had a million MMPs to say inside her. What the hell is this Miyamura and Hori faction thing? Don't you feel ashamed? Miyamura Izumi suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. Even though I didn't do anything today, I still feel tired. If Wynette could hear Miyamura Izumi's inner thoughts, she might tell him with great emotion. Complaining is actually quite physically demanding. After exchanging a few words, Luo Xia and Miyamura Izumi entered the classroom one after the other. However, before she could even sit down in the classroom, Miyamura Izumi was pulled out by Hori Kyoko. So proactive. Raising an eyebrow, Gabrielle looked at Hori Kyoko with some surprise. She made a bet with that idiot devil Rorschach about when they would officially become a couple. That's not it. After taking a sip of water, Rorschach made a funny face. Little brat, I'm a man who's read the script. You still want to fight me? Let's go back to the heavenly realm and study for another 800 years. On the other side, Yoshikawa Yuki looked thoughtfully at her best friend's figure in the corridor. Hori seemed a bit absent-minded after arriving today, and kept looking in the direction of Miyamura. After Miyamura pulled Luo Xia out, Hori's expression became particularly strange, but he breathed a sigh of relief when the two returned. Little Detective Yuki Yoshikawa is online now. After a series of careful analyses, she came to a conclusion. So that's how it is, they're trying to steal a man. Nodding, Yoshikawa Yuki had a knowing look on her face. Now the truth is out. Honestly, how did you come to this conclusion? Luo Xia, who overheard this sentence by chance, looked at Yoshikawa Yuki with a subtle expression. Chapter 68, Living Expenses Are Insufficient. Back in the classroom, Izumi Miyamura still seemed somewhat dazed. In fact, he really didn't expect Hori to tell him that he could go to her house later. This was something that Miyamura Izumi found completely unbelievable. Or rather, it was something I had never thought about before. But that's how the accident happened. For some reason, Izumi Miyamura had a premonition that her future was about to undergo a major change. He wasn't quite sure where this premonition came from, but this feeling just inexplicably arose. Right, I told you so. As soon as Miyamura Izumi sat down, Luo Xia came over excitedly and said, He was already very clear about what would happen to the two of them afterward. After all, he was once one of those people who stayed up all night with their phones, tossing and turning in bed like maggots with a sweet smile on their face. There's nothing we can do about it, that's just how we viewers of romance anime are. This is the most basic respect you can show to a romance anime. Just like when you look at the Grand Blue Sea, being naked is the most basic requirement. Scratch that. It's just that Hori-san's younger brother wanted to play with me. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Miyamura Izumi pushed Luo Xia away and said somewhat embarrassedly. Right now, Izumi Miyamura feels like a child whose parents have found out he's in a relationship. Although there are significant differences, the sense of shame within is the same. What do you know? Winning over your brother-in-law first, then winning over the person himself, that's the best solution. With an air of you still don't know enough, Luo Xia said with absolute certainty. In some respects, he wasn't wrong. This tactic is at least quite effective against Hori Kyoko. What kind of strange statement is that? Miyamura Izumi's lips twitched slightly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Luo Xia always seems to have a strange excitement and enthusiasm for these odd places. This is something that's hard to resist. It's not a strange statement at all, it's based on my experience. But Luo Xia, you clearly don't have a girlfriend, right? Click. In that instant, it seemed as if something shattered. That was Rorschach's fragile little heart. And if I remember correctly, Luo Xia, you complained to me before that you're so handsome, but you've never even had a girlfriend. As if remembering something, Miyamura Izumi continued. Puff. A sharp blade pierced through Luo Xia's already shattered heart, and then stirred it up as well. Luo Xia, male, is currently a first-year student at Tianmu High School. She has a very good appearance and looks great in women's clothing. Besides her good looks, she also has an interesting soul. On the surface, he's a student, behind the scenes, he's a devil. These elements would be absolute protagonists in any light novel. Adding another Azazel would have been the decisive blow, but unfortunately, we can't. Logically speaking, the protagonist of such a light novel should not lack female admirers. But in fact, Rorschach does not have a girlfriend so far. Although I have good friends of the opposite sex around me. But, Satania? Putting aside the fact that having sex with an idiot is illegal, this guy also considers Luo Xia his greatest enemy and wants to compete for the Demon King's position. Pass? Vigna? This child is too kind, even Rorschach couldn't bring himself to harm her. Besides, Wynette has been unusually irritable lately for some reason. Pass? Gabrielle? More than anything else, Gabrielle probably wanted to twist Rorschach's head off and empty his wallet. What an evil guy. Pass? Raphael? Although he didn't know why, Luo Xia always felt that this guy was very hostile to him and was a formidable rival. Pass? Looking at it this way, there isn't a single person around who fits the description. Nozomi Tojo? Although the two were good friends at the place where they worked part-time, at that time Luo Xia's character was Luo Xiazi, who was a cute girl at heart. Pass? Does this mean that if I continue like this, I'll only be able to find a man? Thinking this, Luo Xia looked at Miyamura Izumi with a somewhat subtle expression. As the saying goes, the reason you still like women is because you haven't met a man who makes your heart flutter. But upon closer reflection, Luo Xia felt that he still couldn't overcome this psychological burden. It's like if you can't find bread to eat, you can't eat shit either. The world is not simply a binary system. If you can't find a girlfriend, you can try dating Hideyoshi. Thinking about it this way, Luo Xia immediately felt much more relaxed. Your eyes look really strange. She shrank back a little, and Miyamura Izumi remarked. The look in Luo Xia's eyes just now made him feel a huge sense of crisis. It's not a life-threatening crisis, but something more important. TCH, guys who are about to find a partner don't deserve to be my friends. Luo Xia glanced at Miyamura Izumi with disdain and said arrogantly. He decided to remain single. Please, a virgin who has never had a girlfriend is super cool, okay? You? With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Miyamura Izumi decided not to continue entangled with Luo Xia. If this continues, it will never end. With an air of indifference, Luo Xia returned to his seat. As soon as I returned to my seat, I heard Satania say excitedly. Rorschach? The Demon Realm's living expenses for this month are coming in. Really? It seems like it's about time. The timing of monthly allowance payments in the Demon Realm is uncertain. It depends on the specific circumstances. Normally it would be on the 15th, but if the 15th of this month falls on a Saturday or Sunday, it will be postponed to the next working day. If it falls on a holiday, it will be postponed to the next working day. The staff member responsible for distributing living expenses once suggested that Indian holidays could be used to calculate the allowance. If India has all the major and minor holidays, then there are more than 200 days of rest a year. But in the end, this proposal was ruthlessly rejected. Let me see mine. They took out their phones and eagerly checked their living expenses. Needless to say, Vinette and Satania's living expenses remained the same. One is unwilling to do bad things, while the other, although trying very hard to do bad things, is basically beyond the reach of evil in terms of intelligence. Gabrielle's living expenses have decreased. It was probably because she had been sleeping in class more often lately, which was something Gabrielle hadn't expected. On the other hand, Luo Xia encountered a small accident. As he watched, Luo Xia's smile vanished, replaced by silence. What happened? Noticing Rorschach's unusual behavior, Wynette asked with some concern. My living expenses have decreased significantly. Looking at his phone, Luo Xia said expressionlessly. Moreover, there are far fewer. Chapter 69, just got beaten up by Satan. Looking at his living expenses on his phone, Luo Xia fell silent. Sometimes, accidents happen just like that. Logically, Rorschach's living expenses should be much higher than last month, but in fact, his living expenses have shrunk. I said. Gabrielle was about to say something, but when she saw Rorschach's calm face, she suddenly couldn't speak. I don't know why, but I feel like this guy is really scary right now. I'm going out for a moment and will be back soon. Luo Xia put his phone back under the table and stood up. Although Luo Xia's face was expressionless, the people around him could clearly sense that he was angry. In the corridor, Saki Sato, holding lecture notes, is reflecting on herself. Indeed, judging a person based on rumors is a very wrong thing to do. With her head bowed, Saki Sato thought to herself. In the legends of the demon world, Rorschach is a wicked man who commits all sorts of evil deeds and enjoys torturing people. No, it's an evil demon. Before coming here, Sato Saki's impression of Rorschach also came from rumors about the demon world, and he took it as Rorschach's true appearance. But in fact, after spending some time with him, Saki Sato discovered that Rorschach wasn't actually that kind of demon. Although some of them like to play pranks, often don't do their homework, and the homework is always incomplete. But actually, he's a good kid. Saki Sato herself was also reflecting on whether her previous attitude towards Rorschach had been too harsh. It's clear that Luo Xia seems to have a strong liking for me. Thinking about it this way, Saki Sato felt even more guilty. Just as she was thinking this, Luo Xia, who was walking briskly, appeared in her line of sight. This is a great opportunity. Her eyes lit up, and Sato Saki quickly stepped forward to greet Luo Xia. Let's start repairing the relationship from here. The two will definitely have a lot of contact in the next 2 or 3 years. It's not too late to mend the relationship. Trying to cheer herself up, Saki Sato put on a gentle smile. Good morning, Luo Xia. Saki Sato raised her hand, preparing to say something. But seeing Luo Xia's fierce expression, he suddenly swallowed the rest of his words. What happened? This is terrifying. In Saki Sato's eyes, Rorschach at this moment was like a volcano in motion, ready to erupt at any moment. Even though it maintains a calm surface, the terrifying temperature it exudes still makes it somewhat difficult to approach. Well, morning. Luo Xia, noticing Sato Saki, nodded and said good morning as a greeting. They didn't stop for a moment during that time. Now he has more important things to do. That is to get back my living expenses. Watching Luo Xia's departing figure, Sato Saki silently made up her mind. I should resign when I get back. This place is really not suitable for her. Even for the sake of her own life, she really couldn't stay in this place any longer. Is Luo Xia alright? With class time fast approaching and Luo Xia still not back, Wynette said with some concern. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with the reduction in her living expenses, she was generally accepting of it. Wynette herself admitted that she rarely did anything wrong, a fact that she found quite frustrating. She really couldn't bring herself to do it. It's okay, you can't kill an idiot. Gabrielle waved her hand casually. This is the conclusion she reached after reading many novels and comics. Generally speaking, these comedic characters always manage to survive to the end. Of course, there are a few exceptions. But it's still very worrying. With a sigh, Wynette couldn't help but feel a little worried. What if Luo Xia gets into a conflict with someone? This situation would be very troublesome, wouldn't it? Vina looks like an old woman. Seeing Vignette's worried expression, Gabrielle couldn't help but complain. Yes, old lady Vinny. Nodding, Satania agreed. Vignette looks exactly like a mother worried about whether her child will adapt well on their first day of kindergarten. Unfortunately, Rorschach wasn't a child starting kindergarten for the first time. He went to the kindergarten to cause trouble. Just as Wynette was worrying, the classroom door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. I am back. Luo Xia, with a black eye on his face, spoke calmly. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he silently returned to his seat. Luo Xia, are you alright? Seeing Luo Xia looking like he had just finished a fight, Wynette said worriedly. At the same time, some people frantically pulled out bandages from their bags. But the problem is that Rorschach's entire left eye socket is purple. It's nothing. I just got beaten up by that bastard Satan. It's nothing. In response to Wynette's concern, Rorschach spoke calmly. How can it be alright? Don't worry, I beat him up too, so it's not a loss. This is clearly a huge problem, okay. Seeing Luo Xia's I've made a killing this time expression, Wynette complained incessantly. This is anything but nothing. Are you going to fight Lord Satan? You guys have something to say too. Turning around, Wynette said somewhat anxiously. However, damn it, you've already gotten so far ahead of me. Satania stared at Rorschach, who looked as if he had been beaten up, with an expression of disbelief. I didn't expect this guy to have already challenged the original Demon King. Moreover, it seems that the two sides are still evenly matched. This made Satania feel a slight sense of crisis. This can't go on. If this continues, Luo Xia might just steal the Demon King's position. We can't sit still and wait for death. Satania abruptly stood up and strode towards the door. What are you going to do? Wynette asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm going to challenge Satan. Stop. Grab Satania with your hand, Wynette said, her head throbbing. It's already chaotic enough, and you're making things even more complicated. Looking for death? So, what happened? Seeing Luo Xia's appearance, Gabrielle asked somewhat nervously. She didn't really care that Luo Xia had been beaten. What she cared about was that Rorschach had less money. Rorschach's living expenses have decreased, which means she can scam less money, and she can spend less money on in-game purchases. The equation popped into Gabrielle's mind, and she immediately couldn't sit still. If Gabrielle hadn't been caught off guard, she would have joined Rorschach in the fight. This. When Gabrielle asked him a question, Rorschach's eyes darted around as he replied. Didn't I break up quite a few couples before? Chapter 70, The Great Injustice, Satan. After some explanation, Gabrielle roughly understood what had happened. It's probably because the couples this guy broke up for various reasons weren't truly in love, but just casual flings or were just scumbags. For example, Ajino. Hopefully, the water in Tokyo Bay won't be too cold. So, according to the system's assessment in the demon realm, this guy actually did a good deed. Although the methods used may have been somewhat extreme, they were considered necessary actions for the sake of justice. This left Rorschach himself feeling hopeless. So you're saying you brought this on yourself? Looking at Rorschach with disdain, Gabrielle's mind began to stir. So breaking up couples can actually be considered a good thing? This way, you can not only get revenge for being forced to eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for being fed dog food, but also earn a living. Gabrielle felt like she had found a way to make money. What can I do? Not burning true love is the motto of our FFF group. Slumped over the table, Luo Xia said weakly. He himself was quite helpless about this. But there's nothing we can do about it. It seems best to do this kind of thing less often in the future. Rorschach doesn't have that kind of self-sacrificing spirit. Moreover, during the fight, Rorschach discovered that many people actually knew the other party wasn't a good person, but still went to join in. It wasn't because of love, but because of the thrill. They actively seek out scumbags and gold diggers, then get dumped and complain that dating is so hard, and that everyone's a player these days. Who can we blame? Do you really think you can make Aquaman turn back? It is possible for a public vehicle to be converted into a private vehicle, but you have to think about whether you have that ability. So focus on your studies and your hand-drip coffee, and don't overthink things. You should know that thinking is the source of all troubles. But it would be pretty good to be able to beat up that Satan guy. I made a killing on this. As if he had thought of something happy, Luo Xia suddenly sat up from his seat. His fist clenched excitedly, as if he was still savoring the feeling of the previous blow. I have to say, hitting Satan's face feels completely different. Satan gave Rorschach a dark circle under his left eye, and Rorschach gave Satan a dark circle under his right eye. It's perfectly symmetrical. As expected of you. Seeing Luo Xia's excited expression, Gabrielle's lips twitched. How can you be so excited about beating up your own boss? Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate against you? Wait. Gabrielle suddenly realized something. And because of this evil act of beating Satan, my living expenses next month will likely increase significantly. Clenching his fist, Luo Xia broke into a bright smile. Although I have less money this month, it's not a big problem. Even though it's much less, it's still more than the cost of living in Satania. In addition, living expenses will increase again next month, so Rorschach is not worried at all. He even thought about finding an opportunity to beat up Satan again. As expected of you, Rorschach. I'm going to challenge the Demon King next. Satania said enviously, looking at Luo Zhen's appearance. When Vinette's gaze swept over, Satania instinctively shrank back. But she still finished speaking her thoughts in a very quiet voice. She's determined to take down Satan. Even God couldn't save him? I said it? God, actually, I'll just cheer you on and record a video or something. In fact, Satan was not the best candidate for the position of Demon King from the beginning. At the time, the most popular candidate was actually Lucifer, who had defected from heaven. This guy quickly became an object of worship for a group of demons thanks to his glorious feat of kicking God. But Lucifer felt that the position of Demon King was full of troubles and that he was likely to be blamed and tormented by that bastard God, so he decided not to become Demon King. He used some tricks to push Satan, that great traitor, to the top, and then he ran around everywhere every day. As for the result, we all saw it. This scoundrel was just beaten up by his demonic subordinates. It's quite sad. This Demon King has absolutely no dignity. Damn it, couldn't you have gone a little easier? Satan sat at his desk, one hand covering his eyes and the other reviewing a large number of documents. This is one of the reasons why Lucifer didn't become the Demon King back then. Who wants to look at all these files? Except for Satan, that great traitor. Snapped. Satan, I've come for you. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and a fallen angel with a black halo above his head led a girl who looked like she hadn't woken up yet. This fallen angel is Lucifer, a woman who is currently still an older single woman. As for the girl beside him, look what good stuff I brought you. I'll grab the girl from under her armpits and lift her up, Lucifer said excitedly. That look is exactly like a guinea pig breeder showing off his pet to a friend. I feel a strange sense of excitement and exhilaration. This child is. Putting down his pen, Satan asked hesitantly. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling about this. He had seen Lucifer's smile many times before, and it never meant anything good. The child's full name is Aurora Suyu Liskamian. You can just call her Zealous. Isn't it cute? Put the girl down, Lucifer said with a smile. I'm not asking for the name, I'm asking for the identity of this child. Satan could tell at a glance that the child was human. Humans shouldn't be in the demon realm. How could a normal human possibly come to the demon realm? This child is a princess of a kingdom in the human world, and also the fiancée of a hero. After a pause, Lucifer said with a bright smile. I snatched it in front of everyone, and at the time I even called myself Satan, the king of the demon world. Surprise. Are you surprised? After silently listening to Lucifer's words, Satan took a deep breath, and then, groundhog screams. Look what you've done. Satan shook Lucifer's shoulders frantically, saying this in a frenzy. Why do you think Satan has such a bad reputation in the outside world, even though he either works in the demon realm or the heavenly realm? It's all thanks to Lucifer and God. Don't be so happy, Satan. Having anticipated Satan's reaction, Lucifer covered his ears with 2 fingers and laughed as he spoke. I never get tired of watching this reaction, no matter how many times I see it. She can live for another 10,000 years. She doesn't want to be the demon king, she wants to be the demon king. Hey. His smile gradually becomes wicked. Forgotten by the 2, Kirisi yawned. I'm a little sleepy, let's find a place to sleep. Chapter 71 Rorschach. As expected, I'm a really good person. After making a fuss for a while, Satan looked at Kirisi, who was lying on his desk and seemed to be dozing off, with some trouble in his eyes. What should we do about this child? Even though I'm actually a good person, I always encounter these very frustrating situations. It's really distressing. Are you troubled? With a wicked smile on his face, Lucifer leaned close to Satan's ear and whispered a question. Indeed, Satan's troubled expression is truly captivating. It was worth it for her to run down from the heavens. What do you say? So, whose fault do you think this is? Satan glanced back at Lucifer and said through gritted teeth. Actually, it wasn't just Lucifer who didn't want to inherit the Demon King's throne, he himself didn't want to either. But the problem is that Lucifer threatened him, saying that if he didn't become the Demon King, he would strip him naked, tie him to a cross, and send him to heaven to be a model for the angels' sketching lessons. That's why Satan reluctantly accepted the position of Demon King. I don't know. Lucifer tapped his head, trying to get away with it by being cute. Seeing Lucifer's state, Satan sighed wearily. He's pretty much used to it by now. Speaking of which, what's wrong with your eyes? Seeing Satan's weary appearance, Lucifer changed the subject. Actually, she noticed it as soon as she came in. I just hadn't asked before because of what happened with Shiori. Ah, this guy, it's Rorschach. At this point, Satan frowned, suddenly realizing something. Like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, he understood. Rorschach, that's not surprising. Upon hearing the name, Lucifer nodded knowingly. She had long heard of Rorschach, the most outstanding demon in the history of the demon world. How to say? This child has the potential to be an angel. Lucifer, a former archangel, gave a positive assessment. If nothing unexpected happens, Satan probably considers Rorschach a candidate for the next Demon King. After all, even Satan would soon be unable to withstand such high-intensity work for so many years. Having a successor is not bad. Of course, while it's called a candidate, it's practically confirmed that it's Rorschach. After all, the other candidates. I'm speechless, it's just so sad. In human terms, I could lie to this child 10 times. Actually, there was another very good candidate before Rorschach. That child is called Little Evil God. Like Rorschach, he is known as the most outstanding demon in the history of the demon world. Don't ask her why there are 2 of the best demons. Didn't the 5 tiger generals also include Liu Bei, the best 6th man? Originally, the position of the next Demon King had already been reserved, but because Satan, that brainless fool, had a moment of weakness and told the other party about the workload of the Demon King, the child carried the train and escaped to the human world overnight, and has not returned to this day. What a sad story. Satan also considered whether to forcibly bring the child back. After all, he was a Demon King, and occasionally he had to do things that Demon Kings would do. Then he was beaten up by the Little Evil God and carried back on a stretcher. Gee tut. It's decided, we'll send this child to Rorschach. With the hammer in his hand, Satan said happily. Since it's difficult to handle, why not just pass this hot potato away? Rorschach, the next candidate for Demon King, is the perfect scapegoat. Having already fallen into this trap once before, Satan will definitely not be soft-hearted this time. You must wait until that child assumes the position of Demon King before telling them how tiring the job of Demon King is. Even if the child discovers the problem, it's not a big deal. Isn't there still Satania? Although Satania was a last resort, she was still a candidate. In a world as vast as the demon realm, there are surprisingly few who are willing to become the Demon King, or rather, who covet the position of Demon King. This is so sad. Satan sometimes feels that the demon realm is doomed. Isn't there a single evil and powerful demon willing to inherit the position of Demon King? The other side. What is this? Looking at the ticket in her hand, Gabrielle blinked in confusion. Just now, Luo Xia walked in excitedly with a stack of handshake coupons, saying he wanted to give everyone a treat. Yes, most people in the class have received it. A few people who were very distant from Rorschach did not. This is a handshake ticket from the Backstreet Girls. After handing the handshake ticket to Takashi Natsume, Rorschach turned around and gave him a thumbs up. He had gone to great lengths to get this from Inugami Manjiro. Many people may not know who Inugami Manjiro is. Simply put, I'm not some kind of demon.jpg. Now everyone understands, right? Handshake coupon. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Takashi Natsume paused. He's actually not very interested in this kind of thing. Moreover, it is foreseeable that when they return, Bing will definitely drag Natsume Takashi away and throw a tantrum to prevent him from attending the handshake event. No, you mustn't be contaminated by this stuff. Damn it. That's probably it. What would I need this for? Looking at the handshake ticket in her hand with disdain, Gabrielle was about to throw it away. You'd be better off spending that time playing video games at home. But, offering the most sincere advice to an idol who is under a lot of pressure, shouldn't that be considered a good deed? The living expenses should be more. Upon hearing Rorschach's words, Gabrielle immediately stopped what she was doing. Then, as if nothing had happened, he put the handshake ticket into his bag. Actually, living expenses don't matter much. The main thing is to send angelic blessings to hardworking people. Yes, it is like that. Nodding, Gabrielle seemed pleased that she had found an excuse. He completely ignored Rorschach's disdainful look. Hypocrite. Are those people under a lot of pressure? Holding the handshake coupon in both hands, Wynette walked up to Rorschach and asked. There was a hint of worry on his face. It's quite big. After thinking for a moment, Rorschach said this. Everyone knows how much pressure the Backstreet Girls are under. Simply put, it means constantly flirting with sudden death every day. Okay. Nodding, Wynette carefully accepted the handshake voucher. What he was thinking was self-evident. What a good kid. Watching Wynette's retreating figure, Rorschach sighed with emotion, then took out his phone and made a call. Hello, is this team leader Inagane? It's me, Rorschach. The Backstreet Girls will increase their training intensity for the next period of time until the handshake event begins. That is it. After hanging up the phone, Luo Xia felt a pang of emotion. He went to great lengths to help Wynette achieve her wish. Indeed, I am a very good person. Chapter 72, Half-Siblings. Let's not even mention the Backstreet Trio, who are groaning over the increased training volume. Rorschach, on the other hand, seemed to be having a lot of fun. You wouldn't actually be that kind, would you? Looking at the handshake ticket in her hand, Gabrielle asked with some suspicion. If Wynette had handed it to her, she probably would have accepted it without a second thought. The problem is that the person who handed her the handshake ticket was Rorschach, that idiot devil. This forced Gabrielle to be on guard. Well, I do occasionally have a burst of kindness. Faced with Gabrielle's questioning, Rorschach's eyes darted around as he spoke. Oh no, I forgot to prepare an excuse beforehand. Luo Xia originally planned to come up with an excuse and then distribute the coupons. But on the way here, I happened to run into Saki Sato. Seeing the other person's utterly bewildered expression, Luo Xia was filled with deep confusion. Have I done anything strange lately? It seems not. Could it be that what they did before has been discovered? Which one? After much thought, Luo Xia still couldn't figure out where he had been exposed. Besides, even if his relationship with Saki Sato is exposed, it doesn't really matter. After all, Rorschach had promised Satan he wouldn't play pranks on Saki Sato. A real man keeps his word. He said he would make harassing phone calls to Gabrielle and Luo Zhen at 2 a.m. and he did. Not a minute earlier or later. Even when Gabrielle came to Monroe with a knife, Rorschach had no regrets. Because this is a man's vow, although the object of the vow is some mentally challenged person. Satania, I don't think you dare. Rorschach, I dare. Satania, I don't believe it. Rorschach, you wait. Rorschach, who was almost killed, took a rare day off the next day. Ahem, that's too far off topic. While pondering why Saki Sato was afraid of him, Luo Xia unknowingly walked to the classroom. I only realized I hadn't come up with an excuse after I'd already handed out all the coupons. And that's how the scene from before came about. I understand. Just as Rorschach was pondering what excuse he could use to avoid arousing Gabrielle's suspicion, Satania slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. The group's attention was immediately drawn to Satania. I've already seen through your trick. Striking a cringeworthy pose, Satania revealed a carefree smile. You definitely want us to become obsessed with idol worship and then our grades will drop, right? I've seen through your sinister intentions. As expected of Satania, you guessed perfectly wrong. Although he thought this in his heart, Rorschach outwardly cooperated and said, I never expected that it would be you, an idiot, who discovered it. I suddenly feel like I should go to the hospital to get my brain checked. Are you looking for trouble? Satania, still basking in the joy of having cracked Rorschach's sinister scheme, said angrily. Sometimes, the look in someone's eyes that wants to kill them is impossible to hide. Tisk, how childish. Gabrielle gave Rorschach a disdainful look before accepting the handshake ticket with peace of mind. Once we know what Rorschach is up to, everything will be fine. Thank you, Satania. I'll make it up to you later. Rorschach glanced at Satania, who was in a fit of impotent rage, and muttered to himself. If it weren't for Satania, Gabrielle probably wouldn't have believed it. For that reason alone, he should thank Satania properly. Why do I always feel like something's not right? Frowning, Wynette glanced at Rorschach and Satania with some suspicion. I feel like something's not right. Vinette had a feeling that Rorschach's purpose wasn't this. Don't ask why. Asking questions is just the intuition of a devil girl. Remember to go, Miyamura. Turning his head, Luo Xia spoke to Miyamura Izumi, whose face was full of hesitation. Huh? What I said. Miyamura Izumi, who has long hair, said hesitantly. Actually, he'd rather go to Hori's house after school to hang out with Soda than attend the handshake event. That's right, it's Peichuang Taiwan. This is what Izumi Miyamura told herself. He doesn't know what others think. But that's what he thought. Yes, it is like that. And you, Hori? Seemingly sensing Miyamura Izumi's thoughts, Luo Xia turned to Hori Kyoko on the other side and asked. Oh, I have things to do after school. When asked, Hori Kyoko instinctively responded. Although she received a handshake ticket, she had absolutely no intention of going. After all, she has a lot to do after school, including housework and picking up her younger brother from school. I guess I just didn't have time to attend the handshake event. That's what Hori thought. After all, it has always been this way. Because her mother is very busy with work and is often away from home, the burden of the family falls on Hori Kyoko's shoulders. As for the father, like her mother, the Hori family now has slippers and chopsticks belonging to Izumi Miyamura, but not to Kyosuk Hori, the father. In this household, the head of the family is at the bottom of the food chain. However, looking at the handshake ticket in Izumi Miyamura's hand, Kyoko Hori hesitated for a moment. If I go, would that be considered a date? I guess you could call it a date. Should I go on the date by myself? If I go, it will be a lot of trouble for my family, and Chuangtai will need someone to pick me up. Although the child always said he could walk, after what happened last time, how could Hori Kyoko dare to let him go home alone? What should I do if I encounter strange people again? On one hand, there are responsibilities to her family, and on the other hand, there are budding feelings for her. Hori Kyoko was caught in a dilemma. I probably understand. Nodding, Rorschach indicated that he understood. He turned his head to look at Gabrielle and the others. You know what I mean, right? I think I understand. Feeling Rorschach's gaze, Gabrielle nodded to indicate that she understood. Although I don't really want to play along with this guy's nonsense. But she is still willing to help lovers get together. After all, she was an angel. You know what I mean, right? Understood. I understand. It seems like something interesting has happened. At the back door of the classroom, Raphael, with a gentle smile on her face, looked at the students inside and said with a smile. The moment Rorschach saw Raphael, his eyes lit up. He teleported to the back door of the classroom at an unimaginable speed and stuffed the handshake ticket into Raphael's hand. What is this? Looking at the handshake ticket in her hand, Raphael had a big question mark on her head. Don't ask what this is. As long as you go, we will be like siblings from different fathers and mothers. Holding Raphael's hand, Rorschach said earnestly. I can go, but... Pointing to Rorschach's hand, Raphael asked with a light laugh. Is this considered sexual harassment? Chapter 73 delivered a standard hoodlum tongue flick. On the day of the handshake event. It's finally started. With a sweet smile on his face, Kentaro Yamamoto, now known as Eri Yamamoto, was inwardly roaring wildly. God knows what suddenly went wrong with the boss a few days ago, doubling their training volume. They were already exhausted, and this incident almost caused the three of them to die suddenly, becoming good brothers holding hands on the road to the underworld. It's very sad. Now that this handshake event is over, I should be able to take a break for a while, right? Tachibana Mari, whose character is a cool and aloof beauty, or what is known as a salt-type beauty, keeps encouraging herself. Although I know it's impossible, everyone has to have dreams. It's like knowing your 648 is bound to go wrong, but still rushing in without hesitation. Although Boss Inugami is a heartless capitalist who treats them only as tools for making money. But what if? What if he suddenly has a change of heart? Stay sweet, stay sweet. Chika Sugihara, whose character is designed to be cute and innocent, strives to maintain that innocent and adorable persona. It's a bit too much to ask a former Yakuza member to remain innocent and adorable. But there's no way around it. If you don't keep it up yourself, Chief Inugami has plenty of ways to make you maintain a sweet smile. Of course, this was after I left the hospital. So-called severe injury-style concerts have appeared before. The serious injuries here are not just a matter of style. He was seriously injured, you bastard. Who on earth will beat up the artist who's performing at tomorrow's concert? Oh, it's Inaganagumi team leader? That's fine. Thinking about everything they had managed, the three of them suddenly felt that life was so boring and hopeless. In a place unnoticed by the three. You actually came, huh? Looking at the blonde angel in front of him wearing a mask and sunglasses, Luo Xia said with a look of disgust. Even though he gave Gabrielle a handshake ticket, seeing this scumbag angel still makes me feel terrible. If you can come, why can't I? I'm an angel. Are you looking down on angels? Apologize to all the angels, you bastard. He made a very standard, hoodlum-like tongue-twisting sound. Gabrielle pulled down her mask and looked at Rorschach with disgust. What was this guy thinking, not wearing a mask in such a crowded place? Is there something wrong with your brain? It's not that I look down on angels, I just simply look down on you. Turning his head, Rorschach looked at Gabrielle with the same gaze one would give a large, non-combustible piece of trash. Logically speaking, shouldn't angels be the kind and gentle type? Or you could say the angels from Super God Academy, but what the hell is this? Every time I see Rorschach, I want to complain about this. Huh? You bastard. You two calm down. She quickly pulled the two apart and looked at them with annoyance. It's rare for us to go out together, and it's so noisy. Vinette always felt like a teacher or mother leading a group of children on a spring outing. Not only do we have to prevent the children from getting lost or arguing, but we also have other things to do. Rorschach and Gabrielle are both very energetic. Raphael gently tapped her cheek with her finger, watching the two of them with a smile. Raphael said she never gets tired of watching the two of them bickering. You guys always manage to come up with something new. JPG. TCH, you two are as childish as ever. Covering her forehead, Satania said with a cold laugh. Although it was a sneer, I don't know why it always gave off a kind of silly feeling. Perhaps this is what is meant by a wise gaze. Satania's cold smile doesn't give off any villainous vibe at all, instead, it makes the kid seem adorably silly. Yes, you guys are still too immature. Can't you learn from us? Behind Satania, Rika Takanashi nodded in agreement, hands on her hips. I don't know when it started, but the two of them became very good friends and spent most of their time together. Perhaps it's because the two are similar in some ways. However, Rika Takanashi is genuinely a Chuyunibyo, delusional, character, while Satania is genuinely an idiot, just kidding. However, Rika Takanashi is genuinely a Chuyunibyo, a person with delusions of grandeur, while Satania is a true demon. But this does not diminish the pure friendship between the two. I just don't want to be said that by you guys. Seeing the two people whose expressions and postures were perfectly synchronized, Luo Xia's lips twitched before he spoke. Where do you get the audacity to call others immature? Liang Jingru? They seem to be having a lot of fun. Not far behind them, Miyamura Izumi, who had changed her clothes and tied her hair up, said with some emotion. Yes. Kyoko Hori, who had changed into casual clothes, responded beside him. The two seemed to have switched roles after school compared to when they were at school. At school, Hori Kyoko was a dazzling presence in her class, while Miyamura Izumi was an outsider, barely noticeable. After school, Izumi Miyamura transforms into a trendy urban man, while Kyoko Hori appears rather plain in her casual home clothes. Of course, you shouldn't believe too much about this kind of thing. The previous one was unremarkable, named Ren Amamiya. That's just how the world of anime and manga is. Speaking of which, why did Auntie suddenly get a day off today? Miyamura Izumi looked at Hori Kyoko with some confusion. According to her previous schedule, Hori Yuriko was supposed to be very busy for the next week, but today she suddenly received news that she would have a day off. This is a good opportunity to have Hori Kyoko come out and keep Miyamura Izumi company. Hurry up, I'll leave the house to mom. Go, sister. Thinking of her mother and younger brother who had rushed her out of the house, Hori Kyoko suddenly felt a little tired. What is this and what? At least let me change my clothes? It seems to have started. Noticing that the line was moving, Izumi Miyamura instinctively grabbed Kyoko Hori to prevent the two from being separated by the crowd. Although there is a queue, anything can happen at these fan meet and greets. Hori Kyoko's body stiffened instinctively when she was being led by the hand, but after a few seconds she slowly relaxed and let Miyamura Izumi hold her hand. Brown eyes, the same color as her hair, silently gazed at Miyamura Izumi's profile, as if looking at some precious treasure. Is there something on my face? Feeling Hori Kyoko's gaze, Miyamura Izumi subconsciously touched her face. He clearly checked everything carefully before leaving home. There shouldn't be anything there, right? No. Feeling the warmth from her palm, Hori Kyoko lowered her head slightly, her hair falling down to cover most of her face, making it impossible to see her expression. But the slight upturn of her lips seemed to suggest that she was in a very good mood. Chapter 74. They ran away after they'd done it. So exciting! Soon, Luo Xia and his group arrived at the spot in front of the backstreet three brothers. Oh, they're students. Looking at the youthful faces of Luo Xia and the others, Captain Yamamoto Eri thought with some emotion. If I had studied hard back then, would things have turned out differently? But that's unlikely, considering his family's circumstances. The son of a rotten person will only be a rotten person, that's probably the idea. Eri Yamamoto has no regrets about joining the Inugami clan, and she still does. He regrets that he acted so impulsively back then. If they had been calmer, none of this would have happened, and they wouldn't have been implicated. Brother, don't blame yourself. We were all determined to pull off that job. Yes, it's not just your responsibility, brother. Tachibana Mari and Sugimoto Chika quickly offered their comfort. These three were sent to Thailand because they ruined a big deal for Inugami Manjiro. After 2 years of hellish training, he successfully became a qualified idol. Well, in every sense of the word. Whether it's singing, dancing, or anything else, you can sit down very easily. Moreover, because of the intensive physical training, they don't get exhausted even after singing and dancing for a long time. This is much better than many young male celebrities. Actually, this idol training system seems to have been learned by Inugami Manjiro from South Korea. After all, the trainee training system there is already very complete. Those who emerge from this system are all well-rounded idols. Although she appears to have a feminine style, she actually has quite a good amount of muscle. But the place next door was completely different. They really do learn bad things instead of good ones. That's a bit of a tangent. Looking at the blonde girl in front of her wearing sunglasses and a mask, Eri Yamamoto flashed her well-practiced smile and said, "Hello, thank you very much for attending this handshake event." This smile, honed through constant practice, would even make a girl's heart flutter. Who wouldn't like a gentle older sister? Just like who could resist something cute and fluffy? Of course, I'm not a fan of furui. Although I like furry things, I'm not a furry fanatic. Hello. After staring at Yamamoto Eri for 2 seconds, Gabrielle said calmly. But deep down, he was thinking, Oh no, I've forgotten all the skills I learned at Angel Academy. With her lifeless eyes wide open, Gabrielle's mind raced. For a moment, the two were caught in an awkward silence. What is this? Why isn't she saying anything? Despite maintaining her smile, a bead of cold sweat seemed to slide down Yamamoto Ari's forehead. He's a little confused about the situation right now, and for some reason, he always felt that the other person's gaze behind the sunglasses was fixed on him. Could it be that they've come to cause trouble? Thinking of this possibility, Ari Yamamoto felt a pang of anxiety. Since their debut, the three of them have gained many fans, but they have also gained quite a few haters. Many people wish they could just kill them, although the fans think so too. But these two things should not be confused. After a 2-second pause, Gabrielle said in a reverent tone, "Wishing you all the best, good health, boundless happiness, and longevity in the days to come." After speaking, Gabrielle fell silent once again. I messed up the lyrics. God knows how she managed to string together the words of an angel's blessing and end up in this situation. But since it's an angel's blessing, even if the content is a bit strange, the effect should be about the same, right? Thinking this, Gabrielle looked closely. There was absolutely no radiance of angelic blessing. Why? Gabrielle felt completely bewildered. Could it be that God finally couldn't tolerate my depravity and decided to expel me from the ranks of angels? That doesn't make sense. I didn't receive any message either. And many more? A flash of inspiration struck Gabrielle, and she seemed to have thought of something. It seems she forgot to wipe off her angelic aura before going out. Tisk, what a miscalculation. Seriously, which angel's halo needs to be polished every day? With a heavy heart, Gabrielle left, her steps faltering. Whoa, that's scary. Chika Sugihara, standing to the side, subconsciously shrank back as she looked at Gabrielle's resentful back. It feels a little scary. He was clearly a grown man, but at that moment he subconsciously used a woman's tone of voice. It seems that Mr. Inogen's transformation was very successful. It's my turn. Looking at the smiling silver-haired girl in front of her, Chika Sugihara breathed a slight sigh of relief. This person should be easier to deal with, right? It's not surprising to encounter all sorts of people at a handshake event, and the three brothers were mentally prepared. However, some unexpected situations may still occur, such as now. As expected, Chika is the cutest. Holding Chika Sugihara's hand, Raphael smiled and spoke quite loudly. As soon as he said that, the people behind him erupted in cheers. Are you kidding me? Eri-chan is the cutest. Nonsense. It's clearly Marin-chan who's the cutest. Are you blind? Chika is clearly the cutest. Idiot. Eri-chan, being the captain, is definitely the cutest. So hurry up and give up the captain's position. The people in line behind immediately started making a fuss. I guess this kind of thing can happen to any group. Even in esports, it's the same, only after a team disbands will the original group of people calm down. Oh dear, I think I said something I shouldn't have. Raphael covered her mouth slightly and said with a surprised expression. Then he quickly left. Raphael, you're something else, you do things right and then run away. That's really scary. Looking at the scene behind him, Luo Xiao's eye twitched. Indeed, there is no peace where angels are. These guys are the root of all evil. Yes. Vinette was also a little scared when she saw this scene for the first time. This was the first time she had realized that fans were such terrifying creatures. Meanwhile, Satania had already arrived in front of Tachibana Amari. At this moment, Tachibana Amari maintained her aloof and cool girl persona as always. However, my name is Kurumizawa Satania McQuell. As Satania struck a strange pose and began to speak eloquently, an idea suddenly popped into Tachibana Amari's mind. This child doesn't seem very bright. I saw through Satania's true nature at first glance. Chapter 75 What is a True Angel? After a period of chaos, the scene finally returned to calm under the control of the security guards. Regular security guards might not be able to control these crazy fans, but the security guards at the Backstreet Girls event. Huh? Are you looking for trouble? LOL. Hey, you're having a good time, buddy. Come join us for some fun. Quiet down, you idiot. Are you just making our workload increase? Upon seeing the menacing-looking security guards, the rioting fans immediately quieted down. Are these people really security guards at the event, or members of some Yakuza organization? With that kind of attitude, they'd believe you if you said they just came back from wrecking a place and were just trying to maintain order? The handshake event venue is located on the second floor. What a noisy fellow. Although he said that, there was no sign of impatience in Inugami Manjiro's eyes. These are fresh, vibrant leeks. They can't keep up with the harvesting, one crop after another. Who would be angry about chives? These leeks even seem somewhat cute to Inujinki Manjiro. Sorry, boss. Beside Inugami Manjiro, a man in a black suit lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, Inugami Manjiro indicated that he didn't care. This is not his fault. As the leader of the Inugami group, he was still very magnanimous. People are already this old, and their tempers are much milder than when they were younger. It's time to start taking care of your health. That's what Inugami Manjiro thinks. By the way, the handshake event went quite well, let's extend it for another 2 hours. After the concert, we will add an extra hour of thank you concert. Seemingly remembering something, Inugami Manjiro gave an instruction to the man behind him. After responding, the man left the room and began arranging the work. I'm really a kind old man. Taking a puff of his pipe, Inugami Manjaro chuckled. From the fans' perspective, he is indeed a great philanthropist. But from the perspective of the Backstreet Trio, what kind of monster is this? However, Inugami Manjaro didn't care. Do you care if your game character gets tired? I've never heard of anyone giving their racehorse girls a day off or anything like that. At the handshake event, the smiles of the Backstreet Trio gradually stiffened. Someone has just informed them of this news. How to say? Sometimes I still think it might be easier to just die. Indeed, hell is not cruel or hopeless. Life is cruel and despairing. Ah, hello. After Satania left, Tachibana Mari gained new fans. That's not quite right either. The boy in front of them didn't seem to be a fan. His expression was a bit too bland. You might not believe it, but when they were undergoing idol training, they learned to observe micro-expressions and such. Is this turning them into spies? Hello. Nodding, Luo Xia looked at the ascetic girl's face in front of him and suddenly felt a little emotional. He used to be a man of steel. Unfortunately, he lost his strengths forever. Although life is tough, please persevere and live on. Holding Tachibana Mari's hand, Rorschach said with some emotion. A normal person would probably have collapsed long ago if they encountered such a blow. Of course, one might quickly change their mindset and even enjoy it. Oh, this. Tachibana Mari's smile froze. Does this guy know something? I have a feeling this guy's words are loaded with hidden meaning. What should we do, bro? Opening her eyes, Tachibana Mari looked in Yamamoto Ari's direction. Team voice chat enabled. Don't panic, we just need to pretend we don't know. Ari Yamamoto gave him a reassuring look. No matter what, the idea of a Yakuza member undergoing gender reassignment surgery and becoming an idol is just too far-fetched. Nobody will believe it. Damn, why do I suddenly feel so sad? Covering her mouth, Ari Yamamoto suddenly felt utterly hopeless about life. That's just how life is. You might think that it's just a little compromise, nothing serious, just a tiny bit. You think this way every time, and after a while you'll be surprised to find yourself becoming like this. This is the same principle as wearing women's clothing. At first, I just clicked on the women's clothing store page out of curiosity, but later I hesitated before deciding to make a purchase. After some hesitation, she picked up the stockings. When you come to your senses, a cute girl has already appeared in the mirror. Of course, this is just an example. If I don't look good in women's clothing, that's not my problem. Hello. With a smile on her face, Wynette stepped forward, extended her hand, and gently shook hands with Sujihara Chika, saying, My name is Wynette, and I'm a fan of yours. This is a lie. Before receiving the handshake ticket, Wynette had no idea what these three people did for a living. I'd never even heard of the Backstreet Girls. She had only ever heard of one idol, Popolo. For some reason, the moment Wynette saw that girl, she thought of Gabrielle. I always felt that the two of them were somewhat inexplicably similar. Ah, what a good child. With a sweet smile on her face, Chika Sujihara was deeply moved. Finally, a normal person has arrived. What exactly is this feeling of being moved by? What great luck. Yes. The other two looked at Sujihara Chika with some envy. Why do they only encounter weirdos? I've seen all your performances, and I really like your songs. Please keep up the good work in the days to come. She raised her fist and waved it as if to encourage the three of them, then left after saying that. However, the three of them stood there stunned for a long time. Vinette's warm smile and gentle voice lingered in their minds for a long time, like a ray of light shining into the darkness, illuminating the way forward. This child. She's an angel. Asterisk 3. Covering her mouth, Tachibana Mari said, moved. If angels truly exist in this world, then this child is undoubtedly one of them. The three of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Chika Sujihara even felt that the child was an angel sent by God to redeem her. Keep up the good work. The three of them instantly felt full of energy. Even with the extended handshake event and concert afterwards, I didn't feel tired. Even if it's just for that child, we must try our best. The other side. You really watched their performance. Oh, actually, no. Rubbing her hair, Wynette said somewhat shyly. He clearly felt guilty for lying. Chapter 76, Let's choose a stage name? Wow, so energetic. Outside the venue, looking at the still bustling handshake event, Luo Xia said with some emotion. No wonder so many people want to become internet celebrities and stars these days. It's not just about making money quickly, but more about the feeling of being admired and sought after. Yes. Nodding, Wynette felt a pang of emotion. She, a self-proclaimed fan who is actually a fake fan, has absolutely no idea what kind of thinking these people have when they idolize celebrities. Maybe it's just because life is too lonely. That's what Wynette thought. How awful. Gabrielle, who had been muttering to herself ever since leaving the handshake event, looked resentful. It's such a rare opportunity to earn a living, and it's been missed. In fact, it wouldn't be too difficult for Gabrielle to earn a living by doing good deeds. Just find someone to offer a blessing or something. But the problem is, Gabrielle doesn't want to go out. It's fine during the school week, but on Saturdays and Sundays she'd rather stay home all day than go out. Moreover, summer is almost here, and the weather is gradually becoming hot and humid. This made Gabrielle even less inclined to go out. Chevre as for household garbage? Isn't there also Pecora? What's wrong with letting her take care of some household cleaning after providing food and lodging for so long? Gabrielle thought to herself with a straight face. To be honest, even though she usually has to take care of Gabrielle, who is a useless person, and save money to ensure that Gabrielle eats and drinks well, Picorine is already very satisfied. Before, she was often hungry and poorly clothed, and was frequently bullied by the little evil god. Compared to that, Gabrielle's place is practically paradise. It's almost time, I have to go to work, goodbye. Gabrielle, growing angrier the more she thought about it, huffed and puffed as she headed toward the coffee shop where she worked. Hey, Xiaojia, didn't you already work a part-time job this week? Vinette looked at Gabrielle with some curiosity and asked. Normally speaking, working in Japan is quite tiring. Easy jobs do exist, but they are hard to find. But Gabrielle managed to negotiate with the boss that she would only work part-time 1 day a week. Don't ask, just know that the boss is a kind and good-hearted person. Unfortunately, she encountered Gabrielle, that scumbag angel. Today is considered overtime. Gabrielle waved her hand casually. As we all know, overtime work should be paid. Anyone should know that this is a matter of course. Gabrielle decided that since she had missed the opportunity to increase her living expenses, she would work to earn it back. Anyway, that coffee shop didn't have many customers, and the work was quite easy. This is one of the reasons why Gabrielle is optimistic about this store. Although the work is easy, the salary is quite good. Of course, Gabrielle also knows the principle that the more work you do, the more living expenses you have. But so what? Isn't the purpose of working hard to earn money to improve one's life? If you work hard to make money but end up making life more and more tiring, then what's the point of making money? This is how Gabrielle convinced herself. Okay, actually she's just lazy. Going to work once a week is enough, that should be enough to cover the cost of in-game purchases. If that's not enough, then go extort that idiot devil. As she practiced more, Gabrielle became more and more adept at it. Rather than trying to increase her living expenses, Gabrielle would rather blackmail that idiot devil, Rorschach. It's not just because it's so easy, but also because there's a slight resentment towards the rich. Seeing you guys make money hurts me more than when I lose money myself. JPG. Speaking of which, I should probably take on a part-time job too. Watching Gabrielle's departing figure, Rorschach checked the time and said, unlike Gabrielle, that lazy dog, Rorschach is a good kid who insists on working every day. When asked, the answer is that the average Chinese person has a hamster-like personality. It doesn't matter how much money you spend normally, the important thing is to save money. I'm content just seeing the money deposited in the bank. That's great. I'll find a part-time job too. Looking at Rorschach and Gabrielle, Wynette said with some envy. She also really wants to find a suitable part-time job. But there aren't any suitable part-time jobs online right now, so I can only do some odd jobs. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't have good-paying jobs, but Wynette reluctantly turned them down in order to ensure she had time to study. As for Rorschach, Wynette, a good girl who goes to bed at 10 p.m. every night, and Rorschach, whose bedtime depends entirely on his mood, cannot be compared. With the mindset that dying suddenly is just like going back to one's mother's house, Luo Xia recklessly stayed up all night. So what if I die suddenly? He'll be a hero again after just 1 day. At most, he'll just get a lesson from that idiot Satan. It doesn't matter. Why is it a visit to one's maternal home? It always feels a little weird. Speaking of part-time jobs, I do have a good option. As if she had thought of something, Raphael smiled and said to the two of them, objectively speaking, this part-time job is really great. Really? Thank you, bye you. It's alright, Satania, are you coming too? Huh? I don't want to. Satania said with a look of disgust. Why does she have to spend her time working when her allowance is enough for her living expenses? But I really want to see Master Satania working seriously. Raphael grasped Satania's hands and said with starry eyes, please, Lady Satania, you are the future ruler of the demon realm. Since you've already said that. Satania, whose hand was being held, wore a somewhat goofy smile and said proudly, then I'll reluctantly go. Clearly, this child has gradually lost his way amidst the flattery. The other side. Huh? A stage name. At the entrance of the shrine, Luo Xia looked at Tojo Nozomi with some confusion. What's going on here? The two met not far from the shrine and came together. Correct. Nodding, Nozomi Tojo explained. I usually just call you Rorschach or I don't call you by your name. This is very inconvenient. After all, Rorschach doesn't sound like a girl's name. Tojo Nozomi said with some distress. She didn't really care, but she was worried that Luo Xia's identity as a boy would be exposed. Although Luo Xia is a bit mentally ill, speaks a bit abnormally, and does things that are a bit infuriating, he has no good points except for his shortcomings. But after all, she was Tojo Nozomi's friend. Not only that, many working shrine maidens also give themselves a stage name to prevent interference in their lives. Okay, let me think about it. Looking at Tojo Nozomi's expectant eyes, Luo Xia thought with some distress. What name should I give it? With that thought in mind, Rorschach arrived at the shrine. The moment he saw the shrine maiden's outfit, it occurred to him. I thought of it. Chapter 77 From City Management Officer to Magical Girl. Hearing Rorschach's voice, Tojo Nozomi looked at the guy with a look that said I want to cause trouble with some hesitation. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. What stage name are you planning to use for yourself? Hold on. After saying that, Rorschach grabbed his shrine maiden outfit and rushed into the dressing room. A few minutes later, Rorschach, dressed as a long-haired shrine maiden, appeared in front of Nozomi Tojo. Look. Pointing to himself, Rorschach seemed to be expecting something. So, after staring at Luo Xia for a while, Tojo Nozomi asked hesitantly. Forgive her, she really can't keep up with Luo Xia's wild imagination. Nozomi Tojo felt more than once, or rather often, that a mental hospital was Rorschach's best place to end up. Look, black hair, red eyes, and a shrine maiden's outfit. From today onwards, my stage name will be Ryuma Hakure. Luo Xia confidently listed his own characteristics on his fingers. Ryuma's pupil color is variable, sometimes black and sometimes red. Here we will refer to the red one. Seeing Luo Xia's expression that seemed to say, how about that? I'm smart, right? Tojo Nozomi's expression slowly twisted. Subway, elderly person, mobile phone.jpg. If I call a mental hospital now, can I get a bonus? As long as you're happy. With a sigh, Nozomi Tojo said, you decide this yourself. She was, after all, a priestess. That's right, Nozomi Tojo knows about Gensekyo. However, she simply likes these characters and doesn't know much about the game. She's more of a fan of cloud fantasy. Of course, she wouldn't admit this in everyday life. Some people who think they're superior after watching the story or playing the game are truly disgusting. It seems like something's missing. Luo Xia stretched out his empty hand, lost in thought. Right, it's a goe. Simply put, it's a small wooden stick with zigzag strips of paper wrapped around it. After rummaging around behind him, Luo Xia suddenly pulled out a coin and waved it in his hand. He seems quite satisfied. All I can say is that silly young people have a lot of fun. By the way, what's your stage name, Fei 11 Senpai? Turning his head, Luo Xia looked at Tojo Nozomi with some curiosity. Someone as experienced and mature as Nozomi Tojo probably has her own nickname. Don't call me that. With veins bulging on his forehead, Tojo Nozomi said to Rorschach with dissatisfaction. I don't know why, but hearing this title makes me inexplicably angry. I usually change my stage name when I go to a different shrine, and I haven't chosen a new one yet. Scratching her head, Nozomi Tojo said. In fact, she felt that she might not need to get up. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be working part-time at this shrine for a long time. One reason is that the shrine is close to my home and school, and the salary is good. More importantly, this shrine actually has fairly flexible working hours. High salary, short working hours, close to home, and no brainless bosses or scheming colleagues. What a perfect part-time job? Although my colleague isn't very bright, it's a minor issue compared to the other excellent conditions we have. Then let me get one for you. With a thud, Luo Xia said with great interest. He felt he had always been very talented in this area. Unlike those protagonists who are terrible at coming up with names. That's right, this guy always thought he was the main character. The kind of person who's like Long Aotian, with a tremor of his body and an aura of dominance, immediately has a group of people kneeling in submission, surrounded by countless beauties. In some ways, he does seem to fit the bill. Is that okay? Nozomi Tojo immediately regretted saying those words. I have a feeling that Rorschach will come up with some rather strange names. Please avoid names that sound ridiculous. Based on Tojo Nozomi's understanding of Rorschach, in this state, if he is rejected, he will throw a tantrum without any shame. However, I still fall for this kind of thing? Damn, this sweetness is insane. My current stage name is Ryuma Hakure, and since you're still my partner, your name will be. As he tapped his chin, Rorschach muttered something under his breath. He looks like he's thinking very seriously. Marissa? Or is it Yakumo Yukari? Tilting her head, Nozomi Tojo revealed a look of utter understanding. When it comes to Ryuma Hakure's partners, Marissa is the only one that comes to mind, or at the very least, Yukari Yakumo. However, given Rorschach's thought process, it's highly likely he's using a money box. Nozomi Tojo said, I know you too well. You shall be called Kerubros, or Kelberos. What on earth is the connection between these two things? He went straight from being a city management officer to a magical girl, you bastard. However, the world is a strange place. Just when you think you've seen through everything, an unexpected event will suddenly appear and give you a shock, proving that you're still too young. Nozomi Tojo never expected that Rorschach would give her such a name. What's the connection between Cardcaptor Sakura and Ryuma Hakure? Could it be because both of them are characters from the end of the last century? So, Ryuma Hakure is already an old lady. Is it because I'm cute? Tilting his head, Rorschach looked at Nozomi Tojo with his eyes as clear as the finest rubies. It seemed that Tojo Nozomi could see her own reflection in those pupils. A strand of hair fell down, obscuring his eyes, adding to the mystery of his pupils. Very cute. Gritting her teeth, Nozomi Tojo managed to say those words with difficulty. Nozomi Tojo had a feeling that something was drifting further and further away from her after she said those words. Looking at Luo Xia's current appearance, Tojo Nozomi suddenly found him quite pleasing to the eye. Although she was cute before, I felt somewhat resistant because I knew she was a man. But now, Nozomi Tojo no longer feels that way at all. Is this the allure of a wrench? Terrifyingly so. And many more? Nozomi Tojo suddenly realized something. I'm a woman. No matter how you look at it, I'm not at a disadvantage. After figuring this out, Tojo Nozomi's eyes lit up instantly, and the way she looked at Rorschach changed subtly. Rorschach was still talking at this point. Because I'm cute, and Sakura is cute too. So, rounding up, I am Sakura. In other words, why are you looking at me like that? Luo Xia suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked hesitantly at Tojo Nozomi, asking her a question. The look in Tojo Nozomi's eyes now inexplicably made him feel a little scared. No, it's nothing. Shaking her head, Tojo Nozomi looked at Rorschach with a strange expression and said, "So, you're actually quite cute. I have a bad feeling." Chapter 78 Call me Ryumu? Luo Xia, what's your favorite food? What are your hobbies? What do you like to drink? Want to go shopping after work? Where do you live? Do you like Lolita fashion or something else? The familiar scene unfolded once again. Not long ago, Raphael had also been pestering Rorschach with all sorts of questions. But the difference was that back then, Rorschach only felt annoyed and confused towards Raphael. And now, seeing that Tojo Nozomi was clearly not quite right, Luo Xia felt a long-lost sense of fear. The last time Rorschach felt afraid was when he was very young. Back then, he was still a very innocent child, and he accidentally broke Satan's vase. After that, Rorschach never felt afraid again. Senior Shi. What happened? Seeing the slightly burning gaze in Tojo Nozomi's eyes, Luo Xia silently moved a couple of steps to the side. It's strangely scary. Well-behaved.jpg. This is probably Rorschach's current state. Seeing Luo Xia's expression, Tojo Nozomi's lips curled into a subtle, cunning smile. So you've finally met your match, huh? In fact, Nozomi Tojo did like Rorschach in women's clothing, but not to the point of being so fanatical. It's more of a feeling of revenge. It's almost time, we should head out. Somewhat abruptly changing the subject, Luo Xia said that all he wanted to do now was leave this wretched place as soon as possible. He's really uncomfortable right now. Okay. Nodding, Tojo Nozomi, with a sly smile on her face, was the first to walk out of the shrine. Rorschach, holding a royal coin, followed along. Speaking of which, Rorschach, even though you used the name Ryuma Hakure, it still feels like something's missing. Turning her head to look at Luo Xia's appearance, Tojo Nozomi said thoughtfully, "It's cute, but it feels like something's missing." Although Rorschach himself wasn't cosplaying, Nozomi Tojo still hoped to see a living, breathing Ryuma Hakure appear before her eyes. Tojo Nozomi discovered a long time ago that Rorschach was no ordinary child. Although she usually seems like a brainless, eccentric, and delusional teenager, she can sometimes possess an unreal beauty when she puts on her shrine maiden outfit and calms down. It's as if they don't belong to this world. That's indeed the case. In fact, this guy isn't even human. Really? Nodding, Luo Xia, without taking the goe, reached his free hand behind his back again and began to grope around. Every time I see this scene, I feel like I want to complain. What's the underlying principle behind this? Despite it being a supernatural sight, Nozomi Tojo didn't find it strange at all. I don't know why, but I always feel like I'm overlooking something. What is it then? Seeing Rorschach pull a large red bow from behind his back and put it on himself, then take out scissors and start gesturing back and forth on his shrine maiden outfit, Nozomi Tojo finally came to her senses. Wait, what are you doing? Grabbing Luo Xia's hand, Tojo Nozomi, blushing, questioned loudly. While I really want to see a live Ryuma Hakure appear before my eyes, you didn't have to be this accurate, did you? The exposed armpits of the shrine maiden outfit are a bit too erotic, and Nozomi Tojo says she can't accept it yet. This is just like those group members who constantly talk about finding rich women in the chat. What man remains a boy until death, and what woman remains beautiful even in her old age? Don't be fooled by their loud chatter in the group. In reality, yeah, everyone knows what I mean. Of course, some people might say it's okay, they can accept it. But the rich woman couldn't accept it. Rich women have their own standards too. Cough cough. That's a bit far. Rorschach, displeased, put down his scissors after being stopped by Nozomi Tojo. I wanted to be dedicated to my work, but I was stopped. No matter what, you've gone too far. Nozomi Tojo scolded Luo Xia, tapping him on the head in dissatisfaction. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Xiaoke, don't call me that. Then I'll call you Tomoyo. Reluctantly accept. Ultimately, Nozomi Tojo's stage name was decided to be Tomoyo Deijiji. Yes, the city management officer of Gensokyo and the costume designer and photographer for magical girls. This combination is really strange. Nozomi Tojo always felt that this combination was somewhat incongruous. As the two chatted idly on their way to the main hall, two petite figures, resembling foxes, appeared in a dark corner. The two of them just watched Luo Xia and Tojo Nozomi's figures quietly. Most of the attention was focused on Rorschach. In a daze, the house seemed to have taken on a somewhat unreal feel. What followed were monsters that defied description. His face was deathly pale, and his jet black hair was draped over his back. His two eyeballs bulged out like those of a person who had died tragically. Its withered arms pressed to the ground, while its strong hind legs, like those of a four-legged animal, throbbed restlessly. On its chest and abdomen, countless pale arms tightly embraced a large number of bells. Those dead fish-like eyes were fixed on the direction of the shrine entrance. It had a premonition. Today, this shrine will undergo a major change. Perhaps this shrine will undergo a qualitative leap, transforming from a false shrine into a true shrine. And you might also gain considerable benefits. The key to this dramatic change. The Oni, which was called a god, slowly turned its gaze to Rorschach, who was chatting and laughing with Tojo Nozomi. That's right, this guy is the key figure. Although it was just a special kind of ghost, it still managed to open a shop and absorb some incense offerings. some slight changes have occurred. Rorschach, who was talking to Nozomi Tojo, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Luoxia? Tojo Nozomi looked at Rorschach with some confusion and asked. No, it's nothing. Shaking his head, Luoxia calmly said. Also, you should call me Ryumu now, Tomoyo. Okay, Ryumu. It feels so embarrassing, like calling your roommate Sakura-chan. In that case, you'll either be disliked or get analled. Speak louder? I can't hear you. You think you can get a part-time job with such a low volume of noise? Her face, which should have been quite cute, now had a somewhat fierce look. Seeing Luoxia like this, Tojo Nozomi silently raised her fist, and then, stop acting normal. One punch and the world is at peace. Meanwhile, dressed neatly, Nishimiya Yuzuru knocked on Yatsuya Maiko's door. Yatsuya-senpai, it's time to go. Ah, here it comes. Chapter 79, The Wishing Team. Over the weekend, Yuzuru Nishimiya knocked on the door of Maiko Yatsuya's house. Yatsuya-senpai, it's time to go. Ah, it's coming. Yatsuya Maiko quickly ran out of the room. She was just packing her things and didn't notice the time. By the way, there's also this. Yatsuya Maiko took out the halo that Rorschach had given her from her pocket, put it on her hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Great, that solves the problem. Ever since Yatsuya Maiko obtained this bracelet, the ghosts have been subconsciously avoiding her. Life has suddenly become much easier. But, I am leaving. Turning her head, Maiko Yatsuya smiled and waved to her family. Take care, sister. That's my younger brother's voice. Have fun. That's my mother's voice. Remember to come back soon. That's my father's voice. Following Yatsuya Maiko's gaze, a harmonious family of 3 came into view. If you ignore the memorial tablet for Yatsuya's father not far away, everything seems so harmonious. As they were talking, a hideous, canine-shaped monster emerged from the room and stood behind Yatsuya's father. Yatsuya Maiko showed no unusual reaction to the monster that exuded ghostly energy. He smiled, waved, and left the house. Clap. Who? After closing the door, Yatsuya Maiko let out a long sigh. It seems a little easier now. Even though I know in my heart that there shouldn't be any danger, I'm still very scared. What's wrong, Yatsuya-senpai? Holding a camera in her arms, Nishimiya Yuzuru looked at Yatsuya Maiko with some confusion and asked. Yatsuya-senpai looked like he had just escaped from somewhere and was relieved. Have you had a conflict with your family? Tilting his head, Nishimiya Yuzuru thought to himself. This was the only possibility she could think of. Nothing, let's go. Coming to her senses, Yatsuya Maiko smiled and shook her head. She didn't want to tell Nishimiya Yuzuru about ghosts. Let's not even talk about how to prove this. Even if the other party finds out, what difference will it make? It's just making the child worry for nothing. Maiko Yatsuya playfully ruffled Yuzuru Nishimiya's short hair, a smug smile spreading across her face. Compared to normal girls, Nishimiya Yuzuru has less cuteness and more coolness. He's a cute tomboy. What are you doing, Yatsuya-senpai? Holding his head, Nishimiya Yuzuru said with some dissatisfaction. Only at this moment can you see the girl's coquettishness. It's nothing, let's go. Withdrawing her hand, Yatsuya Maiko took the lead and started walking. Yuri Kawana, dressed in casual clothes, had been waiting downstairs for quite some time. See you, Yuzuru. Hurry up, hurry up. Waving her hand, Yuri Kawana was as energetic as ever. The 3 walked together when Nishimiya Yuzuru suddenly noticed the bracelet on Yatsuya Maiko's wrist. Senior Yatsuya, this bracelet of yours. If I remember correctly, Yatsuya-senpai seemed to be collecting exorcism-related items quite often recently. But this unusual-looking bracelet immediately reminded her of exorcism items. Ah, this. Raising her wrist, Maiko Yatsuya said in a somewhat enigmatic tone. A friend lent it to me. This aura has been with Maiko Yatsuya for some time now. Yatsuya Maiko felt a warm feeling, like a kind of holy light. That's not a problem, but the issue is. This warm aura was given to her by a demon. Something feels off. I see. Yuzuru Nishimiya, who noticed Maiko Yatsuya's expression, didn't seem to have much of a problem. Judging from Yatsuya Maiko's expression, this bracelet seems to be very important. Speaking of which, what's the deal with that shrine, Maiko? With her hands behind her back, Yurikawa Hana looked at Yatsuya Maiko with some curiosity. Yatsuya Maiko had previously mentioned some information about that shrine. At the time, Yurikawa was thinking of doing some research on the relevant information after she got home. But clearly, she forgot. There's no way around it, the game is just too fun. Especially in the time before I'm ready to do my homework, playing games is incredibly fun. Simply put, the success rate of making a wish at that shrine is very high, including wishes for good health, cure of illness, and even exorcism. Maiko Yatsuya said, recalling the memories in her mind. Speaking of which, there's something rather strange about it. As if remembering something, Yuzuru Nishimiya added. Some people say that the offerings they made when fulfilling their vows quickly rotted. They thought the gods were happy to accept the gift, and they even filmed it. Yuzuru Nishimiya is taking a wait-and-see approach to this matter for the time being. She watched the video and actually believed it to some extent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have decided to go to that shrine. Please wait a moment, everyone. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out behind the 3 of them. Looking back, they saw a girl with a cane, who looked like a princess, smiling at them. Looking at the other person's attire, a name suddenly popped into Yatsuya Maiko's mind for some reason. Sea salt ice cream. Is this the shrine you were just talking about? He held up his phone, and it showed the shrine that Yatsuya Maiko and the others had been discussing. Yes, what's wrong? Yatsuya Maiko said with some doubt. I don't know why, but the moment I saw this girl, I felt a strong liking for her. I'm going too, can I come with you? With a bright smile on her face, Kotoko Iwanaga asked. Frowning, Nishimiya Yuzuru was about to refuse. But Yurikawa spoke first. Okay, Senior Yurikawa. With her lips pursed, Nishimiya Yuzuru felt that she had a lot of things she wanted to complain about. Although she really wanted to refuse, since Senior Yurikawa had already agreed, she wouldn't put her in a difficult position in this situation. Yurikawana's thinking was quite simple, she felt that the other person was a good person. She's pretty accurate when it comes to intuition. Oh right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kotoko Iwanaga. With a slight bow and a gentle smile, Kotoko Iwanaga lifted the hem of her skirt. It has to be said that this guy is quite deceptive when he's not driving. She looks like a young lady from a wealthy family, although she is indeed. After Kotoko Iwanaga joined, the 3-person team became a 4-person team. Are you also going to pray? More or less. With a smile, Kotoko Iwanaga said this. He remained non-committal in response to Yuzuru Nishimiya's question. Soon, the shrine's torii gate came into view of the 4 of them. Chapter 80, Was he causing trouble? It looks spectacular. Standing in front of the torii gate, Yurikawa said with some surprise. It's just an ordinary shrine, but for some reason it always feels very grand. The approach to the temple seems quite long. Yes. Yuzuru Nishimiya nodded in agreement. She had visited other shrines before, but only this shrine gave her a different feeling. This feeling is something you don't get at those shrines. Perhaps this shrine can really grant her wish. Then, sister. Thinking of her older sister, whose personality was somewhat too gentle, Nishimiya Yuzuru clenched her fists. Sometimes she really wished her older sister could have a stronger personality. But there's nothing I can do, my sister's personality has always been like this. Standing beside the two, Yatsuya Maiko didn't say anything, but subconsciously rubbed her arms. For some reason, this shrine gave her a very bad feeling. It was as if every corner of this shrine exuded malice. What Yatsuya Maiko didn't notice was that the halo on her wrist began to glow slightly as if it had been stimulated by something. However, the brightness is very faint and it is difficult to see in sunlight. The other side. This feeling. Pecora, who was diligently cleaning, suddenly raised her head. A single hair on her head spun wildly like a radar, then pointed in a certain direction. That's it. That's the place. Pecora shouted excitedly, dropped her work, and rushed out the door. That's right. This feeling? It's my angelic halo. Thinking of this, Pecora became even more excited. His already distorted face looked even more ferocious. If a child saw this, they might be scared and cry. Returning her gaze to the shrine, the crisp sound of her cane striking the bluestone slab brought Yatsuya Maiko back to her senses. Okay, let's go in. After glancing subtly at the halo on Yatsuya Maiko's wrist, Iwanaga Kotoko said with a smile. Normally, she definitely wouldn't have let these people come in with her. But the halo on Yatsuya Maiko's wrist attracted her. That warm feeling was somewhat like the angel she had seen some time ago. Although that angel was very unlike an angel. But Kotoko Iwanaga still harbored some fantasies about angels. This child must be someone blessed by angels. Well, probably. Thinking of the angel she had seen before, Kotoko Iwanaga suddenly lost her confidence. It is good. Nodding, Maiko Yatsuya followed Kotoko Iwanaga onto the approach to the shrine. The moment she stepped over the torii gate, Yatsuya Maiko suddenly felt a little dazed. I could vaguely hear the sound of something breaking. The surrounding scenery blurred for a moment. But when I came to my senses, it seemed like nothing had happened. Hello everyone. A sweet voice rang out, and a shrine maiden who looked like she was cosplaying appeared before them. Please follow me. For some reason, Yatsuya Maiko always felt that the shrine maiden's voice seemed a little distorted at the end. Is it an illusion? Something feels off about today. Sorry to bother you. Nodding to the shrine maiden, Maiko Yatsuya smiled and said. Nodding stiffly, Luoxia turned around somewhat awkwardly. Although he can wear women's clothing without any psychological burden. But that doesn't mean he's mentally prepared to let people around him see him dressed as a woman. Just like you can openly show off photos of yourself dressed as a woman, but in reality you are still a pure virgin. As for the photos Raphael secretly took before, Rorschach could only say that he successfully fooled Raphael. Taking a deep breath, Luoxia's sweet smile returned to normal. It's okay, it's not a big problem. The one wearing the shrine maiden outfit is Ryumu Hakure. What does that have to do with me, Rorschach? Thinking of this, Luoxia suddenly felt a sense of relief. Thinking about it this way, I instantly felt much more relaxed. May I ask how I should address you? Kotoko Iwanaga, seemingly having figured something out, tilted her head and asked. Although at first they felt awe towards Rorschach and his fellow demons and angels, but after getting to know each other better, damn it, a bunch of idiots. In Kotoko Iwanaga's view, there were no normal people among this group, including Wynette. She understood after seeing the enraged Wynette plant Rorschach like a radish in the ground. Vinette is at the top of the food chain among them. On this point, she and Satania agreed. If we agree with someone who is mentally challenged, does that mean that Kotoko Iwanaga is, in some ways, comparable to someone who is mentally challenged? Just call me Ryumu. Turning her head slightly, Ryumu Hakure said with a smile. A gentle breeze blew by, ruffling Ryumu Hakure's hair. Ryumu reached out and tucked the wind-blown strands behind her ears, giving Kotoko Iwanaga a slightly apologetic smile. This has left Kotoko Iwanaga completely bewildered. Is this seemingly gentle and lovely shrine maiden really the insane demon she is? Thinking about Luo Xia's usual amazing feats, and then looking at the soft-spoken young lady in front of him, Kotoko Iwanaga fell silent. Did I recognize the wrong person? The cute shrine maiden I met at the shrine couldn't possibly be my idiot friend. This title alone could be used to write another light novel. Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. Seemingly noticing Kotoko Iwanaga's gaze, Ryumu Hakure asked with some curiosity. Looking into the other person's bright, watery eyes, Kotoko Iwanaga silently looked away. Sure enough, they must have mistaken me for someone else. A while after the group entered the shrine, another group of people arrived together in front of the shrine's torii gate. Is this the shrine you mentioned? That's where you're looking for someone. Grabbing her hair, Gabrielle looked at Raphael speechlessly. This guy was all excited today, saying he'd found a great part-time job and wanted to bring her to see it. Even though she said she already had a part-time job, she was still dragged into it. After leaving the house, Gabrielle discovered that Vinette and Satania had also been pulled out. Only one person is missing. Wasn't that idiotic devil called? Gabrielle, with her dead fish eyes, gave Raphael a strange look before silently looking away. I'll ask about it when I have time. You guys go ahead, I'm going back. Gabrielle yawned and waved her hand. She had absolutely no interest in working part-time at a shrine. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from the distant shrine. Turning around, I saw that the once beautiful shrine had been engulfed in flames. What is that idiot demon doing? Are you trying to cause trouble? Gabrielle suddenly became excited. Oh dear, it's time to go on sale again before we know it. Actually, this book should have been published when it had 12 words, but due to various unforeseen circumstances, it has been delayed until now, and it has reached 16 words. What a huge loss, haha. Before I knew it, I had been writing books on Hedgehog Cat for over a year, or to be precise, 18 months. This is my 4th book. The initial idea behind this book was that I wanted to write something that would make me happy. Because I was so busy during that time, I was feeling emo every day. But on the second day after I started writing the book, I suddenly realized, I seem to have increased my workload. Ha ha ha, that's just so hopeless. As for guaranteeing that it won't be abandoned, my previous books are all there, and none of them have been abandoned so far. I hope this book can continue to maintain that level of quality. That's about it. I hope everyone will support me after it goes on sale tomorrow. That's all. Something seems off about chapter 81. Just a few minutes ago, this shrine was a peaceful place. But now the shrine is engulfed in flames. If there weren't so few people around, there would probably be a huge crowd of onlookers by now. Luo Xia, classmate. Veins bulged on her forehead as Vinette stared at the sea of fire with a gloomy gaze, sensing the familiar aura within. She was just worried that Raphael might dislike Rorschach, and that the fact that no one had called him when everyone else arrived might make Rorschach feel isolated. But I never expected that you would give me such a big surprise in the blink of an eye. Let's go in and take a look. Taking a deep breath, Wynette broke into a bright smile. The group, who had originally intended to say something, silently followed Vinette across the torii gate onto the approach to the temple. So what exactly happened here? Let's rewind a few minutes. Arrive. Standing in front of the worship hall, Luo Xia smiled at the group. Along the way, the group talked about many things, including the witch Rorschach's views on prayer. Rorschach's answer was, since it's free, I might as well believe it a little. As for throwing loose change into the donation box, isn't that normal? It's already quite good that they didn't ask you to give money for incense, candles, or a bunch of other products. I have a feeling that this shrine maiden has absolutely no reverence in her heart. Seeing Luo Xia's nonchalant expression, the group thought the same thing at the same time. It's not that they had no reverence at all, but rather that they were completely indifferent. You can't say that, Ryumu. I can't believe it, said Nozomi Tojo, a helpless smile on her face. She was already used to Rorschach's appearance. I even find it kind of cute. Does Yuzuru want to make a wish? Of course. They tossed some change into the donation box, clapped their hands a few times, and then put their palms together to make a wish. I hope I won't be haunted by ghosts anymore. This was Yatsuya Maiko's wish. Strictly speaking, it's almost done, but this halo was lent to her by Rorschach. It needs to be returned to its owner later. Speaking of this, Maiko Yatsuya suddenly remembered some manga she had read before. Simply put, the female protagonist owes the male protagonist something she can't repay, so the male protagonist says, I'll repay you with my whole life. To be honest, it sounds old-fashioned, but sometimes it can be surprisingly useful. Yatsuya Maiko had secretly fantasized about this scenario, but then she thought about Rorschach's usual demeanor. I'll twist your head off and send you to the factory to tighten screws and pay off your debts. He'd probably say that. I suddenly feel a bit disillusioned. I hope my sister's hearing will get better soon. This is Yuzuru Nishimiya's idea. Although he feels a bit frustrated with his overly gentle older sister, Yuzuru is also a very gentle person. I hope the bakery has my favorite cake tonight. I hope I'll know all the answers to the next exam. I hope Maiko and Yuzuru are both happy, and so is Kotoko. This is Yuri Kawahana's wish. Yes, it's quite simple and unpretentious. And the last person. I hope the person behind this shrine dies soon and is reincarnated. Kodoko Iwanaga, a yokai princess, made this wish in front of the shrine's main hall. I can only say that you are truly remarkable. When it comes to witty banter, Kodoko Iwanaga is the best. It seems like this guy can blend into Rorschach's group without any awkwardness. That's great. Watching the group's retreating figures, Tojo Nozomi suddenly felt a pang of emotion for some reason. Maybe it's menopause? Rorschach thought to himself, his hands tucked into his wide sleeves. Thankfully, Tojo Nozomi can't read minds, otherwise Rorschach would probably be beaten to a pulp by now. No, Rorschach Tojo Nozomi might not be able to do it in this state. Ding-a-ling. A faint sound of wind chimes could be heard in the air. A gentle breeze blew, causing the trees lining the approach to sway. For some reason, the sound of leaves and branches rubbing against each other made me feel uneasy, like the calm before a storm. When Nozomi Tojo came to her senses, the fox that she rarely saw was already standing on both sides. The gesture seemed to be preventing the group from leaving. To be honest, I don't even know their names. It was only then that Nozomi Tojo belatedly realized something was wrong. I feel like I've forgotten, or rather, ignored, a lot of things. Huh? When did someone get here? Turning around, Yurikawa looked at the two foxes at the door with some confusion. Nishimiya Yuzura, who was standing next to him, also cast a puzzled look at him. Can Zayahua see it too? Yatsuya Maiko was startled. She was certain that the two foxes in front of her were not human, but rather ghosts or monsters. But Zayahua was clearly blind before, as was Yuzuru. Maiko Yatsuya's heart was suddenly filled with panic. This feels very wrong, something terrible is about to happen. Suddenly turning her head, Yatsuya Maiko's gaze went beyond the worship hall and into the distance. There, billowing black smoke rose. Something was moving within the black smoke. Suddenly, a pale arm emerged from the black mist. Then came another one, followed by its head, body, and tail. When the monster appeared in front of them, Yurikawa Hana and Nishimiya Yuzuru suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if I had seen something disgusting. It wasn't just disgusting, but also a sense of inexplicable unease. It's like a pile of scraps of meat pieced together to form a human shape. Although it looks like a human, it doesn't look human at all. Is this the deity enshrined at the shrine? Staring blankly at the monster before her, Yurikawa Hana said in a daze. I feel like my illusions about gods have been shattered. It's true. Kodoko Iwanaga, leaning on her cane, calmly looked at the monster in front of her. It's huge and disgusting. That's it. She's someone who's seen a lot of the world, after all. What great monsters, angels, or demons? We've seen it all. This is nothing serious. This self-proclaimed godlike monster sized up the group of people before it with its corpse-like pupils. A pure human girl, brimming with vitality, is highly nourishing. A pure human girl who can see ghosts and monsters, a great tonic. An ordinary, innocent human girl, a side dish. A very unusual, pure human girl, highly nourishing. Not bad. The focus shifted to Rorschach and Tojo Nozomi, who were working part-time as shrine maidens. Now that we've seen it, there's no need for it to exist. Two innocent human girls, not bad. Etc. Something seems wrong? Before the monster could figure it out, crimson flames suddenly ignited and instantly engulfed the entire shrine. Chapter 82 I'm a demon? You are a self-proclaimed god, a ghost. To be precise, you are neither a monster nor a ghost right now. More than what is lacking is more than what is lacking. Although it has many shortcomings compared to those great demons who have lived for an unknown amount of time, it is already quite good compared to normal demons. You built a shrine for yourself, hoping to transform yourself from a ghost into a god through this method. Although it's uncertain whether it will succeed, it seems to be going well so far. But that's life. Unexpected things always happen. Moreover, sometimes it can be incredibly surreal, with situations that are too daring to be depicted in movies and TV shows happening in real life. Just like now. A monster princess and a demon blocked his way, while a girl protected by an angel stood nearby. Not far away, two angels and two demons were angrily rushing towards them. They look like they're about to take on a boss. But the problem is, I'm not even a boss in front of you guys. The monster fell into deep thought. Have I done something that would incur divine and public wrath? It doesn't seem like there is. So what if they set up a shrine and ate some people? Do you immortal beings still care about these things? The monster said it couldn't understand. Human concepts do not apply to demons and gods. Humans believe that fulfilling a wish only requires offering some fruit and pastries as tribute. But to the gods, or at least to this monster, these things were more of an insult. It wants something else, like your life. It really is you. Ignore the monster who's fallen into a state of existential crisis for now. At this moment, Kodoko Iwanaga looked at Rorschach, who was holding a trident, with a completely bewildered expression. At first, she suspected that this seemingly gentle and kind young lady was actually that despicable guy, Luo Xia, but the doubts were quickly dispelled. Well, how could such a gentle, cute, beautiful, and kind young lady be that idiotic devil? Impossible. But reality soon slapped her in the face. This gentle, lovely, beautiful, kind-hearted girl who loves cosplay is actually that brainless and despicable devil. Indeed, reality is surreal. Arno, you must have mistaken me for someone else, right? The demon tail that had been swaying back and forth behind him paused. Rorschach quickly covered the lower half of his face with his wide sleeves, his eyes darting around. He's obviously lying. Seeing Luo Xia's appearance, Kodoko Iwanaga felt her urge to make sarcastic remarks was rising, but she suppressed the impulse. Because someone had once warned her with a look of unbearable sorrow over the past. When you're around Luo Xia, you have to hold back no matter how much you want to complain. Once you start complaining, there's no going back. Kodoko Iwanaga still vividly remembers the expression on Wynette's face when she said those words. It truly lives up to its reputation as a demon that leads people into the abyss. Is this someone Kodoko knows? Yurikawa Hana curiously approached Iwanaga Kodoko and asked. Although they haven't known each other for long, Yurikawa Hana has already started calling each other by name in a very familiar way. That's it. Turning her head, Kodoko Iwanaga responded vaguely. I know them, but I'm not their person. Why does it sound like an insult? But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Luo Xia. Looking at Rorschach's back in front of her, Yatsuya Maiko muttered to herself uncertainly. The moment Yatsuya Maiko saw the flames ignite, she thought of Rorschach. But I'm still a little unsure. The reason is different from that of Kodoko Iwanaga. One is an idiotic demon who can give disgusting examples without batting an eye. A shy shrine maiden who never shows her teeth when she smiles. How could she possibly connect the two? Outrageous. Well, we can talk about other things later. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Seeing that his identity seemed to be exposed, Luo Xia quickly changed the subject. If he keeps talking like this, his identity will be exposed. She also wanted to make a good impression on her junior, referring to Yuzuru Nishimiya, whom she was meeting for the first time. In some respects, he did leave a very good impression on Yuzuru Nishimiya. She was only in the guise of the shrine maiden Riimu Hakure. Then I'll leave it to you. With a slight bow and lifting the hem of her skirt, Kodoko Iwanaga pulled the others to stand a little further away. Just kidding, she had no intention of getting involved in their battle. Despite her prestigious title as a demon princess, she was utterly useless in combat. Of course, this is in comparison to non-human life forms. Of course. With a wave of his trident, Rorschach said confidently. He's a demon, after all, fighting is his forte. What demon can't be fought? Right, Satania, who got bullied by the dog. Incidentally, Luo Xia still uses a sweet female voice to this day. It is abbreviated as Jia, but it is slightly more normal than. Behind them, only one of the two foxes that had been standing was left. While Rorschach was making his move, the fox suddenly attacked and killed another fox, then voluntarily gave up its spot to allow Kodoko Iwanaga and the others to leave. The trident in his hand twirled into a beautiful spear flower. By the way, can a trident be described like that? Rorschach looked at the monster in front of him, which was engulfed in flames and could only tremble helplessly, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, it will only hurt for a moment, and then it will be gone. Hey, shouldn't you stop driving at a time like this? Kodoko Iwanaga, who had led the group quite a distance away, was inwardly complaining. As long as I don't say it out loud, it doesn't count as complaining. Seemingly sensing the danger to its life, the monster, whose skin resembled a bloated corpse, let out a roar. The numerous bells on his chest suddenly emitted a piercing sound. But Rorschach, engulfed in flames, seemed completely unaffected. The battle that followed, no, it can't really be called a battle. For Rorschach, this should have been a one-sided crushing defeat. Soon, this monster, which was incredibly imposing in the original story, simply disappeared. Only a patch of black ash remained as proof that it had ever existed. It's done. Putting away his trident, Rorschach turned around and gave the group a sweet smile. A girl dressed as a shrine maiden stood before a shrine engulfed in flames, giving a sweet smile to the person she was protecting. The firelight made her smile look exceptionally beautiful. Yuzuru Nishimiya subconsciously used his camera to capture this fleeting moment of beauty. Why do I say it's short-lived? Luo Xia, classmate. A trident flew rapidly from a distance, instantly smashing Rorschach into the shrine. The group fell silent as they looked at the girl emanating black energy not far away. Is it a ghost too? Chapter 83 I'm probably really going to die. The great super beast philosopher, Mr. Hades, once said, beauty is only a fleeting feeling, only truth is eternal beauty. Rorschach is a perfect example of this. 1 second she was a beautiful shrine maiden saving others from disaster, and the next she was smashed away. Looking at Vinette, who was emanating black energy, Kodoko Iwanaga opened her mouth but said nothing. Indeed, the most terrifying person was Wynette. Kodoko Iwanaga thought to herself. She strode up to Rorschach, grabbed him by the collar, and roared. What have you done? You, Suddenly, Wynette realized something was wrong. Is this guy Rorschach? The person in front of her was not Luo Xia, whom she usually knew. Instead, she was a pitiful witch. The slightly red and swollen forehead did not detract from the beauty, in fact, it added a touch of sickliness. Her long eyelashes trembled, and there seemed to be tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. You've mistaken me for someone else? The thought flashed through Wynette's mind, and she was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. Subconsciously letting go, Wynette said somewhat flusteredly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Because your magic is somewhat like that of an acquaintance. So, without even realizing it, it happened. I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. With her hands flailing haphazardly in the air, Wynette tried to explain her actions. But no matter what we do, it seems there's no way to explain it. It's fine. Sitting up, Ryumu Hakure gently shook her head and said, "You must have something very important to say, right?" As he spoke, a comforting smile appeared on his face. The moment Wynette saw that smile, she felt instantly healed. What a good boy. What followed was an even more intense sense of guilt. Ah, what have I just done? Hearing the witch's gentle voice, Vinette felt like she wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. You've gotten yourself into trouble, Vinny. Satania, who was following behind, stood with her hands on her hips and loudly criticized. This drove Wynette, who was already feeling guilty and shy, even more crazy. It's okay. Raising her hand, Ryumu Hakure gently stroked Wynette's head, while constantly comforting her. It looks quite beautiful. But actually, stimulate. Rorschach's mind was already in a state of celebratory revelry. I can brag about this incident for a year? I smacked Vignette's head in anger. Can you, Gabrielle, do that? You can't do that, can you? As expected of me? Ha 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 ha. Clearly, Rorschach has no idea what it means to be overjoyed and then suffer. Because he was so excited, the demon tail behind him couldn't be hidden and started to wag unconsciously. While still feeling guilty, Wynette suddenly caught a glimpse of something familiar out of the corner of her eye. The guilty expression on his face gradually faded. His expression gradually became blank, and the black aura that had disappeared reappeared. Sensing something was wrong, Gabrielle quickly covered Satania, who was angrily rebuking Vinette for her atrocities. Ignoring the other party's resistance, Raphael and the other person forcibly dragged away Satania, that idiot. He stared at the demon tail behind Rorschach for a few seconds, then reached out. Grasp? Alas. Rorschach froze as he was caught by the devil's tail. Theoretically speaking, the devil's tail is not a weakness or a sensitive point. But when he was caught, Rorschach was still stiff all over. Because it's the devil's tail. After staring at the tail in her hand for a few seconds, Wynette muttered to herself. He raised his head and stared at Rorschach with empty eyes. After examining it carefully for a while, he said, "As expected, it's Luoxia. Haha, what are you talking about? I don't know." A bead of cold sweat dripped from Luoxia's forehead, and he forced himself to speak. "My name is Ryumu Hakure. I see. So you use the alias Ryumu Hakure because you wear women's clothing." Nodding, Wynette indicated that she understood. "So that's what happened. What do you understand? Don't misinterpret what others say, although this is indeed the truth. But we can't do it like this. But we'll talk about those facts later. Right now, we need to figure out how to survive." Before he knew it, Rorschach's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Oh, I see. You've mistaken me for someone else." After staring at Rorschach for a while, Wynette suddenly smiled. That harmony is just like the gentle breeze of spring and the warm sun of winter. Did they escape unscathed? Not only Rorschach, but also Gabrielle and the others behind him looked at Wynette with some confusion. It's unclear what exactly is going on here. Can you let me go now? Rorschach tried to pull his tail out of Vinette's grasp, but after several attempts, he realized that Vinette had no intention of letting go. "I have a feeling that something terrible is about to happen. But it would be a shame if everyone came out but Luoxia wasn't there." As she said this, Wynette took out her phone in front of Rorschach. "Open your contacts and dial Rorschach's number." Dululululu, dululululu. Other phones rang, the sound coming from behind Rorschach. Upon hearing the phone ring, Wynette's smile widened even more. "Oh my, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that your ringtone is the same as Luoxia's, Miss Hakure." And coincidentally, phone calls came in at that very moment. Holding her phone, Wynette's smile was radiant. Rorschach was now covered in cold sweat. "To my parents, who are somewhere unknown, I am probably going to die. If nothing unexpected happens, he will die a horrible death. May you protect my soul. Amen. Do you have any last words, Rorschach?" The smile on her face vanished abruptly, and Wynette asked coldly. He put away his phone, grabbed Rorschach's devil tail with one hand and pressed down on Rorschach's head with the other. Vinette's eyes kept scanning Rorschach, as if she was thinking about where to start tearing him apart. Tearing apart a demon with bare hands sounds like a lot of fun. Wait, I think I can argue my way out of this. Rorschach, pinned to the ground, struggled frantically, like a cat that hadn't eaten. "Further words are useless, prepare to accept sanctions. I'm doing a good deed. Explain in detail." Upon hearing Luoxia's words, Wynette stopped what she was doing and silently watched Luoxia, waiting for his excuse. Chapter 84 This shrine is mine? After Rorschach's sophistry, or rather, his explanation, Vinette roughly understood the current situation. Simply put, there was a man-eating monster here, and you killed it. Holding Rorschach's tail, Wynette said thoughtfully. "Yes." While responding, Rorschach tried to pull his tail out of Wynette's hand. But after being glared at by Wynette, he reluctantly gave up the idea. Forget it, surviving is the priority. He could sense that the power of Vinette's previous halberd strike was definitely aimed at killing him. How terrible. Is that right? Vinette didn't immediately believe Rorschach, but instead turned to Kotoko Iwanaga and the others for confirmation. After all, this guy had just pretended not to know him and tried to fool him. Wynette said she wouldn't fall for it again this time. They're pretty much the same except they're not monsters. Nodding, Kotoko Iwanaga responded. Actually, she had thought about telling Wynette about the shrine before, but you can easily forget about it. And didn't you tell Vinny? Looking at Rorschach, who was standing awkwardly to the side with Vinette holding his devil tail, Kotoko Iwanaga asked him a question with some curiosity. This guy said he would inform Wynette about the situation here later. But what's the situation now? I forgot by accident. With his eyes darting around, Luo Xia said somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, he can't be entirely blamed for this. He was originally going to notify Vinette, but he happened to see Satania pull out a pineapple bun. He had always been curious about how Satania had managed to have his pineapple bun stolen by a dog. So they simply stood by and watched. They were having so much fun watching the drama unfold, they even recorded it. Whispering, I feel like these angels and devils really enjoy filming other people's embarrassing moments. Because she was having so much fun watching it, she invited Gabrielle, who happened to be passing by, to watch it with her. The two then had a discussion about just how low the bar can be for a demon. We were having such a good time that we forgot to tell Wynette about it. So you got what you deserved. Gabrielle, with her dead fish eyes, spoke calmly. I have this feeling that I've forgotten something. What is it then? Covering Satania's mouth, Gabrielle fell into deep thought. Xiaojia, if you don't let go, Satania is going to suffocate. Raphael nudged Gabrielle's shoulder, offering a reminder. Gabriel then noticed Satania's face was turning blue and purple, and quickly let go of her. He looked at his palms, then wiped them on Satania's clothes with obvious disgust. Okay, it's my problem. After letting go, Wynette readily admitted her mistake. Indeed, she attacked Luo Xia without understanding the situation. As for the matter of Luo Xia touching his own head and deceiving his own feelings later, the two are even now. That's what Wynette thought. So, what's the next step? Looking at the stunned people behind her, Gabrielle had a troubled expression on her face. It would be fine if there were no ordinary people here, but the problem is there are ordinary people here. It's very troublesome. What does this have to do with me? I'm a demon. Have you ever seen a demon clean up after someone? Rorschach, whose tail had escaped Vinette's clutches, instantly became assertive and spoke with righteous indignation. In some respects, he wasn't wrong. After all, demons never care about burying the dead. But, yes, I have. Gabrielle said this, pointing to Wynette, who had already run over to explain to the group. Although it was just two simple words, Rorschach felt that Gabrielle was talking a lot of nonsense. Nothing else matters, what's important is. Looking at Vinette, Maiko Yatsuya hesitated before saying, is that Luo Xia? Oh ho, it's over. Upon hearing this, Gabrielle immediately adopted a look of anticipation, as if watching a show. This idiot demon has been exposed. There's something good to watch now. That's what Gabrielle thought. But in reality, the real show didn't happen. Oh, it's me. With a wave of his hand, Rorschach readily acknowledged his identity. There wasn't the slightest hint of embarrassment on her face. You guy? Gabrielle felt she had something to say. How can you so readily admit to wearing women's clothing in front of your friends? It was while she was wearing women's clothing. How can you be so shameless? Gabrielle felt uneasy if she were discovered wearing men's clothing. It doesn't seem like anything's wrong, does it? It's really strange. Girls who wear boys' clothes are called men's fashion beauties. It's called a cross-dressing pervert when a boy wears girls' clothes. That's really unfair. Why are you dressed like this? After receiving an affirmative reply, Yatsuya Maiko curiously ran up to Rorschach and asked him. Not only Yatsuya Maiko, but also the others. Especially Nozomi Tojo. The child looked at Rorschach's forehead with some concern. It seems to be looking for a wound. This is a necessary sacrifice, you have to give up something to gain something. With his hands on his hips, Luo Xia said confidently. If you didn't know better, you'd think this guy was dressed as a woman because he had no choice but to sneak into the shrine. They'll probably imagine all sorts of scenarios in their minds. In fact, this guy was just doing it as a part-time job. You could say it was to infiltrate the shrine, but the purposes are different. That's the art of language. That's it. Yatsuya Maiko nodded thoughtfully, seemingly understanding something. Speaking of which, what should we do about these things? Pointing to the shrine behind her, Gabrielle asked. Although the flames had been extinguished under Rorschach's control, the shrine had inevitably suffered damage. This thing will cost money, right? Gabrielle pondered to herself. If this idiot devil has to pay money, then the amount of money she can swindle will be less. No problem. As if they had touched on a topic that interested him, Luo Xia instantly became excited. His eyes seemed to gleam with the light of money. I previously asked the Inagana group leader to acquire the development rights to a piece of land in this area. Although the methods were not very ethical, the original developer of this land was just so-so. We were all pretty much the same. Ahem, I've gotten a bit off topic. Anyway, the ownership of this shrine is now actually in my name. In other words, this shrine is mine. Seeing Luo Xia's excited expression, Tojo Nozomi suddenly recalled how Luo Xia had acted like a leader on an inspection tour when he visited the shrine before. You've had this in mind from the beginning, haven't you? Tojo Nozomi fell into deep thought. Chapter 85 I'm so cute, please give me money. Clearly, Rorschach had his eye on the shrine itself a long time ago. They even tried to recruit the shrine's original employees beforehand. Yes, it's that fox. So, what's the point? Tilting her head, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach with a puzzled expression. Indeed, it sounds pretty good that this shrine is yours. But what's the point? In Gabrielle's view, this is like buying a bunch of gym equipment on a whim, only to use it a few times and then leaving it to gather dust in a corner or storage room, never to be used again. Or perhaps you've signed up for a gym membership. You bet the gym won't close down, but the gym bets you won't come back a second time. Most of the time, the gym wins. This is probably what it means to have intermittent bursts of lofty ambitions followed by a continuous period of just getting by. Of course it's about making money. Luo Xia made a gesture and said mysteriously. Because of Rorschach's gesture, this book will lose the South Korean market. What? You're saying this book never had a Korean market to begin with? That's alright then, haha. Making money? Count me in. Upon hearing this word, Gabrielle's eyes lit up instantly. Gabrielle is only interested in two things right now. First, there's the game and spending money on in-game purchases. Secondly, it's about making money. Of course, the second one can actually be counted as the first one, since her purpose in making money is to spend money on in-game purchases. She wouldn't have taken on this part-time job if it weren't for the need to spend money on in-game purchases. How to say? Gabrielle approached Rorschach and asked him in a manner reminiscent of a secret organization meeting. Anyone who didn't know better would think these two were up to something mysterious. Ahem, I've always believed that as qualified modern demons and angels, we can't always rely on the demon realm and the heavenly realm to give us money. This is far too passive. The judging criteria are all on their end, which is unreasonable. After looking around, Luo Xia cleared his throat and spoke. Is this guy going to give a speech? Gabrielle thought to herself as she watched Rorschach's posture, but she still listened patiently. Upon hearing Luo Xia's words, the others couldn't help but turn their gazes over as well. Especially Satania. Although she doesn't have a particularly high desire for money, she definitely loves joining in the fun. How could I miss out on something that sounds so interesting? Wherever there's excitement, there's Satania? Raphael probably thought the same way. A fun-loving person will never miss out on any fun that might happen, and will create fun even if there isn't any. Vinette, on the other hand, was more concerned that these people might cause trouble, so she was keeping an eye on them. Why am I like a nanny? Vinette silently complained to herself. As independent modern women, we should have our own stable income. That way we won't be controlled by others. Clenching his fist, Rorschach spoke in a very encouraging tone. Surprisingly, the scene actually looks quite harmonious. A group of lovely girls gathered together to discuss how to become an excellent and independent woman. But in fact, the leader was a man, and a male demon at that. But you're clearly a man. Satania raised his own questions. She wasn't interested in what constituted an outstanding, independent woman, but she was very interested in Rorschach's gender. Don't interrupt, it's not important. Now please call me Ria Muhakure. After glaring at Satania, Rorschach said irritably. Seeing Luo Xia's reproachful expression, a faint blush appeared on Tojo Nozomi's face. Cute, I want to. Cough? Can't think about it anymore. Something's off about this guy. Maintaining a polite smile, Raphael subtly distanced herself from Nozomi Tojo. I have a feeling this girl is a bit dangerous. This danger is not a life-threatening one, but something more serious. This shrine is already mine. As long as we manage it well, we can make a lot of money. So how do you plan to proceed? Gabrielle, who had somehow produced paper and pen, raised her hand and asked a question, looking every bit like a studious student. Of all the people present, she was probably the one who cared the most besides Rorschach. After all, this is something that can make money? It's very simple. With a little packaging and promotion, it can be transformed into a popular tourist attraction. Then release some merchandise, collect donations, such as deluxe incense, Emma, votive plagues, for personal blessing by shrine maidens, and so on. If you add pictures of anime characters to the packaging, the price will double, and many people will buy it. We offer different levels and prices for prayer services. Let's get some cute shrine maiden gifts and do a gacha event. Standing on the stool, Luo Xia spoke eloquently to the group. Besides Rorschach and his small group, Kotoko Iwanaga and her group were also left behind. In Rorschach's words, the best way to prevent you from leaking secrets is to make you one of us. As Luo Xia said this, his face was sinister, as if he would pull out a knife from behind his back and have the group stab someone at any moment. But because of its cute face, it has absolutely no intimidating power. Looking at the information recorded in her notebook, Gabrielle put down her pen and paper and said thoughtfully, "It's a shame you're a demon. Why don't you come to our celestial realm and become an angel?" Judging from the current situation, this guy is truly a qualified capitalist. If you exploit your employees a little more, you'll be a great capitalist, the kind who sits in a VIP seat under a street lamp. No, that place isn't suitable for me. Rorschach waved his hand, politely declining Gabrielle's invitation. The celestial realm is indeed very good, but Luo Xia feels that the demon realm is more suitable for him. So what do you need us to do? After Rorschach finished speaking, Raphael raised her hand and asked. Luo Xia just said that he needed a few people to help him with some things, so he left them behind. That's why Raphael and the others listened to Rorschach say so much. But as things stand, it seems there's no place where they're needed. Although Rorschach said he would lead everyone to make a lot of money, Raphael didn't believe that the guy would be so kind. Sure enough, after Raphael asked her question, Rorschach's eyes flickered, and he said in an indifferent tone, "Well, as you can see, the shrine is currently in its initial stage. Although we already have a good reputation, we need to make a transformation. Currently, funding is needed in all aspects. So, wearing black-rimmed glasses, Gabrielle suddenly had a bad feeling and asked tentatively, "So, give me the money." Extend your hand, Rorschach said. Chapter 86. What is the name of the shrine? So, give me the money. Hearing Rorschach's self-righteous voice, Gabrielle remained silent for 2 seconds before quietly taking off her black-rimmed glasses. Seal G, crossed out. Let me see. Crossed out. Get lost? Don't even think about getting a single penny from me. Don't even think about it. It's out of the question. Gabrielle threw down her glasses and angrily rebuked. Although you looked cool when you dropped your glasses, you looked really pathetic when you honestly went to pick them up. Trying to get money from Gabrielle is simply a pipe dream. She doesn't even have enough money for herself. How could she give you money? Don't even think about it. That's impossible. She's here to make money, not to spend it. What kind of nonsense is this, demanding money before even earning a single penny? So, I have to pay the company for everything I do at work. This tactic is very similar to some of the part-time job traps that Gabrielle has encountered before. They say there's a good part-time job you can do, but you have to pay a deposit first, and then there are all sorts of other fees. College students are often fooled by these seemingly low-level scams. Don't dismiss it or think you won't be fooled by such a low-level scam. Those people thought the same thing before they were scammed, but in the end they still foolishly fell for it. Right, you idiot writer? Statement from a victim. Calm. Rorschach quickly began to appease Gabrielle and tried to offer her rosy promises. For example, they might say things like, we're all shareholders of the shrine, so once we've paid our money, we're brothers, and so on. Well, it's best to just listen to these kinds of things. Just like Dong Ji said, everyone in the company is a good brother or something. But you didn't realize you weren't Dong Ji's good brother until the moment you were fired. After calming her down for a while, Rorschach finally managed to quiet Gabrielle down. Gabrielle was also very reluctant to agree to Rorschach's request. Doesn't it feel like you go to buy a house, only to find that you've already paid the developer before they start building? This is outrageous. So what else do we need to do? Raise your hand, Wynette asked. She was quite interested in and supported Luo Xia's money-making plan, as were the others. After all, as a kind-hearted little devil who couldn't bear to do bad things, Wynette's living expenses were never enough. In addition, in order to take care of my studies, I can't do many good part-time jobs for long periods of time, so I can only do some odd jobs. This kind of life caused Wynette herself great distress. Now that this money-making plan is available, Wynette says she wants to participate as well. Of course, as for Rorschach's suggestion to show Satan what a dim surprise looks like, Wynette said she had no interest in it. I also don't quite understand what Rorschach is thinking. She is quite satisfied with her current life. Perhaps this is the thought process of a demon. Why do I have this thought? Vinette fell into deep thought. Something seems off? Well, a shrine can't have only one person. That's why I need your strength. Standing on a stool, Luo Xia put his hands on his hips and said, if he could split himself into two, he could probably run an entire shrine all by himself. But, okay, doppelganger, hiss. It seems he learned how to create clones. It seems like one person can really run an entire shrine. After a brief moment of thought, Rorschach dismissed the idea. Who cares? There's readily available labor, so I don't have to do it myself. Is he a fool? And these people in front of me are perfect? 2 angels can be used to mass-produce Emma, votive plagues, or Hanafuda, flower cards, for blessings. 2 demons, Vinette can play the role of a witch, and Satania can take on the role of attracting dog repairman. Let's just hang it up as a mascot for now. This adorable mascot is quite interesting. The monster princess can gather cheap labor. Maiko Yatsuya and Nozomi Tojo can continue working part-time as shrine maidens to earn a living. Yuzuru Nishimiya was in charge of shooting some videos for promotional purposes. After all, she herself likes to carry a camera around and take pictures, so she has basic photography skills. Nozomi Tojo had previously managed some shrines' social media accounts, so she's quite experienced in that area. Rorschach said he was very relieved. Lily River Flower. Like Satania, let's wait and see. How about you? Gabrielle suddenly asked. If they're in charge of these things, then what's Rorschach doing? Me? Of course, I'm in charge of collecting the money. With his hands on his hips, Luo Xia said confidently. Not embarrassed at all. Every group needs 1 or 2 people who are complacent and easygoing, so why can't it be me? You are so shameless. Thank you for the compliment. After some discussion, the matter of the shrine was temporarily settled. Although Gabrielle really wanted to oppose Rorschach, she realized that she wasn't very good at these things. Let Rorschach do it. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. What I fear most is not laymen, but those who think they know a little but don't really know much. You asked her if an angel would feel ashamed to bow down to a devil. Make money, don't shiver. And one more thing. Raise your hand, Kotoko Iwanaga said. Kotoko Iwanaga supports Rorschach's plan. Luo Xia had told her about this before and had promised Iwanaga Kotoko that he could take in some weak monsters to live here. Although Kotoko Iwanaga came from a wealthy family, it wouldn't be a problem for her to build a sanctuary for the yokai, but she didn't really want her family to know about these things. What's the matter? The group looked at Kotoko Iwanaga and asked, what should this shrine be called? Leaning on her cane, Kotoko Iwanaga asked curiously. She was quite concerned about this. Oh, I've already thought about that? Upon hearing Kotoko Iwanaga's question, Rorschach gave a strange smile. He had been thinking about this for a long time and had come up with a very suitable name. Let's call it Ruri Shrine. A cold wind blew by, and for some reason, the group suddenly felt a chill. I have a feeling that this name carries a lot of malice, but I don't know what's wrong. In the end, they could only reluctantly accept the name. So, how do you plan to promote it? With her arms crossed, Gabrielle looked at Rorschach and asked. No matter how much you talk, it's all just theory on paper. They should at least take some concrete actions. Don't worry, I've already thought this through. Patting his chest confidently, Luo Xia said. Although there are still many things I don't understand, for now I can only choose to trust this guy. Chapter 87. Could you please smile? The Torii Gate in front of the Ruri Shrine has been officially renamed. Everyone, please continue to support us in the future. Thank you all so much for coming today. I love you guys the most. The three Backstreet girls, dressed in special shrine maiden outfits made by Ruri Shrine, stood on a makeshift stage and performed energetically. To match the aura of their shrine maiden attire, the three of them added a shrine maiden course to their training these past few days. Yes, without reducing the original training volume. It was also noted that composer and lyricist Mr. Inugami Manjiro showed great interest in this performance and personally composed 3 new pieces. The Backstreet girls also learned about it overnight. This dedication is truly touching. I like you all too. The fans, who had packed the stage, shouted at the top of their lungs. Although it was an open-air concert without seats, I didn't feel tired or hot at all. At that moment, Rorschach, who was enjoying the air conditioning in the shrine, silently gave a thumbs up. That's the spirit we need to show. It's really good. Standing at a distance, Inugami Manjiro, smoking a pipe, had a strange glint in his eyes. Since these 3 debuted as idols, Inugami Group's income has skyrocketed. Their houses and cars are several levels better than before, and their living standards have made a qualitative leap. The amount of money I spent on taxes alone is almost the same as my previous income. Yes, I, Inujinki Manjiro, am a legitimate businessman. Boss Inugami, over there. A man in a suit walked up behind Inugami Manjiro and whispered something. However, he was interrupted before he could say more than 2 sentences. Don't call me boss, call me teacher. I think that's how all those famous lyricists are called these days, right? Teacher Inugami, I'm still a little embarrassed. Holding his pipe, Inugami Manjiro said with some emotion. Sure enough, as people get older, they lose interest in things involving fighting and killing. My hobbies have also turned into writing lyrics, composing music, and so on. Time really flies. Teacher Inugami, it seems like a few gangs down there are getting a bit restless. It seems to be because of the 3 of them. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the man in the suit spoke. What? Which blind bastards are so eager to die? Inugami Manjiro's expression changed, and he immediately left the venue with a group of his underlings. Mr. Inugami, call the boss. Boss. Sure enough, men are fickle. Inside the shrine, Gabrielle, dressed in a shrine maiden's outfit, waited with her deadpan eyes and said, should I say, as expected of you. You know more about this. Every so often, the celestial realm and the demon realm would request the angels and demons in the human world to submit a report. The content may vary, but it generally involves surveying what people like these days. Gabrielle would usually choose to ask Rorschach directly about these reports. What? You're saying you're demanding an investigation into humans, not Rorschach, this monster? Who cares? They all look the same anyway. Let's just assume that's true. Rorschach did not disappoint Gabrielle, consistently providing unexpected answers, such as, Jia, what do teenagers usually like to eat these days? Luo, peach. Jia, what do teenagers talk about when they get together these days? Luo, in theory, is there a place where a pizza can be baked perfectly without burning during a nuclear explosion? Jia, when will parents say to their children, you've grown up too? Luo, when the little yellow book under the bed was discovered. Jia, what is the most private thing for today's teenagers? Luo, clipboard. Jia, what was the best-selling product in the 19th century? Luo, black. Thanks to Taurasa, the views of the celestial realm and the demon realm on modern teenagers have changed dramatically. They are working overtime to study the enormous changes in the human world. There are also quite a few innocent little devils and innocent. Yes, and some angels opened the door to a new world. Just take it as a compliment. Rorschach took a small sip of his Sprite and gave a comical smile. You ask why Sprite? There's no way around it. In such an antique shrine, I just feel like I should have some tea or something. But Rorschach didn't like the bitter taste of those teas, so he had to substitute Sprite. As for what kind of high-end tea has a sweet aftertaste? Do you think he can afford it? If you can afford to buy something with most of your monthly income, that's not just being able to afford it, that's indulging in a luxury. Maybe we'll be able to afford it once the shrine is on track. Stare. Beside them, Tojo Nozomi was looking at Rorschach with a complicated expression. I don't know what she's thinking, but something seems really off. What happened? Feeling Tojo Nozomi's gaze, Luo Xia asked, somewhat puzzled. Without replying, Tojo Nozomi stared at Luo Xia for a few seconds before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Whispering sound. Hey, isn't it a bit too much to make that kind of noise while staring at someone's face? Luo Xia slammed his hand on the table and said indignantly. You were acting all cute before, even though you were saying, oh, how adorable. Why do you have that expression now? That's a bit too much. Even if it's a face-changing act, this is ridiculous. Nothing. Wave your hand, Tojo Nozomi said with obvious disdain. Her attitude towards Luo Xia is now very subtle. The more you look at Rorschach in women's clothing, or rather, how pleasing and likable you are to Ryuma Hakure, the more you dislike and hate Rorschach in his normal state. Maybe this is what happens when love turns to darkness? That doesn't seem to make sense. Nozomi Tojo stated that she likes Ryuma Hakure, who is gentle, cute, and understanding. Instead of this despicable, idiotic demon right in front of me. Tisk. Seeing Tojo Nozomi's expression, Rorschach was also very unhappy. Your reaction just now was really hurtful? You guys really have a lot of energy. A familiar voice rang out, and Luo Xia tilted his head back to look. Don't ask him why he didn't turn around, just say you don't know. A familiar pale purple hue came into view. Ah, it's Raphael. Looking at Raphael's familiar face, Rorschach said something with a somewhat ambiguous meaning. Raphael's hair may appear silver, but it is actually a very light purple. What happened? Tilting her head, Raphael wore her usual smile. Speaking of which, this guy's voice actress is Kana Hanazawa. After staring at Raphael for a few seconds, Rorschach thought to himself, then suddenly spoke. It's impolite to say this, but could you please smile? For some reason, Raphael felt a strange malice even though it was a very simple request. Chapter 88 The Little Evil God Solo Kills Pico Rhine. At Rorschach's insistence, Raphael. The other party's request was still not met. Even the smile that was always on her face disappeared because of that malice that seemed to come from nowhere. They all have such serious expressions now. Cilantro's sister isn't smiling anymore. It's all your fault, no matter how you look at it. JPG. Although it's very hot outside, is it really okay to treat a shrine as a business? Holding a teacup in her hands, Wynette said somewhat uneasily. At first, she didn't think too much about it, but after she came to her senses, she felt a little uneasy. She had absolutely no idea what to do about it. It's okay, someone has already put this money-making plan into practice for me. I have already formed a very mature money-making plan in my mind. Giving a thumbs up, Luo Xia said confidently. There is absolutely no implication here of any commercialized temple. Although they are more like investors than monks, the yellow robes they wear look like bathrobes from a club, and they don't walk when they go out but are driven by various luxury cars. The temple is not peaceful but rather a place of intrigue and backstabbing. But Rorschach absolutely did not mean anything by implying anything about them. In fact, Rorschach admired them quite a bit. It is likely that these monks were moved by Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva's great vow of I will not become a Buddha until hell is emptied, and thus decided to help Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva share his suffering by taking some of the blame upon themselves. Even if their behavior were enough to send them straight to hell according to Buddhist precepts, they would not hesitate. That's not what I meant. Vinette opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but then decided against it. Looking at Luo Xia's confident expression, she didn't know what to say. After all, from an objective point of view, I am also an accomplice. It seems I have no right to criticize Luo Xia. As she sipped her tea, Wynette was filled with unease and guilt. It is truly sinful to exploit the trust of believers to make money. Relax, relax, we're not just taking the money and not doing the job. Seeing Wynette's state, Rorschach comforted her. Although he really wanted to make money, he couldn't bring himself to do something as heinous as taking money and not doing the job. All the votive plagues that were sold were blessed by Gabrielle and the others. Although it wasn't one person offering blessings but a large group of blessings together, at least it was genuine. From this perspective, Rorschach is quite professional. Hearing Rorschach's words of comfort, Wynette felt a little better. I'll go check the back first. Standing up, Wynette spoke to the others. Because of that idiot Rorschach, most of the area around the main hall of the shrine was demolished and rebuilt. Although some problems were temporarily fixed with magic, some issues still remain. Come to think of it, it seems like I've forgotten something. What is it then? As she walked down the street, Wynette thought with some confusion. Yatsuya seems to have mentioned before that the halo on his wrist was slightly warm. Vinette was a little worried at the time. After all, she knew very well where that halo came from. But nothing happened after that, as if nothing had occurred. Did Pico Rhine not feel anything? That shouldn't be the case either. Vinette was somewhat puzzled. In fact, my angelic halo. On the day Rorschach burned down the shrine, the ferocious-looking Pico Rhine ran wildly through the streets, her limbs flailing wildly, making her look like an aberrant creature. If nothing unexpected happens, following this plot development, Pekora will most likely reclaim her angelic halo and then engage in a fierce battle with Rorschach and his group of demons. Unfortunately, an accident occurred. Oh, hey. In her excitement, Pekora didn't look where she was going and bumped into someone. Normally, this impact force would be enough to send a normal human being flying. But it was Pekora herself who flew out. I said. Pekora raised her head and looked at the figure in front of her with some annoyance. But upon seeing that familiar figure, his slightly angry expression gradually turned into fear. So tiny. Hey, long time no see, Pekora. The little evil god, who had just finished buying groceries, couldn't help but smile when he saw Pekora on the ground. What a coincidence? So it's true that stand users are attracted to each other? At this point, shouldn't you say, do you believe in gravity, and then strike a strange pose to release a stand-in? I couldn't help but think of the little evil god I've been reading comics with lately. What are you doing here? That's strange. I came out to buy groceries. Holding up the bag in his hand, the little evil god asked with some curiosity. On the contrary, what are you doing? Of course, I must reclaim my angelic halo and take revenge. Oops. The moment the thought crossed Pekala's mind, she realized something was wrong. Sure enough, the smile on the little evil god's face became even more sinister the next second. I see. You sensed your angelic aura but were in such a hurry because you were worried the other party would wander off. Yeah, Pekara, you've had it tough too. Nodding, the little evil god said with a sigh. He seemed to sympathize with Pekara. Don't they even consider whose fault this is? Who on earth is responsible for making me like this? Pekora roared inwardly. Let's celebrate that you feel your own angelic aura. Grabbing Peppa's foot, the little evil god dragged her towards Garden Lily's house. It seems they are genuinely happy for Picorine. No, let me go. Despite her desperate struggles, Pekara was utterly powerless against the little evil god. The 10 fingers drew long marks on the ground. I'm going to find my angelic halo. Let me go. I don't want any celebration. No. That mournful sound was truly heartbreaking. Unfortunately, the little evil god has no heart. She was nothing but a heartless demon. Quiet down, be quiet. Oh. Annoyed by the noise, the elementary school student flicked his tail, and the world became quiet again. And so, Picorine's Angel Halo project failed before it even began. Meanwhile, the little evil god successfully picked up a homeless, lost angel while shopping for groceries. Congratulations, Coca-Cola. It just so happens that Lily Bell wants to experiment with some magic recently but is short of lab rats. I accidentally spoke my true feelings. Chapter 89, Pekara successfully turns the tables. Lily, I'm back. Pushing open the door, the little evil god shouted loudly. In the living room, a girl dressed in a dark gothic Lolita dress turned around and said, "Oh, you're back. Okay." Raising an eyebrow, Garden Lily Bell looked with some surprise at the despair-radiating object that the little evil god was holding. Pekara's face screamed, "I'm just a useless angel now." His lifeless posture and disheveled clothes made him look as if he had just finished. If the face also had some strange flash, it would look even more like it. If Garden Lily Bell remembers correctly, Picorine went to stay with her friends in the Nether a while ago. How did the little evil god bring them back? Looking at the little evil god with some suspicion, Garden Lily's inner doubts were self-evident. After all, this guy claims to be one of the 2 most outstanding students since the founding of the Demon Realm Academy. Judging from the current situation, this title is indeed well-deserved. Based on what I know, this guy is far more evil than any demon I know. It's not fair to say she's heartless, it's just that the word conscience doesn't quite fit her. It would be very incongruous to put it on the little evil god. Pekora, what is this? I found this guy on the roadside. Holding up Pekara, the little evil god's proud expression resembled that of an otter showing its cub to its keeper. Even more than otters. Okay, otters are still cuter. Do you think I believe that? Tilting her head, Garden Lily said calmly. Yuriko Garden expressed complete trust in the integrity of this little evil god. It's a completely negative number. That's exactly right, isn't it, Pekara? Faced with the death stare of Garden Lily Bell, the little evil god subconsciously looked away. He raised the Picorine in his hand as a shield in front of him, as if he wanted Picorine to explain herself. Picorine, finally snapping out of her daze, looked at the garden lilies in front of her and was about to say something when she felt a sense of oppression coming from behind her. He turned his head somewhat stiffly, and the little evil god's innocent eyes came into view. If you dare say that, I'll kill you. What's with that playful ending tone of yours? Picorine, who was being threatened, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Looking at the garden lily bells watching her with concern, and feeling the threat from the little evil god behind her, Picorine's anger rose in her heart, and evil thoughts took root in her mind. She's the one who threatened me. I originally wanted to go find my own angelic halo, but she dragged me here. They even said they wanted to use me as experimental material. In this life, there should always be a second or two when you live for yourself. Do you want to be a coward for life or a hero for a few seconds? Clearly, Picorine chose the former this time. Even if she's about to be killed by the little evil god, even if later, even if there is no future, she too must bravely stand up and expose the evil deeds of the little evil god. I, the Pekara, have fallen, but many more Pekara will rise. I, Pekara, am an angel of heaven. They never truly surrendered, especially when facing demons. Restoring the glory of the heavens is our inescapable duty. In a fit of impulse, Picorine blurted out all her inner thoughts and resentments. Hey, little evil god, come here for a second. Lily of the Garden gently smiled and placed Picorine aside, lifting her from the little evil god's hand. But the little evil god sensed a hint of killing intent in that smile. Well, I think I can explain it. Stop talking nonsense and come with me. And so, the little evil god was pulled into the bedroom next door by Garden Lily Bell. No, Yuri-rin. Be good and obey me. Do not want. Oh, the whole house seemed to shake. The world is now peaceful. As a demon, the little evil god was completely outmatched by Garden Lily by both magic and physical prowess. Crunch. As soon as the door opened, Garden Lily Bells, beaming with delight, clapped her hands and walked out of the room. Through the crack in the door, you could see the little evil god stuck headfirst into the floor in a very peculiar position, like radishes in the field. Judging from the twitching of the snake's tail, it must have hurt quite a bit. That's quite an unseemly pose. Looking back at the little evil god's current posture, Garden Lily casually kicked him. Yuriko Hanazono has absolutely no sympathy for this idiotic devil. She was quite confident in this guy's resilience. Yes, this confidence level is positive. Okay, explain why you did this. Although she said that, Garden Lily didn't expect the little evil god to come up with a suitable reason. After all, this guy is just a despicable demon who enjoys playing pranks on others. She was no less than any of the angels. It's like this. But to Garden Lily's surprise, the little evil god actually gave a reason. The gist of it is that she passed on Pekola's spotlight to a junior who seemed quite agreeable. These past few days, that junior colleague has been working on something very important. On the way, she saw Pekora looking like this and felt that this guy was going to ruin things. So they captured Pekora. Although this reason is unreasonable, at least it provides a reason to stay. Younger generation. Yes, it's the one who came to visit with fruit before. The little evil god's words reminded Garden Lily Bell of it. A junior of a minor evil god did visit them before, bringing a fruit with him. I have a pretty good impression of Garden Lily Bell because she was very polite. Much better than my own idiotic devil. Well, the little evil god didn't tell Garden Lily Bell Rorschach that she and Rorschach were known as the two most outstanding students since the founding of the Demon World Academy. In some ways, Rorschach is even better than her. She couldn't even manage to change the background of the PowerPoint presentation used by the principal to anime-style erotic images. It wasn't that she didn't dare to do it, but rather that the principal had long been wary of the little evil spirit and didn't give her any chance at all. But Rorschach always finds a way to achieve his goals. This includes, but is not limited to, placing pornographic books in the principal's office and then filing a formal complaint, demanding an inspection of the principal's computer. Rorschach is a ruthless man. The most outrageous thing is that this guy actually managed to graduate. Let's take this opportunity to return the favor. With a slap of the palm, Garden Lily Bell said this. We have a lot of good tea at home, I hope the child will like it. So far, Garden Lily has a very good impression of Rorschach. Chapter 90, Gabrielle has morning grumpiness. After simply selecting some tea leaves and fruits, Lily Bell from the back garden led Little Evil God and Pekora to Rorschach's shrine. The reason for the Little Evil God is because the two of them had a good relationship. As long as the Little Evil God doesn't cause trouble, Garden Lily Bell's attitude towards him is quite friendly. Pekora, on the other hand, insisted on coming along because of his own strong desire to do so. Even when the Little Evil God stared at him with a death gaze, he showed no fear. Brave angels? Unafraid of difficulties? Since ancient times, it has always been angels who bully demons, not demons who bully angels. Pekora is going to tell this devil who doesn't like wearing clothes a lesson today. She is an angel, not someone a mere demon like you can bully. Then the Little Evil God slammed him into the ground with a German-style throw, like the Garden Lily Bell variety. This wave. This is a case of tit for tat. No, it's one hug after another. A shrine. Listening to the Little Evil God's explanation from the side, Garden Lily Bell felt a little emotional. Speaking of which, there's a shrine in Hanazono Yurizuki's hometown. To be precise, Hanazono Yuri's hometown is Hanazono Inari Shrine in Shinjuku. There is a shrine maiden in the house who will return home to act as a shrine maiden when she is working. He's in the same line of work as Rorschach. Laughs. What happened? Nothing. She shook her head and didn't say much. Although they have a good relationship, there are times when they don't want the other person to know. For example, the fact that I sometimes work at a maid cafe. This is a little secret of Garden Lily Bell herself. It looks pretty good. Standing in front of the torii gate of the shrine, Hanazono Yuri looked at the shrine named Ruri with some surprise. Although I don't know what it means, it sounds pretty good. Just as Garden Lily was feeling sentimental, Picorine beside her had already rushed in impatiently. My angelic halo. Those scarlet eyes truly revealed the word desire. Looking at Pekora's frantic figure, the Little Evil God didn't dare to go up and stop him for a moment. This guy looks absolutely terrifying. Someone who didn't know better might think this was a zombie infected with a zombie virus. It seemed to be not quite used to this body yet, with its limbs moving independently. Aren't you going to stop it? Turning her head to look at the Little Evil God, Garden Lily asked with some confusion. In her opinion, the Little Evil God wouldn't let Picorine regain her angelic halo so easily. But isn't the Little Evil God a bit too calm these days? It's alright, let her be. The Little Evil God waved his hand dismissively. After all, she had briefly possessed Pekora's angelic aura. One can naturally sense that the aura of the angel Picorine is no longer present in this shrine. This guy just made a wasted trip. Sure enough, a few seconds later. No, my angelic halo. WRRRYYYYYYYYYYY. It made a vampire's voice. The two people, no, one human and one demon, exchanged a glance and then walked toward the direction from which the sound came. Pekora, his face ashen, collapsed weakly to his knees on the ground. He exuded an aura of utter despair. It seemed as if they were about to leave this beautiful world at any moment. No, for Pekora, the human world is far more terrifying than the demon realm. At least the demon realm won't have so many terrifying demons. Rorschach, looking troubled, seemed unsure of what to do in front of Picorine. He even seemed somewhat guilty. Long time no see, Rorschach. The Little Evil God carrying fruit stepped forward and greeted them. What did you say to this guy? Although he hadn't received an answer yet, Little Evil God had already guessed pretty much it. It's probably because the angelic halo was given away or shattered. I told her I gave the angelic halo to someone else. Sure enough, the Little Evil God showed a knowing look. She knows Rorschach all too well. In fact, Luo Xia was 2 years her junior at the Demon Realm Academy. The two cannot be said to be completely unrelated, rather, they are birds of a feather. The bear head hanging in the principal's office was a gift from the bear she and Luo Xia hunted together. Incidentally, the bear was kept free-range by the principal on the back hill. Because he refused to eat the fish grilled by Rorschach, he was killed by Rorschach and the little evil god. Although Rorschach originally intended to kill the male to give the principal a surprise. But you're making me lose face. For all the reasons mentioned above, this male died a very uneasy and unwilling death. When Rorschach and little evil god delivered the bear to the principal's office, the principal was so excited he almost fainted. Finally, thanks to Rorschach and the little evil god's frantic emergency rescue efforts, I almost died right there. At the time, Rorschach was a little disappointed, and he and little evil god blamed each other for who had accidentally given emergency treatment. Yes, in front of the principal. If the director hadn't rushed in and dragged the two away, it would have been questionable whether the principal could have left the office standing up. So what do we do now? You look really troubled. After handing the fruit to Rorschach, the little evil god looked at Pekara on the ground and asked. Rorschach seems to feel somewhat guilty. This is impossible. Little evil god swears on his own backside that Rorschach, while slightly less wicked than himself, occasionally displays useless kindness. But when facing angels, this guy perfectly embodies the self-cultivation of a qualified demon. Yeah, this guy is crying over here, he's blocking the way. Smacking his lips, Rorschach looked at Pekara, who was crying on the ground, and said disdainfully. Upon hearing Rorschach's words, Pekara, who was sobbing, froze. Then, whoa, a storm of crying erupted. She was crying very sadly. Just as Rorschach was discussing with the little evil god about throwing the thing outside, Gabrielle suddenly kicked open the door and came out. Seeing Gabrielle, the little evil god, emanating black energy and angrily walking towards them, instinctively wanted to give this seemingly angelic guy a flying kick. But Rorschach stopped him as soon as he straightened up. Just watch the show. After giving the little evil god a reassuring look, the two of them quietly watched the show. Hearing footsteps, Pekara looked up at Gabrielle. Gabrielle, are you here to seek justice for me? Before she could finish speaking, Gabrielle grabbed Pekala's collar and imitated a thug's tongue-clicking gesture, saying, "You're so noisy, you jerk. I'm taking a nap." Gabrielle has a terrible temper when she wakes up. In that instant, Pekara felt her heart die. W.A. Chapter 91, Reading the Air? What's that? Steaming hot water flows from the spout into the cup. The tea leaves floated and sank with the ripples of the water. After the teapot was removed, a tea stem stood upright in the center. Luo Xia picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and exhaled a long breath of white air with his eyes closed. The unique aroma of tea spreads throughout the mouth. Even the air seemed to be filled with the aroma of tea. Gently open your eyes. Rorschach's lips hummed. Damn, it's so hot. Please don't say okay anymore. You've ruined such a beautiful scene. Nozomi Tojo slapped herself in the face, feeling her mind in utter disarray as she was about to shower Yuriko Hanazono with praise for the tea she had brought. It feels like you've painstakingly created a beautiful garden, only to have a husky barge in and wreak havoc before you even have a chance to appreciate it. Finally, he looked at you with an innocent expression. What are you looking at? Is there anything you're unhappy about regarding my $5 million renovation plan? That's roughly the feeling. That's the joy of owning a husky? No, it's more interesting to watch other people raise these things. Raising them yourself would be a disaster. They're always saying things like, I have a renovation plan worth $1 million. Who could stand this? This is really hot. With his tongue lolling out, Luo Xia muttered softly. Gabrielle glanced at Rorschach with disdain. Please, you're a demon. Use your brain to think about it. If it's too hot, why don't you cool it down? When they're doing something naughty or lewd, they're incredibly skilled at using magic. Why are you acting like you don't know magic at a time like this? Ha, idiot. In the end, it's nothing more than a demon. Gabrielle took a sip of tea and remained silent for 2 seconds. It doesn't taste as good as soda. After arriving in the human world, Gabrielle discovered that happiness is such a simple thing. One hand holds a sugary drink, the other holds potato chips from an unknown brand. Happiness is that simple. Sometimes Gabrielle really wants to say to God, please, the people of this world don't need saving at all, okay? Look how happy they are. Don't talk to me about faith and perseverance. Being happy in this life is the best faith and perseverance. At that moment, God, who was enjoying air conditioning, drinking cold drinks, and playing games, gave a thumbs up. I think you're absolutely right. If this trend continues, this God will soon look just like Gabrielle. Thinking about it carefully, it actually seems pretty cool. While everyone was distracted, Gabrielle quietly replaced the tea in her cup with cola. As for whether it will be discovered, so what if they found it? She simply didn't believe anyone would say it outright. In Japan, learning to read the air is very important. With this mindset in mind, Gabrielle happily took a sip of her favorite soda. That familiar taste. Huh? Gabrielle, are you drinking cola? Really? Puff. Hearing the two surprised yet slightly gloating voices beside her, Gabrielle couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of cola. With trembling hands lowered, Gabrielle looked at the two demons in front of her with expressions that said, "What are you doing?" She suddenly felt that she should perhaps try her hand at being a demon hunter. Those two bastards deserve to die. They should be torn to pieces. After all that trouble, they managed to get away with it. Rorschach and Satania reluctantly accepted the explanation that this is the latest way to drink it, cola mixed with tea under Gabrielle's death stare. There was no way around it. Rorschach had a premonition. If I were to voice any objections, my head would be transported to some unpleasant place in the next second. Well, for the sake of my own life, I'd better forget about it. Speaking of which, Little Evil God mentioned that you are Luo Xiao's junior. Setting down her teacup, Garden Lily Bell looked at Rorschach and asked. Although he was very lively when communicating with friends, he was still very polite to Luo Xia, his junior, when he was with him. Yes, Garden Lily Bell is already a university student. It's just that her face is quite youthful, so she looks like a high school student. But they are genuine college students. Yes. Rorschach nodded in agreement. He could probably guess something. It's roughly the idea that the minor evil god is a demon that has existed since the time of the Great Flood, with an existence period roughly equal to human history. Rorschach is clearly a young demon. Why would he be the junior of the lesser evil god and the lesser realm? This is clearly illogical. Luo Xia glanced at the somewhat guilty little evil god beside him and gave him a look. Do you want to save face for yourself, or do I want to save face for you? There's a slight discrepancy, but that's roughly the gist of it. Well, actually I graduated from the Demon Realm Academy a long time ago, but I was dragged back to repeat my studies because of some things. Because his graduation thesis was directly copied from a student from the year before that, the little evil god was taken back by Satan to repeat his studies after it was discovered. Don't be fooled by Satan's appearance as a wicked and unlucky old man. But he is a genuine demon king. Putting everything else aside, they do have the ability. Although his overly simple personality allowed the little evil god to escape several times during battles by using tricks. But when faced with an absolute disparity in strength, tricks are useless. You asked why Satan was later beaten by the little evil god? Perhaps because he felt guilty about blaming the little evil god for his unfortunate position as the demon king, he let the other party do as he pleased. By the way, because little evil god burned down the place where the exam papers were stored, the principal personally ordered him to repeat a year. The other demons, on the other hand, graduated smoothly. This selfless act, little evil god, what a good person. Although he repeated a year, little evil god was fortunate enough to meet Rorschach, a like-minded friend, afterward. The year the two teamed up to cause trouble was quite enjoyable. Although they often fought over the unequal distribution of spoils. Rorschach, after it's done, we'll split the profits 30/70ths. Little evil god, how come I'm only 70%? Rorschach, 70% of that is mine, and the remaining 30% is yours. Little evil god, eat shit? I see, I think I understand now. Nodding, Garden Lily Bell indicated that she roughly understood. That certainly sounds like something a little evil god would do. Speaking of which, Garden Lily suddenly remembered an anime she had watched before, in which there was a robot named Band and Little Evil God who would probably get along quite well. Just as the group was about to continue their afternoon tea, a crisp voice rang out. Is anyone here? Turning around, a blue-haired girl wearing an eye patch came into their line of sight. The moment she saw the blue-haired girl, Yuri Hanazono suddenly felt something inside her being touched. This is Chapter 92, Chef's Disease, Middle School Syndrome, and Intellectual Disability. Rika Kodari, 16 years old. Currently a first-year student at Tianmu High School. The email address is email protected. However, it has since been renamed Black Raison d'etre, the reason for darkness's existence. Very good, it has the style of Rika Takanashi. Rika means crystal of snow, and her mother hoped that she would grow up to be a special person. Well, it seems that this wish has been fulfilled quite well so far. She has perfectly become a Chuyunibia, middle school syndrome, person who doesn't care about other people's opinions. Not long ago, Rika Takanashi saw a shrine online that said wishes made there were very effective, so she planned to visit it in a while. But when I saw it again, it had been renamed Ruri Shrine, and the layout inside had changed a lot. This made Rika Takanashi a little uneasy. Not long after entering the shrine, Rika Takanashi suddenly had a strange feeling. It felt as if I wasn't actually standing on the ground, but rather taking a long, distorted step, with the scenery around me looking like another world. When she came to her senses, she was already standing at the entrance of the main hall of the shrine, watching a group of people drinking tea. Hello. Looking at the group of people, Rika Takanashi tentatively greeted them. Because of the angle, she couldn't see Luo Xia and the others, she could only see Tojo Nozomi, Hanazono Yuri, Kojashin, and Pekara being used as a cushion by Kojashin at the door. Okay. A girl dressed in black gothic Lolita fashion suddenly turned around, as if she had sensed something. The gazes of the two people, both wearing blindfolds, met in the air. Although the two of them had only managed to look at each other, their gazes were so intense they felt almost tangible. In that instant, the two seemed to understand something. The previously timid Rika Takanashi straightened her body, and her expression became indifferent. Garden Lily Bells exhibits a similar performance. The two exchanged a glance. Rika Takanashi, explode, reality. Garden Lily Bell, crush the spirit. Together, exile this world. Just like Pokemon trainers, as soon as their eyes meet, a battle ensues. When two people with Chuyunibyo, middle school syndrome, meet, they instinctively experience a peculiar feeling.